The Korean People's Army Air Force is 110,000 strong, operating 950 aircraft in 2022. North Korea's most modern type are 35 Russian MiG-29 multi-role fighters. Backed up by 26 MiG-21s and 120 Chengdu J-7s, Chinese-built copies of the MiG-21. It has hundreds of other Russian, Soviet and Chinese fighters and fighter bombers. And among its training aircraft, 15 Soviet MiG-15s, one of the world's oldest jet fighters. But North Korea is unique in other ways, using medium bombers, flying the oldest operational type in the world that first flew barely 2 years after the end of the Second World War, and still going strong 74 years later. But before we get to that, a quick word from your favorite sponsor. One of my ancestors was famous English King Edward III, but I don't have it. EnglishTitles.com/Mark Felton to get your gifts now and help support the channel. The Ilyushin IL-28 was designed and built in late 1947, making its first flight in July 1948. A twin-engine jet bomber, the design requirement was for an aircraft that could carry 3,000 kilos of bombs at 800 kilometers an hour. It was powered by an unlicensed-built version of the Rolls-Royce Nene engine, a 1940s British centrifugal compressor turbojet, the most powerful aero engine of its era. You may ask why a British-designed engine from a company as famous as Rolls-Royce ended up on Soviet aircraft. The answer is that we sold some of them to them. This may seem incredible today, and indeed at the time raised a few eyebrows, and was certainly a terrible mistake made in the early part of the Cold War. A relatively small aircraft, the Ilyushin IL-28 has a crew of 3, a pilot, navigator/bombardier, and tail gunner, sitting in their own pressurized compartments. The bomb sight initially used was based on the famous World War II US Norden bomb sight. Large-scale Soviet production of the IL-28 began in May 1949 with an improved engine, the Klimov VK-1, replacing the RD-45, the knocked-off Rolls-Royce Nene, giving improved performance. From 1950, the IL-28 was the Soviet standard tactical bomber and was also exported widely, most notably to Egypt, who used it against the Israelis, and to China from 1952 onwards, which received 250 aircraft. China and the Soviet Union fell out in the early 1960s, but the Chinese ordered production of an unlicensed version of the IL-28, which became the Harbin H-5. The design was simpler and lighter than the Soviet original, and the tail was fitted with faster-firing AM-23 cannons. The Chinese operated 3 versions of the H-5 in its Air Force and Navy, a bomber, a trainer, and a long-range reconnaissance aircraft, but phased the type out of service by 2011. North Korea benefits from close ties to China, and her Air Force operates a whole series of Soviet and Chinese aircraft, as I outlined at the beginning of this video. It is unclear if the H-5s currently in North Korean service are all Chinese, or whether some are original IL-28s sent to China by the Soviets. So why does North Korea still operate a jet bomber that first flew 74 years ago? It has 80 IL-28s in service in 2022, though it's suspected not unreasonably that many have been cannibalized for spares to keep a core of aircraft flying. The reason for their operation is simple. They provide North Korea with a bomber capable of attacking South Korea and Western Japan to bomb conventionally, and is a useful addition to its expensive and probably scarce long-range missiles. The North Koreans retain the type for the same reason the US holds on to strategic bombers of the Cold War period, like the B-52. and the Russians the Tupolev 95 Bear. To enable old-fashioned large-scale bombing of targets. Obviously, the IL-28 would be at a massive disadvantage in any modern air war against the kinds of modern aircraft and missile systems that the South Koreans, the Japanese, and the US Air Force could use to protect targets in South Korea and Japan. But much would depend on how much of this very expensive equipment survived the initial North Korean artillery, rocket, missile, and aircraft attacks, should a conflict break out on the Korean peninsula. Anyway, for now, like the B-52 and other venerable early Cold War bombers, the IL-28 and its H-5 variant soldier on in frontline service in North Korea, making it the world's oldest jet bomber still in active military service, a fact often overlooked in the lists of flying Cold War antiques. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and share, and also visit my audiobook channel, War Stories with Mark Felton. It may come as a surprise to discover that the Imperial Japanese Army and Navy Air Forces operated Third Reich-era German planes during World War II, and not just one or two, but dozens. From the mid-1930s, Germany and Japan maintained increasingly friendly relations that would eventually culminate in Japan joining the Axis with Germany and Italy on the 27th of September 1940. Germany's initial Far East trading ally was nationalist China from the 1920s to the late 30s, China being an excellent importer for post-World War I German firearms and aircraft. But unlike China, Japan was a rich nation with a well-developed aerospace industry of its own, and cooperation between the two grasping nations was inevitable. Japan would become a major market for German aircraft, including license building, and Germany a major importer of Japanese-produced raw materials and medicines for its growing war machine. Before the invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941, Germany and Japan were able to trade overland using the Trans-Siberian Railway in the Soviet Union, as well as by ship. But once this route was cut, sea journeys were the only practicable methods. The Allies attempted a naval blockade of Germany, and at the Indian Ocean and Atlantic ends of the journey, German blockade runners were vulnerable to attack by Allied warships, submarines, and aircraft. Once Japan entered the war in December 1941, a combination of blockade-running surface ships and large cargo-carrying German U-boats and Italian and Japanese submarines managed to keep the trade flowing between Germany and Japan, which was incidentally the subject of my very first book, Yanagi, written back in 2005. Japan was very interested in German fighter planes. One of the first German types sent by ship to Japan were 3 Heinkel HE-100 DO fighters, a type that was not adopted by the Luftwaffe, even though one of the fastest fighters of its generation. It lost out to the Messerschmitt Me-109. It first flew in 1938 and only 25 were built. The Japanese purchased 3 Heinkel 100s for 1.2 million Reichsmarks and a set of jigs for a further 1.6 million with a view to license building the aircraft. The 3 DOs arrived in Japan in May 1940 and were extensively tested by the Imperial Japanese Navy, Germany also delivering a Heinkel test pilot, Gerhard Nitschke, as part of the deal. The Japanese loved the Heinkel 100 and scheduled production, building a factory at Chiba, but the war in Europe held up the delivery of plans and jigs, and production never commenced. Another Heinkel interceptor that did serve with the Imperial Japanese Navy was the Heinkel HE-112BO, 12 aircraft being purchased by Japan and known in Japanese as the A7HE-1. The HE-112 was another design that lost out to the Messerschmitt 109, and 103 were built, with some serving in the Luftwaffe as well as the Royal Hungarian and Royal Romanian Air Forces. The Japanese used the 12 HE-112s during the war in China, but it was phased out of Japanese service before 1941. In 1941, Japan purchased 5 Messerschmitt 109 E-7s from Germany for Imperial Japanese Army evaluation. An outstanding fighter, it became the standard Luftwaffe interceptor, with almost 34,000 being built. The Japanese evaluated the E-7s in mock dogfights against captured Allied aircraft like the Curtiss P-40E and against their own prototype fighters, the Kawasaki Ki-61 and the Nakajima Ki-43 and Ki-44. One Messerschmitt 109 was completely disassembled and closely studied by the Japanese, but in the end, the Japanese Army rejected adoption of a license-built version of the 109, believing that the Mitsubishi Zero was a better aircraft overall. One of the Japanese prerequisites being long range, which the 109 sadly lacked. The Japanese found gainful employment for the 109's little brother, the Messerschmitt Me-108 Typhoon, purchasing 21 examples, 15 of which ended up being used by Manchukuo Airways, a Japanese-controlled civilian entity in the puppet state of Manchukuo, as the Japanese renamed the North Chinese province of Manchuria after its conquest in 1931-32. Dating from 1934, the Messerschmitt 108 was used by the Luftwaffe as a personnel transport and liaison aircraft during World War II, and the Imperial Japanese Army used the type in the same roles. Japan imported a single Focke-Wulf FW-190A5 for evaluation by the Japanese Army. This aircraft became the backbone of the Luftwaffe fighter force alongside the older Messerschmitt 109, and outclassed many Allied fighter types. The aircraft was shipped to Japan in pieces aboard a U-boat and tested against the Ki-84 and other single-seat Japanese fighters, and it was found to have better acceleration, climbing performance, armament, and so on, and the Japanese rated it better overall than the Messerschmitt 109 and the P-51C Mustang. Interestingly, once tests were completed, Japanese records indicate that the single 190 was given to a reconnaissance unit, indicating that it saw active service in the Far East. However, details are sketchy. The other aircraft that arrived with the FW-190 via U-boat was a single Messerschmitt Me-210A2, a heavy twin-engine fighter and ground attack aircraft. It had a checkered service history in the Luftwaffe, with only 90 being built, and was replaced quite quickly by the better Messerschmitt Me-410 Hornisse or Hornet. The Me-210 was extensively tested in Japan at the first Tachikawa Air Army Arsenal, though the type was of course not adopted by the Japanese. The famous Junkers Ju-87 Stuka dive bomber was shipped to Japan early on, the Imperial Army evaluating one Ju-87A1 or B version. It was put on public display in Tokyo in 1940, the Japanese deciding not to adopt the type for their aircraft carriers. Production was considered but fell through, and the Stuka ended up in a museum in Tokyo where it was later destroyed in a US air raid. Some German aircraft designs inspired later Japanese production aircraft. For example, the Heinkel HE-118, a prototype monoplane dive bomber, 15 being built, was a competitor to the Stuka, but lost out in the government contract competition. In 1938, the Japanese imported 2 HE-118s for evaluation, and its design would influence the Yokosuka D-4Y Suisei naval dive bomber, used extensively in World War II. Similarly, a single Heinkel HE-70 fast passenger monoplane, bomber and reconnaissance aircraft was evaluated by the Japanese, its design inspiring the Aichi D-3A Vowel dive bomber of World War II fame. The most successful aircraft design sent to Japan was the Buka Bu-131 Jungmann, a biplane trainer, The Japanese license-built the Jungmann for the Japanese Army, with the Hatsukaze engine 1037 being constructed, and for the Imperial Navy, with Kyushu K9W engines, a further 339 being built. In Japanese service, the BU-131 was called the Nakajima E-8N. Similarly, the excellent Fieseler Fi-156 Storch liaison aircraft was redesigned and built by the Japanese as the Kobe Seiko Teigo. Obviously, the Japanese were very interested in German rocket and jet technology, but getting examples to them was increasingly difficult for the tenuous long-distance submarine service between German-occupied France and, following the liberation of France, U-boat bases in Norway and the Far East. Although a V-1 flying bomb was not sent, its Argus pulse-jet engine was in 1943. It contributed to the Japanese Kawanishi Baika jet. Similarly, parts of a Messerschmitt Me-163 Comet rocket interceptor were sent by U-boat to the Japanese. It was reverse-engineered into the Mitsubishi J-8M1, which was superficially similar to the German aircraft. Plans were also sent to Japan for the Messerschmitt Me-262 twin-engine jet fighter. The Japanese developed a very similar aircraft from them that only reached the prototype stage before war's end. All these German aircraft ended up being either destroyed by American bombing, scrapped by the Japanese themselves, or captured by the US occupation authorities and scrapped post-war. Now, the question you are undoubtedly going to ask is whether the Japanese sent the Germans any of their aircraft for testing. The answer is not really. The only Japanese aircraft confirmed to be used by the Germans were 3 Nakajima flying boats purchased in Japan by the German Navy and fitted to a German surface radar and used for anti-submarine patrols from the German U-boat base at Penang in Malaysia. Flown by Luftwaffe aircrew, the planes still in Japanese Hinomaru markings. No Mitsubishi Zeros ended up in Germany undergoing testing. Photographs like this one of Japanese Zeros wearing German-style crosses are authentic. However, the explanation is that these are Japanese aircraft surrendering to the Allies in 1945. The Allied authorities ordered the Japanese to paint large black crosses on their aircraft's fuselages and wings. However, some sources do claim that a single example of a Mitsubishi Ki-46 Dyna high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft may have been sent to Europe for testing, but this has not been confirmed. I hope you found that very interesting. If you have, please do help support the channel at PayPal and Patreon, and also visit my audiobook channel, War Stories with Mark Felton.
What is the Kohima epitaph, and what's it got to do with Britain's forgotten battle that changed the Second World War? Well, those of you living in the UK and who attend Remembrance Sunday services will probably know the words, even if you don't know the story behind them. When you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today. The memorial that bears those powerful words stands in a cemetery containing the graves of over 1,400 British servicemen and memorials to over 900 Indian troops who died alongside them. They died in one of the bloodiest, toughest and grimmest battles of the Second World War, a battle sometimes called the Stalingrad of the East. Outnumbered 6-1 and half of whom were non-combat units, the multinational British garrison stood their ground in bloody hand-to-hand fighting, refusing to retreat or surrender for 2 weeks until relieved. And even then, the battle continued for another vicious month. That stand stopped the Japanese invasion of India in its tracks and turned the tide of the war in Southeast Asia. Both for its ferocity and its turning point in the war, it's been called Britain's greatest battle. And yet it's almost completely forgotten, rather like the army that fought against the Japanese in Burma. So, as we near Remembrance Sunday, I think it's time to reveal the story of the Battle of Kohima in 1944. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Japanese also launched an invasion of Southeast Asia, principally to secure raw materials for her war effort. In a series of lightning offensives, they secured the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies, now Indonesia, and captured the British colonies of Malaya and Singapore, not forgetting the American-controlled Philippines. They then turned their attention west to another British colony, Burma. Their successful invasion resulted in the longest retreat in the history of the British Army, over 1,000 miles, all the way back to the border with India. By 1943, the British were finally able to hold the all-conquering Japanese at bay with the creation of the multinational 14th Army, commanded by General William "Bill" Slim. The 14th Army not only included men from the British and Indian armies, but also smaller contingents from Nepal and Burma, as well as infantry divisions from West and East Africa too. Slim restored the morale of the Allied forces and started, tentatively, to push back. Firstly, the Chindit raids took the war to the Japanese, and then he launched a limited offensive in the Arakan area on the Burmese coast. By the end of the war, the 14th Army numbered over 1 million men. But away from the European theatre and the fight against the Nazis, these men fighting in the jungles of Burma, far away from newsreels, seemed, even at the time, to be forgotten by many people back home. And in that classic ironic humour of the British, they nicknamed themselves the Forgotten Army. And it was this Forgotten Army who fought one of Britain's greatest but forgotten battles, Kohima. For over 2 months, they fought a bitter, bloody, hand-to-hand battle with a numerically superior Japanese enemy. In March 1944, the Japanese, following the maxim that the best defence is attack, launched an ambitious offensive codenamed Yugo from Burma into northeastern India. The Japanese offensive by their 15th Army was principally a spoiling strategy to prevent the Allies launching their own offensives and also to seize the supply depot and airfields at Imphal, thus cutting an air supply route to the Chinese. However, the Japanese commander, Lieutenant General Mutaguchi, had bigger ambitions. He believed he was destined to command the Japanese in a decisive battle and topple British rule in India. Mutaguchi would indeed preside over a decisive battle, but it would not be quite the outcome he envisaged. Far from it. His 15th Army consisted of 3 whole divisions, plus a division from the Indian National Army, the latter principally recruited from Indian POWs who'd supported the cause of independence from the British Raj. General Sato's 31st Division, consisting of 12,000 men, advanced on the hilltop town of Kohima. Kohima is on a ridge running north to south alongside the road from Dimapur to Imphal. Surrounded by dense forests, it's about 400 yards or 400 metres wide and is broken by a series of gullies. It was the administrative centre of the Nagaland, and the British Deputy Commissioner's bungalow and tennis court sat effectively at its centre. By capturing Kohima, the Japanese would isolate Imphal from its main supply base at Dimapur. Indeed, the latter's massive supply dumps, covering an area 11 miles long by 1 mile wide, were also in General Mutaguchi's sights. Once General Sato had taken Kohima, his superior envisaged him splitting his 31st Division, with one half heading south to help finish off the besieged Imphal, and the other heading north to capture the supply dump. But General Mutaguchi was, to use the expression, counting his chickens before they hatched, as you're going to find out. Even as the Japanese advanced through the dense jungle, General Slim, who was aware of the size of the army coming his way, was airlifting reinforcements from the 15th Corps, fresh from the victory over the Japanese at the Battle of Admin Box in Arakan, to join the 4th Corps in Imphal. He was also moving 33 Corps, including the 161st Indian Brigade and the 2nd British Infantry Brigade, from South India up to the northeast corner to reinforce Kohima. Whilst General Slim's 14th Army didn't scare the Japanese, after all, their impression of the British and Commonwealth troops was that they either ran away or surrendered, General Mutaguchi was keen to move with speed. His desire for speed was to create a fatal flaw in his offensive. In a bid to seize Kohima swiftly, the Japanese decided to travel light. They carried just 20 days' food supplies through the jungles and over those hills towards the battle. They also advanced with only the barest of artillery support. Fundamentally, if it couldn't be manhandled, it was left behind. Both of those would have critical implications. Before I go on, just a reminder to sign up for my free weekly newsletter so you don't miss my latest releases. Do it at the end, there's a link in the description. Anyway, back to the story. The terrain over which the Japanese intended to advance was riddled with hills and valleys, almost like spread out fingers on a hand, up and down, up and down. Amazingly, Despite the sheer scale of these barriers and the fact that most of the route lay through dense jungle, Sato's division managed to reach Kohima in less than a month. By the 3rd of April 1944, they were probing the Allied defences. Meanwhile, to the south, Imphal had been surrounded. Just for the record, I'm going to leave the actual Battle of Imphal for another day, and likewise, I'm not going to mention every British regiment who fought at the 10-week Battle of Kohima, although I've listed them in the description. Against those advancing 12,000 Japanese, the British had a garrison of 2,500 men, commanded by former Chindit Colonel Hugh Richards. And of them, only 1,500 were combat soldiers. The largest contingent were 420 men of the 4th Battalion, Queen's Own West Kent Regiment. They were positioned in the centre of the Kohima Ridge, on a raised point called Garrison Hill. They were joined by a company of the Indian 7th Rajput Regiment. Both of these were the advance guard of the 161st Indian Brigade that was hurriedly being sent to Kohima by General William Slim. They were the only contingents to arrive before the Japanese slammed the door shut. The other combat units on the ridge were some companies from the Burma Regiment and also the 1st Assam Regiment and the Assam Rifles. Also present were a raw battalion recently arrived from Nepal, home of the Gurkhas. To augment his defence, Richards organised the non-com troops who'd been serving in various supply and communication capacities, as well as many convalescing troops as could walk, into a composite force. As the Japanese net closed around Kohima, the only support the defenders received was from more elements of the 161st Brigade, 2 miles away. Despite themselves being surrounded, they were able to provide crucial artillery support to the besieged garrison on the ridge. For the next 2 weeks, the defenders at Kohima were subjected to a relentless assault by the Japanese. Throwing caution to the wind, the Japanese used their numerical advantage to try and simply steamroller the British and Indian defenders aside. For instance, during the night of the 9th-10th of April, the Japanese 58th Regiment attacked every 30 minutes. Over time, the ridge started to resemble the Western Front in World War I. The Allies were pushed back into a smaller and smaller area where there was no safe ground. Even casualties waiting at the medical stations were hit by bullets as they lay on makeshift stretchers. Drinking water started to run low. Any attempts to reach the freshwater springs had to be made at night to avoid Japanese snipers. Eventually, Colonel Richards had to ration each soldier to 1 solitary pint of water per day. 1 pint of water, whilst fighting for your life in temperatures of around 30 degrees Celsius and humidity of over 70%. The heaviest fighting took place at the north end of the ridge around the Deputy Commissioner's house. Eventually the Japanese captured the house and the British West Kent Regiment were forced back across the tennis court. And there they dug in at the western end with the Japanese at the other side of the court. The aptly named Battle of the Tennis Court was almost like something out of the First World War. The two sides were so close that in a somewhat macabre and surreal alternative to a tennis match, they would take turns lobbing hand grenades into each other's trenches. And over that tiny space in between them, the Japanese continued to launch almost suicidal attacks. On the 12th of April, the attackers swapped their boots for sports plimsolls and silently crossed the tennis court, almost overrunning the British lines. And the fighting on both sides was brutal. Lance Corporal John Harmon of the Queen's Own West Kent Regiment was the 29-year-old son of a millionaire who owned Lundy Island in the Bristol Channel. Just a couple of days into the battle, he ran unaccompanied 35 yards to attack a Japanese machine gun nest. He pulled a pin out of the grenade with a 4-second fuse, calmly counted to 3, and then tossed it in. The following day, he single-handedly charged another machine gun nest. He killed all 4 occupants, shooting 3 and bayoneting the 4th. Afterwards, despite the urgings of his comrades, he calmly walked back towards the British lines without a care in the world. He'd almost reached safety when he was hit by a Japanese sniper. He died in his officer's arms, with the words, "It was worth it. I got the lot." Harmon was awarded the Victoria Cross. Across the whole ridge, the fighting was equally hard, close and grim. Apart from the artillery support from 2 miles away, only 2 things saved the defenders. Firstly, they received supplies including ammunition and water from airdrops. Supplying a cut-off army in the jungle by air had already been tested in Ord Wingate's Chindit raids during the previous 12 months, and more recently at the Battle of Admin Box. Now at Kohima and Imphal, it was ratcheted up to a level with over 400 tons of supplies being dropped every day. The second thing that saved the defenders at Kohima was sheer bloody-mindedness. The Japanese were fanatical in their attacks and famous for refusing to surrender. Indeed, that attitude shaped their horrific treatment of Allied POWs. And those stories of Japanese cruelty on such things as the Burma-Thailand Railway were well known to the defenders at Kohima. It's interesting to reflect that by treating Allied prisoners with contempt and cruelty, the Japanese had created a rod for their own backs here. The defenders were not minded to surrender. It was kill or be killed. Every inch of ground was fought for, and looked like it had been. Finally, on the 18th of April, the 1st Punjab Regiment, advancing from Dimapur, broke through the Japanese lines to the besieged garrison, which was defending an area now of just 350 square metres. The siege had been lifted, but the Battle of Kohima was not over. It simply entered a new and equally vicious stage as the Japanese refused to back down and even tried to resume their offensive. The Punjabs arrived at the tennis court and were immediately under ferocious attack from the Japanese. Another grenade-tossing match entailed, during which Jemadar Mohammad Rafiq was to earn the military cross for leading a platoon to attack a Japanese bunker on the far side. It's a measure of the tenacity and ferociousness of the Japanese that the Punjabs were to suffer 120 casualties in the next 3 days. They were replaced by the 1st Battalion, the Royal Berkshire Regiment, who were to face nightly attacks by their enemy, which descended into vicious hand-to-hand fighting to cling on to their positions. Of the 100 men from B Company, the Royal Berkshires, who went in, only 60 came out. Still the fighting went on. By now the 4th Infantry Brigade, including the Royal Norfolk Regiment, had arrived and engaged in the battle. One of the officers of the Royal Norfolk Regiment was 26-year-old Captain John Randall. Randall had actually been born in India and had graduated from Oxford University. One of his best friends at university was Leonard Cheshire, who would be awarded the Victoria Cross during the war. On the 4th of May, whilst commanding B Company of the 2nd Battalion, he was wounded in the knee by a Japanese grenade. Despite his injury, he refused to be evacuated and instead went out into the narrow space of no man's land to fetch in wounded British soldiers. 2 days later, he led an attack on yet another Japanese machine gun. Hardly able to walk, let alone run, he somehow managed to outsprint his men and decided to buy time for them to reach the machine gun. He threw himself across the slit in the bunker. His body was riddled with bullets, but his selfless and brave act enabled his men to jump in and finish off the Japanese defenders. Captain Randall was awarded a posthumous Victoria Cross. There was a third VC awarded during the battles of Imphal and Kohima. 18-year-old Abdul Hafiz of the Indian Army received Britain's highest medal for valour at Imphal. Like Harman and Randall, his was a posthumous award, which is an indication of just how grim and nasty this battle was. By the 10th of May, the British were able to bring tanks into the battle, and by the 13th, most of the positions on the ridge had been retaken, with the 2nd Battalion Royal Dorset Regiment finally taking what remained of the Deputy Commissioner's bungalow. General Sato assessed the situation. His men were starving. They had no medical support. For the first time, Japanese soldiers were even starting to surrender, be it in very small numbers. Finally, in a break with tradition, he ordered his Japanese soldiers to withdraw on the 15th of May. The myth of the all-conquering Japanese soldiers in Southeast Asia was broken. It took a further month for the British 2nd Division, advancing from Kohima, to meet up with the 5th Indian Division coming north and open up the road to Imphal. The fact that it took 38 days to advance the 30 miles from Kohima indicates the unyielding opposition from the Japanese, even as they faced starvation and defeat. Nevertheless, with those units linking up on the 22nd of June, the battles of Kohima and Imphal officially came to a close. The Japanese 15th Army had advanced with 85,000 men. They lost 53,000, the vast majority to disease and starvation. Their own retreat into Burma was described by many as the Road of Bones for the numbers of dead and dying left along the route. Only 12,000 made it back to Japan, an incredible 87% casualty figure. In comparison, the British, and I include Indians, Burmese, Nepalese, losses amounted to 12,500 killed or wounded at Imphal and a further 4,000 casualties at Kohima. The battles of Imphal and Kohima were the high watermark of the Japanese campaign in Southeast Asia. Their invasion of India had been defeated, and as General Slim told his victorious army, the Japanese would never come back, and they didn't. The material losses suffered by the Japanese seriously eroded their ability to even hold Burma. But equally importantly as the military victory for the Allies was its psychological impact. For the first time, the British and the British Indian armies had defeated the Japanese in a major battle. The image of Japan's soldiers as invincible was over, and that new confidence, together with growing air and land superiority, would turn the tide of the war in Southeast Asia. General Slim was to use the victory at Kohima as a springboard to go on the offensive. By May 1945, the Japanese had been pushed out of Burma. On the back of a poll in 2013, the National Army Museum in London announced that Kohima was Britain's greatest battle. Others have called it the Stalingrad in the East. And yet, for most people, it's a forgotten battle. In fact, if people recognise the name Kohima at all, it's in the Kohima epitaph, which is included in most Remembrance Sunday services. Actually written towards the end of the First World War by John Maxwell Edmonds, its words can be found on the memorial to the British 2nd Division at the Commonwealth War Cemetery at Kohima, on the site of the Deputy Commissioner's house, where the Battle of the Tennis Court was so bitterly fought, lie 1,420 British soldiers at peace. A memorial also remembers the 900 plus Sikh and Hindu soldiers who were cremated in accordance with their religious rites. When you go home, tell them of us and say, "For your tomorrow, we gave our today." Well, thanks for joining me today, and please check out my other videos. And if you want to learn more about British history and keep up to date with my latest stories, then please do sign up for my free weekly newsletter. Or you can go a bit further and become a patron and supporter. In return for your support, I'll send you an exclusive supporters-only video every month. Click on the links appearing now and in the description. And thanks to Michael, Ed, Joe, Craig, Jeremy for your support already. Thanks for watching, keep well, and I'll see you again very soon.
(1197). A force of German crusaders arrives in the Holy Land. There, they find that the Order of the Hospital of St. Mary of the Germans, established only a few years earlier during the Third Crusade, is flourishing,
What?
caring for the
I was
ill
putting
and
I was
providing
putting away
much-
pots and pans. What in the fuck did I miss? I was putting away my lunch. I hope you people learned something, because I sure didn't. Because I missed the whole thing. I like to put those kind of things on while I do things. That way you're not sitting in total darkness. Or weird waiting music like you're on hold at the bank.
Many YouTube icons come with an expiration date. While some walk away from a fan base perpetually starving for a comeback upload, others leave no legacy behind at all besides their languishing fame, being looked upon as little more than a relic of the past. For many people, that's what Boogie2988 is, an old fad, like Chocolate Rain, that simply doesn't belong in this day and age. However, those who are unfortunate enough to know that he never left tend to know him as a pathological liar, manipulator, and overall someone deserving of criticism and mockery. From pointing a gun at Frank Castle's face to losing hundreds of thousands on cryptocurrency, Boogie's glory days are long gone,
Don't
and his
hassle me,
attempts
bro.
to return aren't working. He's now been reduced to a lolcow, and one that is slowly losing interest even amongst his haters. This is the full lore of Boogie2988. Boogie, real name Stephen Jason Williams, was born in 1974 in St. Paul, Virginia, to a coal miner father and a schoolteacher mother, as well as two siblings. As he's often described, his childhood wasn't easy. Because of the stress that comes from being a coal miner, his father was an alcoholic, which negatively affected the rest of the family in a myriad of ways. At the peak of his drinking problems, he was downing up to 30 beers in one single day, an extreme that scarred Boogie to the point that he would never drink alcohol even as an adult. To top it all off, Boogie also claims his mother and sister were very mentally ill, making for an intensely toxic home environment involving lots of arguing and constant screaming, which he remembers as devolving into outright abuse coming from his mother. To make matters worse, Stephen tended to have a lot of health problems, though initially not serious and the kind of thing people usually shrug off or take over-the-counter pills for, like the flu or allergies. However, these illnesses were chronic for him, causing him to stay home from school a lot. As you might expect, being inside all the time led to a habit that would haunt him for the rest of his life: overeating. Before he was even in high school, school, he had already dealt with a serious weight problem due to stress eating. It was also during this time he developed an interest in things like comic books, video games, and Dungeons and Dragons, which, though harmless on their own, certainly didn't help him to go outside more often. Meanwhile, his father's constant smoking and drinking, when paired with their increasingly stressful domestic situation and his exhausting job, was taking its toll on his health. Eventually, he suffered from a major stroke, one that left him basically immobile and unable to function. He was no longer able to hear and struggled a lot with communicating after he developed a stutter as a consequence of the stroke. Now, with just one parent to take care of him and his siblings, Boogie's support system was even smaller, and his binge eating severely worsened. It's tough enough to be raised by a single parent, but as his dad moved out of the picture, his mom's abusive behavior took center stage. Usually, in the absence of a healthy and nurturing home life, people seek refuge in their peers and community, but this wasn't an option for Boogie either, since his classmates did little besides mock him for his weight and appearance. Things were dire, and Boogie's future prospects looked very dark at this point in his life, but thankfully, during high school, he was given an opportunity that would turn things around. Upward Bound is a federally funded pre-college program designed to give high school students a better opportunity at attending a university, targeted specifically at those in low-income or rural areas who may be less likely to seriously consider higher education. While participating in this program, he met others in similar situations to him who shared his interest in nerd culture. He bonded with a girl in the program over playing video games, which marked a silver lining on the dark cloud that had been his childhood up until this point. By the end of high school, he had friends and even a girlfriend, and upon graduating, he enrolled in the same college as her, the University of Virginia. But shortly thereafter, they would break up. And since this was his first serious relationship and one of his few sources of happiness, it hit him hard, sending him deep into a depression which affected his academic performance. His grades were so bad that he had to drop out, and once again, he was directionless. But thankfully, his brother took pity on him after he noticed how much he was struggling and decided to offer him an opportunity to move away and start from scratch. Boogie took him up on that offer, not that he had many alternatives to pick from. While in Arkansas with his brother, his life once again saw improvement. More nerds in the area meant making friends wasn't going to be difficult. Soon, he was participating in Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering sessions with his new social circle. On top of that, he learned how to code in HTML, which led to him working as a freelance web designer. One of the downsides of this was that he'd have to take clients he wasn't particularly excited about, such as seedy, not safe for work websites, but then again, it was still better than unemployment.
So I started using what I learned to start coding for the web, and I started doing web design, which was really fun, even though sometimes I ended up with clients that I didn't like working for who did kind of dirty stuff.
He was now a young man with a stable income and a healthy social life. However, he was still getting sick, and he was depressed very often. He never properly dealt with his childhood trauma, and because of that, he also never stopped binge eating, and the resulting weight gain worsened his other issues. At around this time, his father passed away from cancer, and his mother broke her leg, a combination of events that condemned Steven to a period of chronic depression that lasted a total of 7 years. During this time, he rarely left his house and was, for all intents and purposes, a NEET, not in education, employment, or training. As his motivation to work dwindled, the coding market became more and more competitive, causing his source of income to dry up quickly, a fate that was soon after met by his savings. Also, due to not leaving the house, his social life stopped existing. After all that he'd been through, he found himself back at square one, with the only significant change being that he was significantly more heavy. At his heaviest, he was just shy of 600 pounds. While his roommate financially supported him out of pure pity, YouTube was debuting as a video sharing platform. This early on, it was still mostly populated by home videos and blogs, with the occasional viral video peppered throughout. While it was rudimentary, it was more than enough to pique his attention, and soon he started posting content of his own. 16 years ago, in the ancient times of the old 2006, the first video was uploaded to the Boogie 2988 channel. It was a simple, short clip of a 31-year-old Boogie playing D&D. The videos kept coming, and because he appeared in them, his appearance itself would become a topic of conversation in the comment section. Since at this point he was used to people making fun of him for his weight, he made videos playing into the joke, such as, "Fat guy eats McDonald's french fries."
This is damn food, I shouldn't eat so much of it. Shouldn't be eating at McDonald's, but I am.
Eventually, one of these videos saw a surprising amount of success, especially for early YouTube standards. The aptly titled The Incredible Bulk had Boogie ripping his shirt off, showcasing his M1 Abrams frame. Overall, people were very sympathetic towards him, as he embraced the mockery of his weight and seemed to be a kind and down-to-earth guy. But even at this stage, Steven's intention was not just having fun. He wanted to build a following online. Since back then the term YouTuber didn't exist and the thought of building a brand out of your personality was ludicrous and far-fetched, Boogie uploaded many different kinds of videos videos to try and get some views, such as this hypnosis video, which was seen over 5 million times. For the first few years of his channel's existence, he slowly built a community with series such as Rambling About Nothing, where the only purpose was to engage with the viewer.
I'm actually got a plane chase. People are really excited about it. We're watching Zendikar spoilers.
In 2009, his channel hit 3,000 subscribers, which once again at the time was a respectable amount. Soon after, however, he uploaded a video explaining the absence of uploads, where he reveals his mother had died. But, unlike his previous bouts of complete inactivity due to some kind of tragedy in his personal life, Boogie came back with a vengeance and began playing a character. Francis, the living and breathing, though struggling to do so, embodiment of the basement-dwelling gamer stereotype, complete with Mountain Dew stains all over his shirt. In early 2010, Francis took a prominent role in Boogie's channel, partly for comedic purposes and partly because Boogie enjoyed trolling those who were unfamiliar with his content into thinking Francis was a real person. Eventually, a Francis video was featured on Ray William Johnson's Equals 3, which was the early 2010s equivalent of having Moist Critical react to your video. Essentially, it meant you either were, or soon will be, really popular.
I kept going
The
like,
video
no,
that Ray
Francis is a real
showed was
person.
titled,
No, it's
Francis
not.
Gets His Warcraft Account Hacked, and honestly, it's pretty tame compared to a lot of the stuff we see nowadays. Regardless, it was entertaining enough that nowadays it stands at a whopping 5 million views. This sets a precedent for Boogie. In the following years, the Francis character would be the channel's bread and butter. The channel grew tremendously, to which Francis reacted.
Yeah, it's been a pretty exciting, pretty exciting day. Yes.
The channel surpassed 13,000 subscribers, and a few other classic Francis videos also went viral, such as Fat Guy Destroys Xbox. However, despite how central Francis became to the channel, Boogie continued to also appear as himself because he genuinely enjoyed interacting with viewers, regardless of how out of context it seemed alongside the comedy videos. While he did try a few other characters out, such as redneck stereotype Jesse, Francis retained his position at the top of the hierarchy. By the end of 2010, Boogie had 40,000 subscribers and had amassed 10 million views. In 2011, Boogie did a series of Let's Plays of Minecraft as Francis to capitalize on the growing gaming trend, which at the time was at its very beginning. But along with these innovations, Boogie continued to post the tried and true format of Francis freaking out, such as, Where's my Mountain Dew? With the extreme success of his channel becoming profitable as YouTube's ad revenue mechanisms became more functional, Boogie moved out of the apartment he was living in and into a house with his girlfriend, who helped him record the videos and even quit her job to help him out with that. Part of the reason that it was so easy to play Francis as much as he did was because Boogie was indeed very passionate about things like gaming news and gaming culture. All he had to do was play up a bits of rage while he spoke his mind, and he was consistently met with hundreds of thousands of views and decent money to go with. After successfully proposing to his girlfriend and opening a gaming channel called Boogie Plays Games, he hit the milestone of 100,000 subscribers. It's also around this time Google Plus integration was implemented, which forced people to use their real name to comment on videos and led to a general uproar on the platform, with Francis pitching in his
You did not better. This is worse. How did they make it worse? I didn't think there was anything worse than the Google comment section.
But since this was a more serious topic for him that he felt passionate about, Boogie also spoke on it out of character, and soon after, he was once again featured on Equals 3.
So recently, YouTube changed their comment system where now you have to sign into your Google Plus account before you can actually comment. Now, personally, I don't really care. I don't read comments that often, and frankly, it's just YouTube. It gets weird. I notice people freaking out like, I gotta sign into Google Plus! What is this, Nazi Germany? But this guy Francis has this rant about the topic that's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
By the end of 2013, he got married to his girlfriend, he had a better camera, and had grown a proper fan base of 1 million subscribers. In early 2014, he started appearing on TV shows and commercials, which marked the peak of Boogie's career.
Yourself now.
He was now officially a mainstream YouTuber, not just a viral gag based on Francis. He had a genuine fan base, a real community. A lot of people watched him because they genuinely liked him and considered him a kind, level-headed person with reasonable opinions. This persisted for years, with him receiving acclaim from every YouTuber under the sun, and many looking to him to weigh in on some of the biggest dramas from 2014 to 2017 with his opinion. An opinion that, at the time, people did value.
So let's start by talking about what happened to Felix, because I think everybody knows what happened to PewDiePie. PewDiePie made some very tasteless jokes jokes that I did not personally find all that funny.
He would also talk about more serious issues, like when Matthew Santoro posted a video detailing physical abuse he suffered in a relationship. The fans put two and two together and figured he was talking about Nicole Arbor, who was also widely hated on the YouTube platform at the time. Boogie posted a video expressing his sympathies for Matthew and also detailed abuse he claimed to have suffered.
My sister got taken out of her home because of the abuse she received. She was, I think, 13 or 14.
Through the Francis character, Boogie was funny. Through his more personal videos, he was seen as thoughtful, introspective, and a voice of reason amidst all the madness of 2016 YouTube drama. He was someone many looked to for a good take on unfolding situations. But as time passed, many began to feel as though this reasonable demeanor was a facade for someone with an extreme inability to take any criticism or stand up for any ideal. Thus begins the fall of Boogie 2988. At this point in time, Boogie was the Mr. Rogers of YouTube, and antagonizing him was so unthinkable that Low Tier God made a video doing just that for almost 2 minutes straight, precisely to try and be controversial. As anti-fat phobia movements cropped up, his stature once again became a topic of discussion, and after a long time of just accepting it as a fact of life, Boogie spoke publicly about how he realized his obesity was actually a product of mental issues not being properly dealt with, and that he wanted to improve by getting his gastric bypass surgery to lose weight. After the midpoint of the 2010s, anti-SJW channels in the skeptic community were at their peak of relevance, and their spats with feminists and other groups were becoming increasingly publicized in conventional media. One of these feminists was Anita Sarkeesian, one of the main focuses of the online discussions, for her belief that video games somehow encourage sexual violence. Though people online hated her, she had enough mainstream support to get herself a panel at VidCon. Another content creator on that same panel was Boogie, who was still seen as a good guy. During said panel, Sargon of Akkad and other skeptics decided to attend, sitting in the front row. Of course, conflict erupted when Anita noticed them, and it would soon become one of the biggest dramas of the year.
Boogie, I think we all know, is one of the nicest guys who there is on the entire of the website. There's not really a guy nicer than him.
This perspective was echoed across many videos from skeptic and commentary channels alike. Boogie himself eventually spoke on what happened, revealing he was extremely nervous for the panel, and that after his closing statement, which was pretty loud overall and tried to minimize his status in the air, Anita came up to him and began berating him for saying his piece when she didn't have an opportunity to respond. This led audiences to criticize Anita, saying that she was an awful human being who had been mean to Boogie. Boogie then tried once again to de-escalate by saying that, though initially confrontational, she ended up having a reasonable conversation with him behind the scenes, and they hashed things out respectfully. However, this attempt by him failed, as people noticed how uneasy he was while talking about it, and began claiming that he was cowering away from being completely honest about the situation. This exposed an issue that would later become much more glaring: Boogie's fence sitting. Following the fallout of the Anita situation, Boogie's attempts at being a centrist who called out both sides was becoming more and more transparent, and people were seeing that he was interested exclusively in appearing to be the moderate good guy. Whenever he spoke about it, he was to say saccharine truisms about how making generalizations is bad, instead of addressing any element of the controversy directly. Again, not talking about political things as to competitive brands, but why pitch in to say basically nothing? Or even worse, to say things you immediately contradict. Around this time, Boogie gets doxxed for the first time, which only goes to show what being in a 1-mile radius of any political community gets you, even if you try your hardest to offend no one. Another example of his fence sitting was the video he made about YouTuber Matthew Santoro plagiarizing lists from other websites, which he immediately took down when he noticed it wasn't having a reception. On one hand, it's admirable to take a video down if you truly no longer stand by it. However, it seemed more that he was doing this to maintain his PR, instead of, actually changing his mind on the topic. This is just one of many examples of Boogie doing this. More recently, Boogie said that people who purposely misgender others should get hit with a misdemeanor charge and even possibly jail time if it evolves into hate speech. Regardless of your opinion on this, after the tweet was met with negative responses, he
room. I thought the Sand People would know the land's secrets. I murdered them, stole their thoughts to find this cave. I knew victory before they destroyed me.
Is there nothing I can do to help?
My journey here was not for nothing. Zerka built its base over a site from the natives' myths. A forbidden land. The paintings in the cave show the way. Find them. Record them. Gola and his men, they...
Your journey's over, Lord Silthar.
Find the paintings, but beware. Beware the thing in the White Room.
Thing in the White
Pivoted to
Room.
talking about how clips of his live stream were being taken out of context. As the negative reactions continued, he slowly buckled to public pressure, saying no one should go to jail because of the things they said, and he just had a bad turn. Another example of him firing off, without mentioning his wife beforehand, was when he was trying to handle the Vox media scandal with Carlos Maza and Steven Crowder. Though it began with a tweet asking for examples of people who were hurt by demonetization, it quickly detoured into him deriding both Steven Crowder and Vox in a really haphazard way, which, once again, both sides disapproved of. I don't know how he doesn't notice that doing this doesn't actually work and just makes everyone even more sick of his shtick. I'm not sure if it's some kind of pathological compulsion or if he thinks this is a smart strategy, but it consistently concludes in him getting harangued by everyone online. As a means of countering this narrative, he attempted to embrace it with pride, saying that he wasn't a fence sitter, but he was a reasonable moderate. While this approach did immediately save his credibility in the eyes of his audience, it didn't prevent users of subreddits, forums, and other sites dedicated to documenting erratic behavior from noticing it all and keeping tabs. What's crazy is that in the video where he talks about being a fence sitter, he outright admits that he doesn't care about many of the issues that he speaks on, which makes it all the more perplexing that he's still willing to. However grating it was to see, being a fence sitter was far from Boogie's only issue. Just as Boogie's image as the voice of reason began to fall apart, so did his marriage. In late December 2017, shortly after he got his gastric bypass surgery, he uploaded a video titled, "It's True, Wife and I Are Getting a Divorce. Here's what's next for us," where he goes into detail about how it went down. Based on the information given by Boogie in his video and other instances where it broke out, it was an amicable separation. So much so that despite it already being in their plans, his wife waited until he fully recovered from the surgery. But things certainly weren't as friendly as they were made out to seem. Later on, Boogie himself admits that their divorce agreement included a non-disparage clause that he asked for, presumably to prevent her from saying negative things about him in a public space, which could damage his reputation. Now, in fairness, relationships are often messy and emotions can come over reason for those involved. It's possible this was a reasonable cautionary measure to prevent any unnecessary reveal of information that isn't necessarily career-ending, but maybe embarrassing if it were out there. But on the other hand, considering she was barely even a public figure, it made many question why the contract was needed at all. Immediately after his divorce, he began dating a sugar baby. If you don't know what that is, it's when a man, usually a wealthy one, offers to date a woman from lower economic rungs and showers her with gifts and whatnot in exchange for dinners and sex. Later on, he denied that this was the case and tried to beat around the facts that he did this, claiming their relationship was organic and totally not a sugar baby situation. We know these to be lies because there are images of his profile on Seeking.com, a website dedicated to sugar babies and their sugar daddies, respectively. Eventually, he did come clean through an alt account of his on his own subreddit. About half a year after the divorce had been filed, the person he was dating, Lucy Fox, came out with a video called The Truth, which was promptly shared on Boogie's subreddit, and though the original is no longer up, mirrors of it are pretty easy to find. In it, she claims that Boogie was verbally abusive to her whenever she tried to be independent in any way. Besides that, apparently Boogie didn't even hold up his end of the arrangement. Not only was he failing to pay her for her services, he was keeping her from doing any kind of work, though it seems this wasn't out of jealousy, but because he wanted a caretaker around him at all times so he could keep complaining about his life and victimizing himself to her. When this information became public, Boogie went on Drama Alert to defend himself, and since him and Keem were good buds at the time, Boogie had an easy time controlling the narrative about what happened and claiming that Lucy was his girlfriend and a gold digger, as opposed to being an unpaid service. He went pretty much unchecked by Keem and tried to take a more neutral approach, but thankfully at this point people were already realizing that Boogie was the definition of an unreliable narrator.
She said the only way she can make money is if she's at home doing her cam girl stuff, right? And that you wouldn't like let her leave the house. Is that true?
But she didn't live here like I was. She lives at home. She has her own home.
But Boogie pretending to not have hired a sugar baby is extremely lightweight compared to his other offenses in the cap department. What other offenses, you might ask? Well, given that Boogie lied about this, people began digging through his more serious stories to try and find what else he may be lying about. Given he had always been very vocal about his rough childhood, some began comparing his multiple accounts of the abuse he had suffered at the hands of his parents. We can start with his mother. Despite occasionally praising her as a strong single woman who raised 3 children and took care of her invalid husband, in a Reddit comment he says the following: "I've never really gone into detail. Both my father and my mother were sexual abusers who were both sexually abusive to me. Along with one other family for a while, I don't feel comfortable calling him out directly, so I'll wait until Lauren is dead. I've discussed it mostly on live stream and only a little bit in videos. Sorry that I'm not comfortable going into further details. Later on, while streaming, he specifies that this sexual abuse meant molestation, but not rape.
How do I respond? My mother never raped me. My mother did molest me. Never, like, forced me to have
In another, he claims his dad did rape him. In this tweet, he also claims to have been raped as a kid, and notwithstanding, claims that some good came of it, whatever the hell that means. Then, in another tweet, he reiterates that he had indeed been raped and that he'd forgiven his rapist, which, if we're to follow the things he said so far, would be his dad, since he claims in the tweet that his mother had never raped him. He goes as far as saying that his sister was molested by their dad, followed by the claim that his sister was gang raped in foster care. However, in a clip of his stream, he specifically says that his parents, plural, had raped him. In another of his Reddit essays, he follows the claim that he was raped with stories about how his mother stabbed him. His sister was almost beaten to death, his dad punched to death, among other things. It's strange because, while sometimes he says things that range from suggesting to outright affirming that being raped was a common occurrence for him during his childhood, in other instances he claims it was just once. Under normal circumstances, we don't have any reason to doubt or excessively scrutinize stories of this caliber. But at this point, Boogie was raising a few eyebrows with his increasingly extreme retellings. Eventually, a more complete and precise statement of the nature of his abuse was made to Reddit. I was molested by an older sibling, female at a young age. I remember very little of it, but enough to know that this wasn't just further stuff related to my Munchausen syndrome that my mother was famous for. Certainly inappropriate contact was made between me and my older sister several times when I was 3 to 4. Beyond that, my mother insisted something happened.
West Virginia.
I have no personal recollection of that, so I've always presumed that my mother was lying. But as I get older and more evidence rises to the top, the more I believe there is truth in it. What's even more complicated is that my relationship with my mother was certainly inappropriate, and those details I will take to my grave. His sister, who is on Twitter, denied that this took place, while Boogie doubled down on saying that she raped him. Now, keep in mind, before you doubt these claims, it's not uncommon for victims of abuse to be confused about what exactly they suffered since their memories are so traumatic. But to misremember and misspeak as extensively as Boogie did led many to believe that he brought his abuse up as a way to garner sympathy whenever he felt the need for validation. Some thought he was changing his story when it felt more convenient to get more sympathy. Now, I would never go out and say that he lied about being abused in his childhood. For all of that to be lies would be genuinely reality-breaking. But there's a reason why many question his reliability as a narrator. In this and many other cases, he couldn't get his story straight. This is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to his documented contradictions or barrage of backtracks and word redefinitions. Remember a story about how we used to do web design for seedy websites? Well, that's what is typically called a massive euphemism. The truth of the matter is, Boogie ran porn sites, and not just in the distant past, but well into the late 2000s when he'd already begun doing YouTube. In these sites, Evil Square and CFporn.com, to name a couple, Boogie advertised for all kinds of adult content. He also used his online space to give his thoughts on things, as he would later do in his blogs. One recurring theme was nothing other than his fleshlights, and I quote, "I think personally my fleshlight is a bit better than being with a woman in some ways. No offense, I figured I'd list the reasons. 1, it's tighter. 2, it sucks without complaining. 3, it swallows at least as deep as it can go. 4, when you're done you can lock it in a dark place and it can't complain. 5, no need to reciprocate, but ultimately, I just flat out think it feels different, and in some ways better, than the real thing. Honestly, there's nothing like it. It's like the first time you pop Mary Lou's cherry at 18, or sinking it into your girl's butt for the first time. Not too tight, but oh so right. For your safety and mental health, no image will be attached to the thing he's talking about, but rest assured, it's about as graceful as you can imagine. Another gem from Evil Squared is this anime villain tier self-description from Boogie. The fact that I'm crazy is no stranger to the good staff at Evil Squared, nor is it a strange concept to anyone that reads this site or has viewed my videos. I am, for all intents and purposes, batshit crazy. The past week or so has been different for me. This next week will be doubly so. Out into the real world, looking for real work at a real workplace. Hopefully landing a job this week. I'm excited. At the same time, these normal activities remind me exactly of how insane I am. I wonder if
maybe I'll work
for a living. Surface. While I'm applying for a job entering your data or
I'll get a real
do you know
job.
that I, during the previous weekend, we all got together and smoked weed and drank and does she know how many girls I've been to? Or arraigned? Does she know how many girls I've watched fuck or fucked myself?
Nice.
Does she know that I'm a monster? Does she know that I have internet sites that are so disorienting that it would make Satan blush? Does she know that I film more sex than she's likely to have had? On YouTube, Boogie was wholesome and reserved. Now, a lot of people are different behind the scenes than they are in their YouTube videos, and I wouldn't blame them. but it's hard to even believe that this is the same person as the one in the YouTube videos. Boogie2988 really wasn't him. It's now 2018, and while he's past his peak, Boogie still has some footing in the YouTube community, but it's at this time that money became a big talking point across his various platforms. Along with a few other sob stories at the time, Boogie often mentioned his financial situation with an air of despair or concern. For example, in this tweet, he acts as if the money that he'll be earning in the next year will be his entire savings, since, as he prophesizes, his career is soon to be over and he'll go back to working retail. And this would be a very scary prospect, but it doesn't really add up. Mind you, at this point, he's been successful on YouTube for a decade and has over 4 million subscribers and owns his own home. He may have some more savings if not for his Funko Pop video game toy collection, but I digress. In his many videos centered around promoting his Patreon, he says the donations are contributing towards his family's peace of mind. Again, I'm the last person in line to judge someone for wanting to cash in, but it is a little annoying when people cash in while acting like they're not doing it and are just making enough to survive. In reality, Boogie himself admitted that he made 6 figures yearly in his upper middle class, so at the time he definitely wasn't in line to get a job at Target anytime soon. But what really does it is the fact that he bought the same overpriced shit box that every mouth breather online influencer also buys, a Tesla. Yes, the madman actually did it. To make matters worse, he excused his decision to do so by saying that, despite AdSense paying him poorly, which he's probably lying about, his sponsors pay well and he can easily afford a Tesla. A week later, however, he was back to portraying his impoverished persona, acting like he bought a car he couldn't afford and regretted it. Later on, when people started throwing this at him when he tried to play poor again, he would simply pretend like he never said he bought it. Can you believe the gall you need to have to do that when you know people can print the things you say online and keep track of them? Yet another topic he's blatantly and consistently lied about is his weight. For example, during a 30-day clean eating challenge he did to lose weight, about halfway into it, he's seen eating fried foods and candy. In a stream clip, he claims this is due to the fact in the event he was attending, no healthy food was available, which most certainly was a lie. Seriously, in the late 2010s with insane amounts of money and a phone with internet connection, you can't figure out how to get yourself food that isn't sugar-coated or deep fried? And if there really is nothing else, you can just eat after, or leave and come back. In late 2018, he posted an image of his scale showing that he was at 350 pounds. Then in January of 2019, he claimed that he's now hitting 350, and this is somehow an improvement. Either he somehow faked the scale's numbers in 2018, or he's lying to his audience in January, acting like he's still improving and losing weight. Keep in mind at this point his YouTube earnings already paid for a weight loss surgery, and his fans are cheering him on the whole time. Why even announce this weight loss journey if you're not going to follow through or even attempt? What's noticeable is that he could just keep these things private. He never even had to announce his weight loss journey. Instead, he deliberately made it public for everyone to see, only to lie about it for what seems like no reason. In countless different instances, he can be seen drinking things like milkshakes and sodas despite having sworn these things off. While he occasionally admits that he outright failed to eat like he was supposed to in order to lose weight, he also often says that eating less makes him literally suicidal, and he has no intention of actually diminishing it to any significant degree. In between the multiple glasses of soda per meal, pizzas, and cookies, it's evident that Boogie doesn't care as much about fixing his diet as he pretends to for inspirational videos on YouTube. A fitness YouTuber even tried to help him lose weight, only for Boogie to make snide comments on Reddit about how he's only after his clout and money, with more excuses about how being 350 pounds is where he's comfortable at and statistically where he's meant to be, whatever that's supposed to mean.
And I have authenticated it, so I'm going to read from it, and it goes like this. So a ton of people linked me to the video created by Everydamn Day Fitness. I'll even link it here. Much appreciated, Boogie. Videos like this are not helpful. They are harmful.
In a clip from a later stream, he outright tells the people concerned about his weight to go fuck themselves, and that since it's his body, it's his business, as if he hasn't made project upon project and pity post upon pity post, trying to get some community support for his weight loss plight, only to completely dump it and act like he never wanted to do it in the first place. It's one thing to struggle with weight issues, but Boogie struggles with treating the stragglers who, for whatever miraculous reason, still give him attention and money in pursuit of his weight loss. In December of 2019, Boogie began making a number of accusations about a subreddit to people via Twitter DMs, painting them as swatters and dangerous people who are trying to destroy his livelihood and physically harm him. He said, "Get away from that hive mind. They are sad, scary, dangerous people. They have swatted me, attempted to destroy my livelihood. They bombard my fans and sponsors with hatred. They have done awful, terrible things. They lie to you and tell you that they want the best, but then do the worst. If they wanted the best, they'd leave me alone. Trust me. I've been swatted twice this month already. They letter bombed 2 sponsors already. They contacted a friend of mine on Facebook and tried to convince her to stop being my friend because she was a female and I am a rapist." With tales that tall and claims that dramatic, it piqued people's interest. After all, Boogie already had a reputation for exaggerating things at this point. The subreddit in question was r/SamandTolkey, regarded today by many Redditors as an invaluable archive for all sorts of shady shit various e-celebs have gotten up to over the years, the sub acted as a sort of Kiwi Farms on Reddit, documenting internet drama for all. One of the site's biggest threads was the Boogie criticism mega thread, titled "The Hidden Truth Boogie Doesn't Want You to Know." Within this thread, they detailed his strange blogs we read earlier, interactions with his ex-wife, his alleged sugar babies Lucy Fox and the Grave Ghoul, and many other accusations. They point out his association with Kid Behind a Camera, who this thread calls a known child abuser.
Boogie2988 just gave the least hard-hitting interview I've ever seen in my life. He glossed over abuse, allowed Michael, aka Kid Behind a Camera, to make excuses for himself and deflect from the questions that were being asked of him, and even coach Michael into making himself look like a better person.
Now, to keep things fair, this entire thread does frame some lesser or honestly negligible defenses in the worst light possible. That being said, I think the key takeaway from this is that regardless of the less hard-hitting criticisms, the Boogie on YouTube was hardly aligned with the Boogie portrayed in that thread. He was a completely different person away from the camera. It wasn't even close to who he let on he was in his 10-minute rants. But regardless of that criticism, Boogie was now claiming that his subreddit and its users had swatted him, not once, but twice in 1 month. Curious as to the validity of these claims, one of the people who runs the subreddit by the name of Haberdasher A went through all of the moderation logs for the month of December to see if he could find any evidence of the claims that this subreddit was involved, but to no avail. When he asked for any evidence of Boogie's claims of swatting, his story did what it always does when pressed for veracity. It started to change, with him now claiming he didn't know who in particular had swatted him, while still insisting that it did happen. Obviously, I have no idea of knowing who swatted me and never said I did, just said I got swatted twice last month. Once when I was away at the Game Awards, and another over Christmas break. This is true. 2 times, cops came out with a partner and an ambulance. Seeing as Steven has still failed to provide any actual evidence for the things he was saying, Haberdasher decided to look into Boogie's local police station's publicly available logs to see if they'd ever been to his house. Fayetteville Police Department's public dispatch logs showed that no officers were sent to Boogie's place of residence in the entire month of December. When they confronted Steven with this information, he claimed that he had made an arrangement with the Fayetteville Police Department to purge the dispatch records after a welfare check in July of 2019. I think it should be clear to anyone with half a brain that this was another lie and that Steven is just shooting himself in the foot trying to cover up a lie with another lie. And if that wasn't enough, the Fayetteville Police had dispatch logs of a welfare check in November 2019, nearly 4 months after Boogie had claimed that they stopped keeping records of welfare checks on him. When he was informed of this, Boogie responded by saying that the police had made a mistake and that he didn't know why there would be a record. It should be noted that the state where Boogie lives, Arkansas, has state law that requires that records be kept of all dispatches, so even if he tried to get such an arrangement with the police, he wouldn't be able to. It's against the law. Did Boogie2988 get the governor's permission? When asked via email, Fayetteville Police stated that under no circumstances would they not have a dispatch record of a visit to someone's residence. For Boogie to not be lying about the users of the subreddit in this situation, the only possible explanation is that the police station doesn't follow the law about police dispatches, lies via emails, and has a secret deal with Boogie to not make record of welfare checks to his house so that internet trolls will not be able to bother him on Twitter anymore. Not only that, but Boogie, in all of his infinite wisdom, would have to leak the news of this secret deal with the police in which he would be implicating himself in order to prove that he was telling the truth. You see how these things don't quite add up? And it's such an idiotic thing to lie about. Once again, he made completely unnecessary claims that he did not need to, when he could have just ignored the sub altogether. But I guess the craving to make yourself out to be a victim is too hard to resist. After being caught with this mountain of evidence against him that pretty much proved that he had been lying, he finally admitted to lying about the whole thing. But of course, he couldn't do it the right way and be honest that he had been, lying, because if he did that, then he has to admit that he did something wrong. And not in a disingenuous way, in a way that would show some actual humility and maturity. Basic human being things. Instead, his statement was that all of this had been part of an elaborate master plan to bait his critics into thinking that he was lying and go after him. He claims that he intentionally falsely accused his critics and his local police department of committing a federal crime for fun. Let's see what the master manipulator wannabe had to say. So I always have a bunch of people tweeting at me for attention ever since I talked to one critic this summer. So I took advantage of that and slipped into DMs a few weeks back and filled one guy with misinformation.
Fact. Sir, I'd like to hear what happened. Follow orders. I'll brief everyone later. I've sent for water and colto, my lord. I'm sure the desert was agonizing, but we've been waiting for word. Any sign of Darth Silthar?
He didn't make it. He fell to the Sand People and their servants.
Damn it. We all felt it, but we weren't sure. We're not blasted Sith. Without Silthar, we're just archaeologists with guns. Without him, this whole expedition falls apart.
It isn't over yet. I know where to find the Zerka base.
What are you talking about?
Captain Gola!
Blast hail, now's not the time.
The artifact. The one the Jawas found. It's got Kayla. We disabled the dampeners, and there was a flash.
What? Start containment procedures now.
Secien acteste vertine.
Tell me about the imprisoned one.
Kabies metete forfrost, yanteto gise.
Kila? Everyone, stay back.
Jachroste dies, tegesh marwar.
I lost you there.
Those creatures, they were my team.
Sir, I think Perrin escaped. He was heading into the desert toward the tribal settlement.
Blast, we'll mourn later. You remember the sons of Palawa. You hit them hard in Mas Ila, but their main village is just a few clicks out. If that creature reaches them, this could get very ugly.
What makes you say that?
Basic rule of xenoarchaeology. You don't unleash a foreign technology into a population center, especially one with a man-machine interface. Worst case, the technology that changed Perrin could replicate. Every person in the settlement could be transformed.
No one should have to suffer like that.
I can't say I disagree. I'm not optimistic, though. Reclamation Service protocol for contaminated sites mandates atomic heat cleansing of everything within a 100-meter radius. We've got to store a beradium explosives for that purpose. Enough to obliterate the Sun's cave village. But I hope it won't come to that.
We should have destroyed the tribals long ago.
If you say so. Get to the caves. Maybe you'll catch Perrin before he's transformed a whole army.
I knew he would leak, mixed with the truth. I'm a terrible liar, and reading it back is so cringe. Claimed I dated a 43-year-old woman for almost a year. Said I was writing a book, half true, and all kinds of other stuff. Was hoping it would keep them busy. It sure did. It was like they discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls. One of the things I said was that I got 2 visits from the cops in December. Now that's not so much of a lie because I got maybe 4 visits last year. I just shifted the dates around. Had no clue they would latch onto that one like they did though. To prove me wrong, they literally looked up my home address, then cross-referenced it via police police records to try to discredit me, but in the process actually proved I got swatted 3 times last year, providing the dates making it easier to find my address. By the way, I mean, they literally violated Reddit policy by making it easy on a thread to find my home address. It could even get their subreddit shut down. Absolutely insane. What's even crazier is that they tried to make it seem like I blamed them for the SWAT. I didn't. This was of course horribly manipulative and something I would normally never do. I have a friend in PR and she recommended giving them misinformation, and I figure I have nothing to lose at this point, so why not have fun with it? But wow, did they take the bait. I'm sorry if this disappoints you, but after years of being harassed by these people, I just wanted to take some control back. I just can't believe how awful it made them look. Doxing me, then spending hours going through police records to discredit me. Horrible obsession gone awry. I feel really dirty and awful. I don't like lying and I don't like manipulating though, but I figure if they were going to call me that, I may as well take that and use it against them. Nothing in the world more dangerous than someone who has nothing left to lose though. I recommend watching out. It's textbook misdirection. You see, if you try to do due diligence on the lies he spins, you're actually the weirdo for being obsessed. When this was pointed out as extremely reckless and irresponsible behavior, he DM'd someone on Twitter saying he wasn't afraid of potential jail time for pulling the prank he did. In response to backlash from even his own fans on YouTube, Boogie stated that he was glad he lied about swatting and is willing to keep doing it if it makes his critics look bad. If it hasn't become clear to you already, allow me to spell it out to you. Though he might not have the most malicious of intentions, he is clearly very unstable and unfit to be on the internet, as it seems to exacerbate every problem he has. I know it's technically his job, but if the way that he responds to criticism is by lying to such an extent that it ventures into the realm of criminality that could land him in actual jail, I think it's better for him to miss out on whatever money he could make on AdSense by staying online in order to preserve his liberties. However, hard to believe considering how insane things already are, there's even more to this story. Not even a day after he tried to pretend that he was on some kind of elaborate operation to control the trolls, Boogie's Twitter profile name was changed to Period. Meanwhile, his profile and banner pictures were removed. Shortly after the bizarre profile change, Boogie posted to his TikTok to say that the Twitter had been hacked by that Kate subreddit. Now obviously, it's rather suspicious that a hacker would get into Boogie's account, presumably where there's a lot of information stored in Twitter DMs, and then proceed to do nothing other than delete a few tweets and leave his account alone. Especially given his previous day of lying for hours on end to save face, most people on the sub and even in his general Twitter following were skeptical of the story. One person on Twitter took him to task on it. Why did they leave the channel link, stream promotion, and literally everything else? How isn't your Gmail compromised? Dude, just stop. To which Boogie replied, if I was faking this, I would have absolutely deleted those things. If I was faking, I would have left a breadcrumb trail to Kiwi Farms or elsewhere. But they want to frame me as a liar, and you took the bait. Basically, he immediately gets defensive and tries to act as if it's somehow obvious that the supposed hacking couldn't have been his work. Of course, he doesn't provide any proof that he was hacked. He just goes around Twitter getting into petty slap fights with random strangers about how he's definitely not lying. A day later, Boogie claimed that he got his account back and made a tweet claiming that the hacker used the streaming app Mob Crush to hack into his Twitter account. He also posted the IP address of all the recent logins in order to prove that he had been hacked from the app. Mob Crush then made an official statement on Twitter stating that it was impossible for a hacker to gain access to a user's Twitter account in the manner Boogie was describing, and that the IP Boogie had posted was from their own AWS servers, showing that Boogie had indeed lied about being hacked. In typical Boogie fashion, he claimed that the people on the subreddit were lying, and that he indeed had been hacked, but that he could not actually prove his own statements, and all evidence pointed to him being wrong. Came back to Twitter for one thing. Why would I fake a hack to remove those tweets if I was making a video admitting to the thing I deleted? Still no clue how I got hacked, but use your brain. It's pointless to hide a tweet about something that I'm uploading in 24 hours. I mean, he's right, it would be extremely dumb to fake a hack to remove those tweets about something that you're posting within a day. If you really want to talk about what's the most probable explanation to this incident, it's much more likely that Boogie faked the hack in order to have something to make the subreddit that has been outing you as a pathological lying freak look bad. There's something called cui bono, which is the principle that in order for a conspiracy to happen, there must also be someone benefiting from it. Look at who may benefit, and you probably have your culprit. The only person that could possibly benefit from this harmless hack was Boogie himself, since it would only make the subreddit look bad. If there was any compromising information about him that got leaked, then that would cast doubt on it being Boogie at all, because why would he leak that, right? But if there's no compromising information, it's just a hack, the only evidence doesn't seem to add up, and the only account of it is coming from Boogie, well, you can probably guess where it came from. To top this all off, he made a video called Boogie 2988 Exposed, where he claims he's working with the FBI to stop the harassment campaign on him. When people started laughing at this attempt at intimidation en masse, he deleted the video, but luckily for us, it has been re-uploaded. These lies being exposed also called upon another situation that, at the time, nobody had thought to question. In June of 2017, Boogie appeared on the H3 podcast. There, he told a story about how someone on the deep web, in his words, put out a Bitcoin offer to have him assassinated.
the address that gets leaked the first time, eventually get my address right, but the address that gets leaked the first time is my neighbor's address, my friend's address. And so when they put the assassination hit on Tor Network, they sent it to my house. Then to show, like they sent an email to me, hey man, you need to see this.
Given everything we've seen so far, I'd say that's a likely story. It was at this point Boogie got himself into a situation he never expected, and one that gave him the opportunity to be the victim he desperately desired to be seen as. In the middle of 2020, YouTuber Frank Hassel began interacting with Boogie's account online, mocking him for having blocked him and generally being a nuisance towards him. At the time, it seemed like Boogie had no idea who Frank even was. Eventually, this pressure on Steven mounted to the point where he and Frank went at it on the kill stream, which resulted in an extremely one-sided battering on Boogie's pathological lying. In what looks like a desperate attempt to get Frank to relent from attacking him, Boogie DMs Frank saying that he's welcome to kill him as long as Frank doesn't hurt his family, friends, and dog. Frank's trolling campaign on Boogie only became more extreme as time went on, with him posting a picture of himself in front of Boogie's house saying, "This is my house now." Boogie calls his bluff, saying that he won't show up because he's a coward, while simultaneously suggesting that he shouldn't show up because he would be shot. Eventually, as most of you probably already know if you have even a cursory amount of knowledge about Boogie or Frank, eventually this confrontation took place in real life. Frank showed up to Boogie's doorstep with a GoPro strapped to his forehead, insulting Boogie in whatever ways he could think of, and Boogie came out with a revolver. After a couple of minutes of them going back and forth, Boogie shot a warning shot, and Frank left. Though thankfully both parties came out unharmed, Boogie shot a gun in a school zone, which landed him in county jail, which he was bailed out of at the tune of $5,000. When it comes to assessing what happened here morally, there's a strong case to be made that Boogie was unjustly harassed in the situation. But for most people, the ends justified the means because the entire thing was just too funny to ignore. This whole situation made Boogie back away from social media, but this was only temporary, as in June of 2021, he returned with a video about his arrest. Despite everything that had happened, from being arrested, charged for his reckless shooting of a firearm into the air, and the amount of people making fun of him, Boogie had finally managed to recapture some semblance of relevance. This video has more than 600,000 views, which is the best he had done in a while. And for once, he was a genuine victim. He didn't have to lie. He had something real to complain about. This was a make or break moment for Boogie. He was being talked about by Scarce, Drama Alert, and every internet news outlet under the sun. He could either spin this story into another wave of popularity by making some genuinely great content now that he had all eyes on him, or repeat the mistakes of his past and once again fade into irrelevance. As you can probably guess, we didn't get the good ending. For the past half-decade, Boogie has had a pretty dedicated group of observers going over all of his controversies and compiling information about him. Apart from Sam and Tolkien, which was banned, many of these guys congregate on the typical lolcow sites. After the subreddit that talked about Boogie was shut down, the discussions were relegated either to lolcow itself, which was far from being as easy to access and normie-friendly as Reddit and Kiwi Farms. A lot of people treat the farms like they treat 4chan, as an evil boogeyman that does nothing but harm. PR-wise, Boogie had it easy, as his most fervent opponents started out with the massive disadvantage of being known as the gathering spot for the scum of the earth. Much like 4chan, for every good and informative post that's backed up by evidence and well-done research, there's 3 or more posts spewing absolute nonsense. But if you're in the business of researching eccentric, esoteric, and otherwise extraordinarily screwed people, as I am, you're condemned to sit through it with the patience of a Buddhist monk. As it turns out, the Boogie thread on Kiwi Farms is gigantic, with over 1,200 pages of nothing but people dunking on the guy. Personally, despite all I've covered, I don't hate him as much as I feel pity and annoyance, but that's besides the point. More recently, a development from the site has been the idea that Boogie is currently running sock accounts to get back at his haters. It all started with Boogie Truth, a Twitter account that has collected content that criticizes Boogie for quite some time. As you can see, it's relatively small and doesn't get a ton of engagement, getting 20 likes on a tweet on a good day. Enter this post on Kiwi, where someone is remarking that this account, NightlyGirl4, is responding to the Boogie Truth account saying, well, maybe if it weren't for the hate sites and stalkers, he wouldn't have to worry about staying off social media. We also have a reply to Shoe on Head saying, that. Now, if we go to Twitter to take a look at this account, we can see that the only thing they do for the most part is interact with Boogie. They retweet all of his stuff, they compliment him, they insult anyone who is critical of him, and they have a particular hatred for Frank Hassel, who at this point was seen as Boogie's arch nemesis. They tweeted H3 trying to get Ethan's attention to talk about Boogie, and they weirdly insult Boogie's dad and call him a rapist. This is quite unusual, since people were already heavily doubtful of Boogie's stories about his CSA, to the point where the thought of anyone calling him a rapist based on the things Boogie Boogie has said was far-fetched. When taking a look at the bio for this account, we see she describes herself as a cute goth girl just living her life. Now, if we look at Google Images and simply type in cute goth girl, this is one of the first results, so this obviously isn't her. Whoever made this account just ripped it and used it as a profile picture, but that's not abnormal, right? A lot of people use pics that don't belong to them or pics of other people as their profile images. But let's be honest here for a second, what person self-identifying as a cute goth girl would be a fan of Boogie2988 of all people? And not just a fan, mind you, an obsessive fan who does nothing but talk to and about Boogie all day. Sure, anyone can make a Twitter account and claim to be whoever, so it might be some anon that's a Boogie fan pretending to be a cute goth girl. However, who has the motivation to be a steadfast defender of Boogie in modern day besides Boogie himself? This incongruence was accentuated when another similar account began popping up, this one called Busty Girl 69. This account was suspended, but from a screenshot we can see that it was made the same month as the other account, with the same super basic bio scheme as well as a picture of some random chick from Google Images with a flag for a banner. One noteworthy interaction from this person was that when someone messaged them, being admittedly pretty mean, they took it very personally, sending back an image of Goatsy accompanied by the following message: "Fuck you, piece of shit, scrotal-faced hate stalker. Fuck you, Kiwi Farms. Fuck Frank. You guys cause me more stress and I hope you die. Get blocked." This sounds quite like a certain YouTuber we've come to know and despise. It almost reads like breaking character, clear as day. Not only because the reaction was so angry, but also because Frank and Kiwi Farms are explicitly singled out, which just reeks of Boogie being extremely salty about having his good guy persona picked apart so brutally by them. Another account, this one called Nocturnal Walrus, was created a month apart from the other two, also following the same format, with a typical praise for Boogie and fixation on his haters. Someone did the diligence of comparing the times of interaction on the Nocturnal Walrus account, and we see that on April 29th, Boogie's first tweet of the day was at 4:24 p.m. Coincidentally, the first tweet of the day on the Nocturnal Walrus account was just a few minutes later. Boogie also went out of his way to respond to them specifically. Now, it's worth noting that the account posting this then goes on to call Boogie a morbidly obese pedo, only half of which is true.
You. I knew the Empire used dishonorable tactics, but the ghost of the desert, do you know what it does to people?
The transformation is impressive.
Within the first minute, that terror changed good villagers into murderous machines. There's a war going on in these caves. Now I'll give my brothers the chance to win by keeping you from interfering.
You'll die, along with everyone else in this village.
Ah, for Palawa, I'll fight until our blood becomes an oasis.
Not your time yet.
Jimunda.
Che, te loktes tanji lui asak.
Perfection is my goal, Master.
but the screenshots are certainly compelling. This is followed up with a more compelling post comparing the dates, and we see that this is a trend for this account. They always respond to Boogie, they only respond to Boogie, and the times always line up. The more people looked into these patterns, the more similar accounts turned up. Eventually, word of this made its way around Twitter until it found its way back to Boogie, who decided to respond with his usual spiel, claiming that people will believe anything anyone says about him and claiming it's ridiculous to think he would ever pull such a thing, when he obviously would pull such a thing given his track record. People out here believe that anyone who says something positive about me is just me on another account. Isn't it wrong to say something nice? This is yet another example of Boogie's not so confident in himself on this tweet. Here, while he does imply that the account is not his, he doesn't actually claim it. Instead, he suggests that people begin saying positive things about him to prove that he isn't the only person who could say good things about himself. Clearly, he's begging for some kind of validation from his fans, who now are more scattered than ever since the guy they were a fan of was self-destructing in front of his own audience. Some people bought this defense from him, but I have to say that, if you did, then you either don't know much about Boogie or you're desperate to believe in this nice guy narrative. All in all, for whatever qualities he may have, Boogie is severely terminally online and has been for way too long, which is bad enough if you have no mental issues. He's been known to lie very flagrantly for weeks on end to make himself look like a victim in situations, and I honestly believe that he's the one running these stock accounts. It's either that, or someone is trying to frame him by making him account, but at this rate, we have a boy who cried wolf situation where, even if Boogie isn't the one pulling the strings this time, his rep is so bad that it will never be figured out. Even if he has lied in the past, I don't think he would accept defeat this quickly. It doesn't really make sense to me. Furthermore, Boogie specifically sought out the replies of this account to respond to this person, accusing the account of being an alt rather than address it publicly. You would think that with all the hate he gets, he would be able to just ignore it, but he has consistently shown himself completely unable to let go. Time and time again, he compulsively has to go through the replies, expose himself to all the vitriol, and engage with it. I mean, even if there was a troll doing this, they would have to be the least intelligent troll ever. What is the point of pretending that Boogie runs alts to respond to people? What actual damage would that even do when you compare it to the massive list of other lies he's told? This pales in comparison to the swatting. Plus, the overarching truth of the matter is, it actually doesn't matter at all to anyone whether the alts are his or not. Well, to anyone except Steven. He needs everybody to know that in his free time. He's definitely not making fake accounts to pretend that he has dedicated fans, who all happen to be super hot cutie 3.14s, by the way. One of the most revisited parts of Boogie's backstory is the fact that poverty is something that lives in his background. From growing up dirt poor, to living in his brother's apartment in his early adulthood, to being on disability for a total of 3 years from age 34 to 37, Boogie has always had a issue. After he began making some off of YouTube, this issue was soothed to a great extent, but as it turns out, the problem isn't just with money itself, but with the mentality he has when it comes to finance. In 2017, about a decade into his YouTube career, Boogie took an interest in cryptocurrencies. That January, Bitcoin's value broke the $1,000 barrier. It then doubled, tripled, and by the end of the year skyrocketed to over 19 grand. This immense growth led many people to become millionaires overnight. That included some YouTubers, of whom Boogie became quite envious of. He tweeted out, "Remember when Bitcoin was 800 bucks? I had 10K in savings at that time and didn't invest because I didn't believe it would increase in value. That would have sold for over $200,000 today. I hate myself." He then lamented that he'll never be a millionaire now, which is probably only true if he's talking about liquidity, because if we're to consider his house part of his net worth, he's most definitely a millionaire already. Many were quick to point out that his hesitancy to invest was a good thing, as you shouldn't invest more than you're willing to lose. To Boogie, however, all he saw was that other people got something that he didn't, and he was unwilling to hear a second opinion. Though no one can know for sure, it's perhaps that goal that led him to treat his investments as tools for gambling. After seeing how much he could have made on Bitcoin, Boogie bought a small amount of Ethereum at a friend's recommendation. They told him it was projected to grow 10 times in value. It was priced at $120 at the time, which places his purchase in May of 2017. Ethereum grew throughout the year, reaching over 1,000 by January 2018. This meant Boogie made 8 times his initial investment, a massive relief during an otherwise stressful point in time. You see, just weeks prior was when his then wife filed for divorce. Though Boogie got to keep the house and car, she was given half their savings. While this still left him with more money than what a lot of people see in their lifetime, it pushed him into a midlife crisis. He claimed that during their marriage, he spent next to nothing, which, again, I'd safely venture to say is some major cap. Because because of this, he attempted to recapture his youth by indulging in toys. He then refurnished the house, spending thousands on new furniture. And as previously mentioned, Boogie created an account on a sugar baby website to find some poor girl he could spend extravagant amounts of cash on. There, he listed his net worth at $500,000 and an annual income of $150,000. He later claims that this helped him cope and dull the feelings of loneliness. Unfortunately, this prosperity came to an end when crypto began to plummet. Bitcoin dipped as low as $3,000, with other currencies faring far worse. Ethereum's fall was one of the most drastic, losing 94% of its value over a year. Once again, Boogie kicked himself for not trusting his gut. I thought about selling off my initial investment in crypto when Ethereum was worth $1,500. Now it's worth $500 and falling. Easy come, easy go, I guess. I've lost so much in Ethereum this month that if I lost every dime of this, I wouldn't even notice. It's important to remember that back then, crypto was just something he toyed around with, as Boogie had far more lucrative revenue streams. In 2013, he claimed he was making $25,000 a year on YouTube alone. This amount obviously went up as he became more popular, but it was eventually threatened during the adpocalypse of the late 2010s, in which advertisers became more strict in what they were willing to support. His main channel was caught in the crossfire, being blacklisted for many ads. Thanks to his positive reputation, however, he wasn't affected as heavily as others. He was able to recoup a significant amount through merch sales and sponsorships, which by 2019 he claims made up 90% of his income. He made so much, in fact, that it was during this time that Tesla debacle happened, and him claiming he put a down payment on one. Had he maintained this, Boogie would likely still be fine today in spite of his woes. But in the background, a controversy began to erupt. As previously mentioned, after his divorce, glimpses of his manipulative and malicious behavior began to become more and more apparent. This left many fans disillusioned with Boogie and his content, especially after Lucy Fox's video on him. So they began digging, uncovering a long history of bizarre statements and inconsistencies. By the time Sam and Tolkien got to him, there was a decent case to be made that he was a pathological liar, among a host of other terrible traits. This erupted in February 2019 when the mega threads were made. This was then adapted into a YouTube video by Christopher Tom, which has nearly 4 million views. The deconstruction of his persona and the subsequent backlash recapped his career. Consequently, there was an immense pressure on sponsors to distance themselves from him. By mid-2020, Boogie claims that his 4 million sub channel was generating little to no income. By making a few bucks, it's not enough to call it a living. Patreon only brings in $130 a month because I never promote it. I make maybe a few hundred a month with donations, as I never stream. AdSense is mostly non-existent. Sponsors are rare. Thankfully, there was one last refuge for Boogie, the Ethereum from all those years back that he never sold. For years, he continued to hold out hope that one day it'd go straight to the moon. Because he publicly mourned his losses a year prior, to say people were skeptical is an understatement. They restlessly waited for the day that he lost it all. And in every other aspect of his life, that year was soul-crushing. In addition to losing his main source of income, he got into his very public feud with Frank Hassel, which ended in Boogie firing a quote-unquote warning shot that resulted in his arrest. Now, in addition to his already fleeting income, he had to hire an attorney, being forced to spend over $30,000 on trying to keep himself out of jail. But perhaps, as a rare moment of divine intervention, Boogie hit the crypto jackpot. In March of 2020, Ethereum was priced at approximately $130. It appreciated slowly until October when the value increased rapidly. By January, it was worth over $1,200, and 3 months later, that doubled. This growth continued until November, with the currency peaking at nearly $4,500. Boogie was undoubtedly rolling in it at this point. But, like in many other instances, this second chance quickly began being abused. Boogie started bragging shortly after the first 1,000. He wasted no time rubbing it in the faces of the Redditors, saying, "Whenever the market does well, I think back to an old Reddit post earlier this year during the crash that said, 'Thank God Boogie's losing all his money. How spiteful this person must have been that he hoped millions of people would go broke so I could lose my meager savings.' He then announced he'd be quitting YouTube as he no longer needed a job. This is because he invested far more in crypto than he let on. In the summer of 2019, Boogie was very openly suicidal. He even threatened to take his own life at VidCon, forcing several YouTubers to intervene. It was this unwillingness to live that led him to contemplate. He claims that if he was going to die anyway, he may as well gamble away his savings. So, at the supervision of Jesse from McJuggernuggets, he put all of his life savings into crypto. This would all be revealed in a video he uploaded on January 18th titled, "I'm Finally Rich, How Crypto Made Me Rich." While Boogie doesn't state exactly how much he made, he stipulates that it wasn't even close to $1 million. But as Ethereum continued to rise, that attitude changed. Just over a week later, he would tweet out, "So remember I made that video saying I was rich, meaning I'm stable and well off? If crypto keeps doing this, I'll actually be a millionaire for the first time in my life. I did the calculations, and if I was able to cash out right around $1 million, I could retire. Never worry about money again. Travel the world, get surgery to remove this, take care of my friends, drugs, also hookers and cocaine, I guess. In true Boogie fashion, he continued bragging while feigning humility. In one tweet, he claimed to feel guilty for making so much money because he couldn't share it. But it's obvious he just wanted to flaunt his newfound wealth as he fixated on the mythical 7 figures. He would tweet over and over again about how he hoped to become a millionaire. Thank God I invested and got lucky. Not a millionaire yet. Maybe one day. After my crypto passes 1 million, I'll get the Model X and make it a future car. When my crypto investments finally make me a millionaire, I'm going to have hot nurses giving me my Mountain Dew intravenously. This is no coincidence. Even before investing is an aspiration we tweet about often. In October 2016, shortly before his ads were undercut, he wanted to earn $1 million within 3 years. Weeks later, that goal changed to 1 year. Of course, once he lost both his ads and sponsors, this became infeasible. That is, until crypto offered him one final chance, and by late February, Boogie tripled his life savings. This was well more than enough for him to live comfortably. Given he admitted it was the gamble of a suicidal man, one would expect him to withdraw. But oddly, he seemed convinced it was safer in Ethereum. He spoke of it as if it were a bank, noting that his money was better there and out of their reach. Instead of pulling it out, he attempted to diversify by taking more and more risks on random coins with basically no backing. Though it's uncertain how many he bought, some can be ascertained through Twitter. Not only was Boogie being greedy, he was also exhibiting signs of pride, as he began investing as if he actually had a good understanding of what made certain cryptos valuable and others not, instead of investing with the understanding that he had gotten lucky. For example, Boogie bought a few $100s worth of Luna. This would end up being a 99.9% loss, dropping to just 2 cents. Even when he did make money, the gains were then funneled into losses. He put $3 grand into Dogecoin of all things, only to profit $2,000. However, the money was then put into GME during the GameStop short squeeze. Despite claiming multiple times he would walk away from crypto for security, he never did. Instead, he wasted away hundreds of thousands of dollars in a desperate attempt to earn more. By the end of the year, he became much quieter about his investments, and it would take until 2022 for him to admit why. On February 23rd, he admitted to making so many bad trades he was back to a break-even investment point. Within 12 months, he managed to lose $500,000. This
Fields online. Keep it that way. I don't want the artifact powering up again. I heard the explosion. I take it the contamination site's been cleared?
The Sons of Palawa village is no more.
It's a pity. Even tribals don't deserve to be obliterated because of some alien relic. Those artifacts Zerka found, they must be capable of infecting people, transforming them. I don't know why you'd build a device like that. But some species did, long before humans lived on Tatooine. And the Reclamation Service has the job of bringing those artifacts home. Are you with us?
Sounds like you've got your fire back, Captain.
I had my moment of doubt. I saw Keela, Perrin, and Ban die because of it. What we've just experienced, the artifact powering on the takeover, I'm willing to bet Zerka went through the same thing. If we knew where to start looking for Zerka's base, we could scan for the artifact's power signal, track down the laboratory. Too bad Siltha didn't get more data.
The base is in the Sand People's cursed land. These drawings should show the way.
This? It's primitive, but it looks like a native map. We'll check its age, calculate the geographical changes since its creation.
I think we have it, sir. The natives' forbidden zone is in Sector 22G. I can start outfitting a probe immediately. Once you're in position, use this signal device to call the droid. It'll launch from here.
In the meantime, we've got friends to bury.
This itself would be bad enough, but just a few months later, even that would be lost. That same June, the crypto market experienced a massive downturn. This resulted in it shedding nearly 60% of its total market cap, a loss of over $2 trillion. This universal decline caused Boogie to incur a loss of over 6 figures.
How's the crypto crash hitting you? Not great! I will take your subscriptions today. I would definitely take your donations and subscriptions today. Crypto market crash is not
fun. I am sweating it. I'm sweating bullets, boys. You remember this time a year ago I made a video saying I'll never have to work again and I'm fine and everything else? Should have pulled out of the market then. I did not. I mean, I think it's going to go back up at one point, but, you know, for it is right now, scary times, boys.
Ethereum alone decreased to a third of its price, dropping from $3,000 to just $1,000 in a few months. Boogie remained hopeful, desperate to retain that illusion that he was still wealthy. But as what remained of his savings began to dry up, he was forced to accept the truth. Up until this point, no one knew how truly bad things had gotten. But then on October 5th, Boogie uploaded a video simply titled, "I Need Your Help."
The bad reason is I'm finally in a position where I have to get back to work. And I'm not making any excuses here. You know I spent a tremendous amount of money on dumb things. But the biggest issue is that I had a nice big nest egg. I took some financial advice from a friend, and I'm not pointing fingers necessarily. I took the advice, but I put my money in the crypto market in the wrong section, and I pretty much lost most of everything.
After publicly gloating that YouTube was no longer his job, Boogie begrudgingly returned. He briefly explains what happened, blaming advice he took from a friend. The rest is exactly what you would expect. He desperately begs his audience for money while promising new Francis videos. He calls upon them to buy his merchandise, use his referral links, and send super chats. Of course, this was rather unconvincing, and the video was received extremely poorly, receiving an overwhelming 18,000 dislikes compared to 10,000 likes. The comments were filled with people mocking him and telling him to get a job. In response, he reminded them that he was disabled and a felon. For unrelated reasons, here's a clip from March of this year before the crash.
When people tell me to go get a real job, it makes me laugh because I'm not going to go work harder to make less money. That might be your choice. It definitely ain't going to be mine.
Though Boogie doesn't name whose advice he took, he would provide more clues on Twitter. In March, Boogie tweeted about STORJ. He stated that experts consider the coin undervalued and worth looking into. The price plummeted, causing many to criticize him for giving bad financial advice. In response, he claimed to have not lost much and that anyone who thought otherwise was a moron. Well, after uploading the video, he wrote a thread admitting that he did, in fact, lose a lot on it. 100% this. I took bad financial advice from a friend who promised he would bail me out if things went bad. Things went bad and he did not. Really stupid of me. Please tell us the shitcoin. You're gonna laugh. Storage. This alludes to the same offer explicitly referenced to be from McJuggernuggets. Interestingly, Boogie claims to have severed the friendship in a reply. In a different thread, he states that he hasn't spoken to Jesse in 8 months. It seems like after realizing how much he'd lost, Boogie attempted to take him up on the deal. It wasn't honored and the two had a falling out. The same day this video came out, Jesse was called out by an ex-friend for allegedly misgendering her on purpose. This led to a massive back and forth as Boogie stepped to her defense. He would even film a statement for the Keemstar show where a 3-hour breakdown of the drama was Jesse responded by accusing him of ulterior motives, claiming he weaponized the issue for his personal problems.
Behind the camera with the fake tears and Boogie and everyone's trying to put their bitter resentment, their personal problems towards me and weaponize it with this whole transgender shit. Jesse, you're trying to manipulate everybody because that's all you fucking do.
He elaborated in a Twitter video the next day, though surprisingly revealed an entirely different reason. In Jesse's words, they fell out because one of Boogie's friends brought 2 prostitutes to his Halloween party without permission. Apparently, they drunkenly started fingering each other to the point of staining his carpet with blood. Jesse's father kicked them out, only for the friend to drunkenly put him through a table. Boogie was allegedly filming all of this, which led Jesse's dad to lecture him on being disrespectful. They got into an argument, resulting in Boogie and his friend being kicked out and forced to stay at a hotel.
Any idea who it's coming from?
Patching it through now. Is this thing working? Blast. Security Officer Gromick here. I'm the last man out. We've been ordered to seal Zerka's Secret Weapons Division 7. The base was compromised. We thought we had the problem contained to the artifact cave, but it didn't last. Okay, sealing the doors now. Anyone who sees this, don't come in. You don't want to. You really don't want to. They lost the whole base. Imagine that. We've got fragmentary codes and coordinates, but you'll need to run additional scans to unlock the base. There may be more messages, too. We both know if anything is still alive in that base, you're our best chance of retrieving Zerka's artifacts. You'll have to go alone.
Only a Sith can understand true ancient power.
I like to think my years with the Reclamation Service count for something. But this is how it has to happen. Gola out.
Boogie refuted this by posting a video of these ladies of the night making out, but it's since been deleted. It did show he wasn't filming in the specific clip, but other than that, the circumstances remain unclear. It seems strange that if Jesse was responsible for the advice, it wouldn't come up. Boogie is dead set on blaming that friend for his current situation, stating, "I wasn't living beyond my means, I just rested it all on the advice of a friend and it didn't pan out. What can I say? I'm an idiot." Boogie would manage to collect nearly 1,000 in donations. Not a lot, but more than you'd expect. He also made hundreds by signing and selling Magic the Gathering cards. On YouTube, it appears he's begun to embrace whatever tactics are necessary to get clicks. He released a follow-up video thanking supporters while reading nice and mean comments. The thumbnail, meanwhile, contains an edited photo of his face to make him appear wider. This is an explicit attempt to monetize hate clicks, showing just how far he's fallen from being the most wholesome man on the internet. Besides the usual vlogging and the desperate attempts at more Francis videos, he returned to form, making videos about his weight and potentially losing it. He even recruited yet another fitness YouTuber to help him out with his umpteenth weight loss journey. I don't want to become cynical about this because, on some level, I think that most people hope he'll become healthy and live the rest of his life in peace. But considering that Boogie seems less interested in peace and more in attention and money, I fear that this guy is just wasting his time. On November 15th, 2022, Boogie uploaded a video titled, "I have a rare form of cancer." Unfortunately, it seems like he's not lying at all, especially considering that's what his father passed away from. Though we usually look at online influencers and content creators as sources of entertainment and nothing else, it really does seem like Boogie is staring straight at the potential end of his life in a not too distant future, and we get to see just what he does with his last days. By March 1st, he posted a video where he talks about going a month off of his antidepressants, meaning that he is quite literally not taking his meds. And though I can't really say what the effects of doing this were, this kind of screwing around with the medicine you get prescribed is seriously as bad as it gets. It's also worth noting that in this video you can see him drinking Mountain Dew. He's also posted several videos talking about his experiences with psychedelics since then, saying he's reached multiple revelations about himself as a person and who he is. Whether these various epiphanies will mean anything to his future, I can't say. As much as he's
catalog of the cave artifacts, which register as over 20,000 years old. You think that would narrow down the possible creators, wouldn't you? There weren't many societies capable of space travel in that period. But I can't find any society or species that fits these criteria. Even Gree technology isn't comparable. Anyway, Dr. Lyric and I will study the primary device and assign lesser relics to the others to keep them busy. Hopefully, we'll find something useful. Zerka's going to make a fortune off this stuff if we can figure it out. End log.
he's gone through and as intelligent and conscious of his own actions as he may seem, it does look like he's stuck in a cycle of doing bad things, doubling down, pushing everybody away from him, then feeling sorry for himself, rinse and repeat. Despite all of the videos he makes acknowledging how unwell of a person he truly is, none of it is to any avail, as it's just a matter of time until he's back doing his usual shtick. It doesn't feel at all like he's trying to change. More so, it seems like he's trying to cash into the credit his audience has extended to him and milk it for everything that it's worth. Even if you can still muster sympathy for him, there's always the fear in the background that as soon as he's given any leeway again, he'll go back to being his normal self. Hopefully I'm wrong. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Good evening and welcome. This is the news. Australian basketball player Josh Giddey is under investigation by the NBA after social media posts showed he had an alleged relationship with a minor. Giddey has said, "I had no idea she was a Joey. I thought it was a fully grown Roo."
This is Director
Politico
Antayan
posted
speaking.
an article
As you
titled
know,
5
worker
Ways Democrats Are
safety is
Coping
one
with
of
Biden's
Zerka's
Terrible
top
Polls.
priorities, and
Coming
we
in at
take
number 1,
accidents
relaxing at your whites
seriously.
only beach house.
Therefore, due to concerns
Senator
surrounding
Elizabeth
studies of the
Warren has
device,
urged
we
the
are
government to
implementing
investigate
a new
America's
policy.
sandwich shop monopoly.
Anyone wishing to
After Subway
perform a
was bought by the
physical
owner of Jimmy
inspection
John's,
of the
as a
device
Native
must
American,
get
Warren
written
knows all too well the
authorization
dangers
from
of one group
myself
taking over
and
another
Dr.
to form a
Daigo.
monopoly.
Research using droids and remote scanners may continue normally.
A New
Please
York
note that
corrections
this does
officer
not
was
affect our
arrested after
division's
allegedly
overall
forcing an
schedule.
inmate to perform sexual acts. The inmate said that it isn't what he had in mind when the judge sentenced him to serve 5 to 7.
After a surprise inspection, alarming conditions were discovered at the prison Ghislaine Maxwell is being held, including mold, rodents, and water leaks plugged with tampons. After finding out the mold was almost 13 years old, Janae... After finding out the mold was almost 13 years old, Ghislaine immediately tried flying Tom Hanks out to fuck it.
I want my concerns on the record before more people get hurt. I'm worried about the device. Its energy readings keep fluctuating, and it appears to be trying to link with the lesser artifacts. I think it's a weapon, maybe a bomb. Sopran's theory about it being a Gree Enclave creation are inane. We've already got evidence of an ancient alien civilization visiting Tatooine, and they weren't Gree. We've seen similar technology in the Kashyyyk Shadowlands. I'm sure the Infinite Empire is tied to the device's origins, no matter what anyone says, and I'm tired of being ignored.
Well, Dr. Lyric is gone. He's put in for a transfer and is heading back to Anchorhead, taking one of the lesser relics with him. Good riddance. He was a pain to work with. Still. Lyric's theory about an ancient infinite empire and a master alien species was fringe science at best, but some of his data makes sense. I'm going to run a new series of tests tomorrow, using a remote arm to open up the device. We'll see where it goes from there.
This is Director Antayan to all Zerka employees. Please listen and remain calm. A few minutes ago, we experienced a minor equipment failure in the main laboratory. As a precaution, we are initiating lockdown procedures. Do not attempt to override the system, so the computers will respond with force. Stay where you are, and you'll be alerted when the situation resolves.
Tasmen jetzt verfolgbar, egal jetzt die.
Thank you for waiting on that. And welcome to Normal World. Yes, wasn't it? Yes.
Okay.
Tonight, we are joined, well, first of all, I'm Dave Landau.
I'm Quarterback.
And as usual, we have...
Hi, Angela. What's up?
Hello, everybody. And tonight we are joined by the hosts of the podcast Cancel Weekly, Gerard Michaels and Candace.
Hey!
Thank you very much for coming.
Two of the three hosts, I'd be remiss to leave out our third musketeer, old Mickey Gall, back in Jersey, chilling out. But Cancel Weekly, yeah, thanks, man.
Couldn't be here because we didn't have enough seats.
Yeah, we're seatless.
We only have 4.
Yeah.
We've requested a 5th.
He likes to stand anyways.
Yeah.
That true?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He stands the whole time.
We could have got a standing mic.
Yeah.
We actually probably couldn't. Oh, no, wait, maybe we could have.
There might be one in the back.
Just right where the tree is.
That's true.
Just have him stand here. We don't have a camera. Just stand off screen and talk.
Speaking of trees, the White House National Christmas tree, a towering 40-foot Norway spruce, toppled to the ground on Tuesday afternoon. Many have taken to social media to say that it was the perfect metaphor for the current Biden administration. They, of course, made a statement defending themselves, but let's take a look.
Yeah.
Is this a Jacqueline juicer? I asked for a Jacqueline juicer. This doesn't sound like a Jacqueline juicer. It just sounds like more socks, you sock slinging. SOS is so.
Hey, don't use that kind of language. Come on. It's not even Christmas.
Did you get the receipt?
Get out of here. Come on.
He's gonna die by 2024.
I don't think that was really Biden, guys.
I think it's like a conspiracy that they've like got a Biden puppet in there.
I think so. That's true. He didn't even mention the word black once.
There was a racial jungle treason.
You're a pretty good spy.
Oh, it's not hard.
It's never hard, but he still sniffs girls.
Oh no. Those girls are lucky.
Yes.
Hey, Braggle. Braggle black.
Somehow he always shoehorns in black in there. This past Sunday, Disneyland goers in California got a surprise package, and it's not from Mickey. It's a streaker.
Guessing this.
Is it the Tunnel of Love?
No, it's a small world. Yeah.
Oh, he did it to himself. I was in the pool.
This is my favorite part where they're taking him out. Oh no.
This is almost better than the Rumble in Toontown. Did you ever see that fight in Toontown?
Oh, yes.
Ooh.
Is that guy upset that he couldn't be a Disney princess like the other guy, or what's the...
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because we actually found out the man winning drugs, and we now have hidden camera footage of the person selling him. Well, let's just show it.
Hey! Would you like a photo with Cinderella?
No. Do you even work here?
I take photos with children.
It's not really an answer.
Do you like drugs?
I do.
Why don't you try some of these? And then go take a trip on It's a Small World After All.
All right. So that's how it happened. So
Disney has a lot of weird cameras in their bushes.
They do, and
voyeuristic and disturbing.
I think it's always important that if a princess that looks like Kurt Cobain tries to give you free drugs, don't take them.
Free drugs?
Yeah. Okay.
It's a trick.
And if it's free, it's pregnant. mouse like.
Days, yeah.
Cheese is free. It's a trap.
You know what? That's true.
A mouse told me that once.
And you think that a mouse like that at Disney World would know?
A mouse would know.
A mouse would.
Early word gets the bird. Early bird gets the worm.
Two in the bush.
Yes.
Yes, two in the bush.
Two in the bush and you rock.
Oh yeah.
It was one in the stink.
Yeah.
Right.
Our government's had two.
We have good ideas.
What else?
I don't know. I'll tell you what, though. Speaking of bushes, an Associated Press reporter for the British government found serious failings this week at multiple hospitals where an electrician who was moonlighting as a murderer was able to have sex with more than 100 corpses over a 15-year period. Obviously, they weren't having periods. But this was over a 15-year period without being detected. 100 corpses.
How many corpses are just left around with nobody guarding them?
Yeah, but I mean, people just assume that you're not going to have sex with them, but I think Jimmy Seville made you realize. Well, a lot of them, they actually
Don't go Brazil.
range from the age.
Well, hair keeps growing after you're dead. I mean, is that
Your fingernails, right?
fingernails? Is it a myth?
Because your skin pulls back and it makes your hair look like.
I think your nails still grow.
Yeah.
Have you ever gone grave robbing?
I haven't, so I'm not sure.
Well, one of us knows.
Opening mine at a party, just get the small talk.
Just go, excuse me, you ever been grave robbing?
Hey, everybody.
I was the missing person at the party.
Yeah, you're like, that's a nice ring. Would you like a nicer one? Have you ever... You're pulling up to like a Dodge mausoleum. You're like, I know there's goodies in there.
You like someone's shoes? You're like, you got a plot picked out there, bud? Or?
Yeah, where are you gonna be staying in the afterlife? You look a little old. You look all COVID-y.
You're not planning on cremation, are you, weirdo?
Yeah, that'd be gross.
I want to be around a
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a little love.
Rigor mortis, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Always hard.
Yeah, you're not the only one that's hard in that situation.
Exactly.
You and the corpse. But the necrophiliac electrician is David Fuller. He's been serving a life sentence for murder, which is how homicide detectives uncovered multiple videos and pictures of Fuller having sex with corpses of women and girls ages from 9 years old to, I was running up with it.
Not funny.
9 years old to 100.
I got funny.
9 to 100. I mean, at least he's not discriminating. So, wow, that is...
So, okay, hold on.
I'm sorry, I
So
don't
he's a murderer on the side, also electrician, but he's getting access to dead bodies at the hospital?
I guess he was a murderer enough to let him out to do some work.
No, like before he was busted for that.
Oh,
he
for
was
murder.
Okay, so these
We
things
got
are
access
two
to the
separate things.
Murderers still got to pay the bills, guys.
That's true.
That's true. You're not... He wasn't dodging taxes, so he's not a complete monster.
That's good.
John Wayne Gacy was a party clown, so he's got
Very true. At least he
got a real job.
He waited for the 9-year-old to be dead.
Yeah, before, yeah. It's not like she... Yeah, and I mean, it's true. And maybe she died at 9, and by that point, she could have been 10.
Oh my god.
Candace, you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, well, hey, how are you doing over there?
Efter det ser bjäran tördammar hebje. Bibien fruktar mig fel töfnamma kappe.
You called yourself the imprisoned one.
Das BLB tisere basamana. Das matzenke yujum. Maestrame hunuba. Kefter da sebia batur da marhebie.
Harsh punishment? What were you trying to do?
Redhead yadlest hakoliti för det. Jagdiv mule helem. Zies ni tridak. Das matzenke yujum. Maestrame hunuba.
How do you propose to do that?
Yes, you did kuno. Mehekadin ilerte. Temor, tohetelorn sabiens tentators, telerestia.
I lost you there.
There.
Thanks for bringing me on.
Well, I hope you
Breaking me in.
I hope you stay alive long enough. And if you don't,
I mean, I usually
oh,
over the
hey.
my odds in this room.
If you're still with us, you're awesome.
I haven't turned this off for good reason. Bear in mind that we're not the ones who did it.
Yes.
We're simply reporting the story.
Commenting on the facts.
And I'm going to go ahead and take a real moral stance here and say I disagree with it.
What? I agree
If
with
anyone
you.
was wondering.
Why do you... you know what? Nope.
I want to know where you're going.
You said old Phil Hartman SNL sketch where they're like, we promise not to have sex with the bodies. And it's like Phil Hartman climbing on the bodies.
And how'd that work out for old Phil?
Well, later in life.
So apparently, okay, so by the way, he was supposed to fix these refrigeration systems at the place, right? And,
Oh, so he's just checking the temperature to see if there's meters.
yeah, but he entered the facility as many times as 444 times in 1 year. That's twice a day every work day.
100 corpses over 15 years. I could fit in
No,
more
he's
than
but
that.
he's getting in there 444 times.
A
This is
year?
before
A year.
he murdered someone. Or
He's
this is
getting in
probably
there or she's
Wow.
getting in there?
Wow.
So he's coming back and being like, I wasn't sure if I fixed it right. And they go, you do this every day. And
And
nobody
the most
thought...
insane thing is he was looking at who died of COVID-19 and he wanted to be selective. I'm so serious. I'm so serious.
Well, I mean, you don't want to...
That's not the worst thing that you're gonna catch from a dead body.
You don't want to stick your...
Look, I don't want to deal with any...
COVID.
Gross.
I lost you there.
I have
Banging a dead tween.
Blink twice if you don't consent.
What is up with that?
Hey, I don't hear any complaints.
Can you imagine? Like, this guy goes in the room, and you're just outside, you're the security guard, and you gotta listen to all that. You're like, you know what? It's better. It's better if I'm making $12 an hour.
It's just gonna sound like electrician work in there.
Yeah.
Do you think this guy had friends?
These wires sound a lot like a man having sex with a corpse.
I'm no electrician, but
He's always coming out of the room really sweaty.
Why would the government? It's so odd. Like the hospitals he works at belong to a trust from the National Health Service in the UK, so he's government ran. Okay. The NHS is now trying to remedy this by recommending surveillance cameras in every mortuary, which you would assume were already there.
Yeah.
So
Wouldn't there be like tampering with evidence if anyone was there under questionable circumstances, autopsies, all of that?
right, that's a good point.
Is that a different
really good
board?
point?
You're like, oh, these are special evidence bodies.
No, I'd imagine it's all the same. Just It's gotta be expensive with the refrigeration, chemicals to preserve the body. They're probably all local.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You would assume they're all in the same place, so anybody who wanted to
Ring camera on that place?
You think they would have had a ring?
Well, and the craziest part is that he was doing all of this while, like, he wasn't breaking in at night. He was going in during the day when people were working a 9 to 5.
So they were just like, hey, Mr. Fuller, and he's about, I'm about to get emptier.
Somebody's gonna be full.
Get it? Because it's nuts. All right.
Lemeta empty runs. Ziniesti hidruli. Das brule fehed andanqua. Das matzenke yujum. Maestra mehuruba.
Surrender yourself and the artifacts.
Hefne havne. Jesle nixte destilia. Jesje jedle kuno. Mehekadine lerte. Adgelo lekokien me tajaben. Habib yeke.
I'll spare you in return for your service. Be grateful.
Yetemer zunanye. Ame kontia stemeta.
I'm trying to make this fun.
So this is Christmas.
The best time of the year. Holly jolly. Holly jolly. That's Holly right there. She's got a toe tag that says Holly.
Holly.
Some said they had a local trust in the NHL leadership. They don't anymore. I'm not sure what happened. Who are the other? But there are others that still have full faith in this, which brings us to Army Hammer. Do you guys know of Army Hammer?
Do you know the backstory, the lore?
Only a little bit. Just I saw the text messages that some of the women were sharing. They were saying that he had a kink, and he wanted to pretend to eat them.
Yes.
And then they made a documentary about it.
Isn't he a Build-A-Burger or something? He's got some kind of old money, right? Army Hammer.
I guess his
heir
dad's
to
name-
the Hammer family, you know?
It was Armand Hammer.
Armand Hammer is his grandfather. Armand Hammer is actually petroleum. It's a petroleum family. It's not Armand Hammer. You would think it would be, right?
It's not Armand Hammer?
Why would it not be? Wait a minute.
Is it Sickle and Hammer?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Why the hell would it not be Armand Hammer? His name is Armand Hammer.
You want to know something even better? Armand Hammer of petroleum was on the Armand Hammer board.
What?
Yes.
Did they bring him in because his name's Armand Hammer?
I honestly think that's why. They were like, he's
These
old
old families.
Like, he's got to know a lot about Armand Hammer, seeing as that's his name.
Is petroleum involved with
It was
Arm and
because,
Hammer?
so the reason they did it is because my grandfather was like a really big part of like those socialist.
Build-A-Burgers.
He
So
really
it-
was
you
like
know, it was a
part of the
communist-
Sickle and Hammer?
Yeah, that's what it was. That's yeah.
Be well.
Oh my god.
Dude, this goes deep.
Wow.
Who knew a giant...
We just uncovered the
It's like
Illuminati?
Fuller.
Yeah, we did.
We did it.
He's connected.
We did it.
He's
Who knew that a giant actor, narcissistic, 6'4" guy would turn out weird? So he played... All right. Okay. So Armand Hammer, or Army Hammer.
Army Hammer,
as
yeah.
he goes by now, Army Hammer.
Yeah.
He was in The Lone Ranger. We all remember that,
Oh, yes.
that movie. We all liked it, right?
No.
No,
no one
It's a
liked
massive.
He was
Horrible.
Tonto, yes.
No, I don't remember.
Yes, he was
Yes.
Tonto.
He was the white man playing a Native American. Yes.
Oh.
Oh, that was the other guy.
Lone Rangers were a great band from the 90s, though.
They were. I loved Adam Sandler.
It's fantastic.
Yes.
You're not exactly lone.
How can you be the Lone Ranger?
It's such an underrated movie.
It's so good.
Nobody talks about that movie.
It's
So good.
Have you never seen it?
No.
Oh, it's got Adam
Airheads.
Sandler, Brendan Fraser,
Okay.
Chris Farley. It's really good.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's a forgotten gem. That's one
It
of those
is.
blockbuster movies. That was a go-to for sure.
If it's too loud, you're too old.
Who's the?
Was Joe Montana?
Montana was the.
Montana,
That was
right?
the. He was the DJ.
He's a
right.
DJ.
Yeah. Look, you're handsome, Dan.
We're going to smooth jazz at midnight tonight. Can you imagine?
They walked with a good-looking guy. They're like, "All right, handsome Dan." And he's like, "I'm not handsome."
Yeah.
Maybe that's Wayne for. Either way, they're funny.
You got what's his name? Kramer.
Michael Richards is very funny in that.
Michael Richards, more like the real Michael Richards in that movie.
Yeah, much more like the real guy.
Yeah, he was like one
Yeah.
hardly
He was in there, yeah.
pronounced letter away from being the real Michael Richards.
He was trying to sneak out. Yeah.
Narc.
Such a good movie.
Mm-hmm. Well, I gotta say this: Armie Hammer has finally made his triumphant return to social media earlier this year with a post on Instagram.
Riveting.
Wait a second.
Yeah. That's it.
Was that him running in the photo?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Oh, he's not.
I don't think that's
Is he chasing that guy to eat?
Is this like a Mr. Hands type? Is he making a call out?
People think that it's because one of his the girls that came forward, she did like horse therapy at
Sounds like a stretch.
something. It does to me too. But
Wait, I'm maybe I'm desensitized after hearing about the guy banging dead 9-year-olds, but
That's fair.
So did this guy actually eat anybody?
No.
No, I don't think so.
he just wants to.
Yeah, it was like a fantasy, right?
Yeah. It was like a kinky role play thing for him, which is still weird, but it's not the same as actually eating somebody.
That is a weird one. I've not heard of that.
There's way weirder stuff, man. In LA, I've heard of people like go to these crazy parties where like they'll cut off a piece of a human being and like eat it at the party.
Parties are
literally
Soul cooking.
Huh?
Soul cooking.
It's a real thing.
What?
Lady Gaga.
I swear to God.
Lady Gaga went to one of them.
Yeah, they like there's these people.
It's a thing.
And who
like-
gives you the appendage?
You don't eat it off of
Vote
real
on
dead
it?
bodies. It's not real dead bodies.
They're alive.
They're like actors
off
at
of
the
a party.
My lord,
Yeah,
I wasn't expecting you to be so quick.
Your power is impressive, even among the Sith.
I'm sure you want to rest up, but I'd like to hear. Did you find the artifacts?
This device was all I found. Lock it away. Don't touch it. Don't think about it.
I appreciate your caution, but it's not my decision to make. I'll pass the advice on to the Science Bureau. Regardless, this is amazing work. You've turned this expedition around. After our losses, I didn't think I'd be filing a mission report, let alone declaring victory.
I understand your excitement, but don't take that thing lightly.
Given what happened with Zerka, we'll proceed with caution. With Darth Silthar gone, I am in charge. You ever need our help, you know where to find me.
You're not without skill, Captain. I'll remember your offer.
You're too kind, my lord. Safe journeys out there. And be careful. This galaxy has a lot of old secrets. Once you start seeing them, they tend to start looking back.
They make them look like they're dead, and it's like they go around, kind of like the sushi.
Oh no.
Sushi off a lady.
We're talking about two different things.
Are we?
Yeah.
No,
Is it a real dead body?
I'm talking about a real live body.
Oh yeah, that's
Wait,
what I said.
and then they take a piece of you?
Parts of their leg and stuff.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
No.
I think you're talking about a movie.
A different thing.
that's hot.
No, it's in Hostel, but I've not been
Oh
there.
my
I have heard.
I
know
know a
the
lot
type.
of details about
I've
Color was
once,
the silverware, Gerard.
I've once attended a party like
All I'm saying is that if you want to make it in this business, you'll do what you have to do.
You hear stories like that. It was the one girl from Orange is the New Black, and she was saying, like, they go around and give you this gold juice, and if you drink the gold juice, that you don't ever age again. You can have anything that you want, all the fame and all the money. And she turned it all down, which is why she's broke. It was this whole thing. She was on, I think it was Whitney Cummings.
Oh, she was from the one from American Pie.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wait, she's got a show now. Like a popular show.
I think it was more of a podcast, though. She was also a heroin addict briefly. She's actually she's very down to earth. She's been through it. But yeah, she didn't do the whole, this ritual.
Initiation, yeah.
Yeah. She wasn't like coming to the... You were going to have a toe that belongs to Roger Ebert.
At your service, my lord.
So yeah.
Brother is confirmed.
We're going to have his wiggly face chin.
Little fillets.
2 stars. Did not like it.
No.
I would not recommend.
No, but yeah, there's so many weird things going on. So, I mean, well, with Army Hammer, this is actually crazy because, yeah, I'm trying to word this right. So you sent, because you sent a young woman to a hospital where she got horse therapy, which is what this was. Okay. So, well, Mr. Hammer is back on Instagram with this puzzling... He's now back on Instagram, too, with that and the puzzling Thanksgiving post.
Weird post.
And it says, earning that 5th play to gobble gobble. So, I don't know if that's the best thing you want to post after the whole cannibalism thing.
Nah, don't post anything related to eating.
No, and how hard you got to work out them man muscles. And other allegations against Hammer... they included BDSM, drinking blood, and cutting toe. Look, I didn't even know cutting toes was there.
What?
Maybe they just invite over diabetics. Like maybe Wilford Brimley was a regular at these parties.
2 birds, 1 stone.
Yeah. He's like, look, they're going to go anyway. You guys
Somebody want to pop it on.
want some hors d'oeuvres?
Yeah. Just hanging out at the bar like, what's up, girl? Let me see them varicose veins.
Pay them like $20K. Cut their toes off.
Looks like you got some for
Everybody's a winner.
Criminals
Do you
and
guys ever watch
vagabonds.
see that one on
Everywhere on Tatooine,
Toes,
the
like Bob
Empire's
Odenkirk?
great
It was like a
works are
Tim and Eric
besieged
bedtime
by
stories thing where they were
criminals
cutting
and
off toes
vagabonds.
Oh,
It's
I
like
guess
in a weird
You have a
alternate
guest.
like future where people don't need their toes, so you can cut them off.
Cut them off.
Tim and Eric, of
Such
all
an
the horror movies I
unexpected
watch,
pleasure.
makes me more
Guided
uncomfortable
to
than
this
anything.
backwoods
It's really
province
good.
to bring
Bob
order
Which I
and
mean it as
discipline,
a
no doubt.
compliment.
Yeah,
but it
It's
makes
been
me
Eric's
uncomfortable.
comedy.
Fill me
is
in
some
on
of
the
most
situation.
horrifying shit
As I
I've
was
ever
just
watched.
explaining to the
Really
lazy
is.
sots
It's
in
like
my
it's
command,
just uncomfortable.
the exchange crime
They're the kings
syndicate
of it.
is
Yeah, they've
flagrantly defying the
perfected it.
Empire's directives.
So
They're banned
how
by
the
imperial
world did
law,
Armie
yet they've given
Hammer
refuge here
do
to
this to
dozens
that
of
he's still able
murderers,
to
spice
get
dealers,
these
and
women
even started
in Vienna?
processing spice
Wow.
outside
Well, I mean,
Moshila.
he's famous.
And yet my men
and he's
refuse
loaded,
to act.
So that's enough for most
But sir,
people.
we lost 15 men in our last attempt.
Famous,
Quiet.
loaded, cons.
I am well versed in
Cannibal.
this company's
Cannibal.
many
Alleged
failures.
cannibal.
Fantasy cannibal.
Clearly,
Fantasy cannibal.
I must turn elsewhere
Gobble, gobble.
to see
I've
imperial
dated
law
worse.
restored.
Man,
There's nothing I like more than a good
our producers
purge.
actually found out
I'm pleased that you're so
from an inside source that the Gobble
enthusiastic,
Gobble picture
my
was
lord.
not actually Mr.
The job
Hammer's
is
first
simple.
draft for the post.
The
We
spice
have a normal world
processing
exclusive
operation
of some of the
outside
other
Moshila
ideas
must
Armie
be
Hammer was thinking
completely
about posting.
obliterated.
The first
and
one
its
would
guards
be,
killed
I just
as a
ate my
lesson.
cleaning lady.
With their men dead and machinery
Hashtag
destroyed,
live
the message will be clear. I look forward to
The
seeing
second
you
one
when
was
it is
she's
done.
part of me forever.
Hashtag flavor saver.
Yeah, you read the hashtags. It's better.
Hashtag flavor saver.
Flavor saver. And the next one was gross animal milk. People, please.
It's just lactose intolerant. It's not weird.
And the next one was. Was that our sponsor?
That's it.
Oh,
Next one is our sponsor, Miracle Made. Do you ever want to go to sleep on some beautiful sheets that make you feel like a queen or a king? Miracle Made.
I do.
Oh, yeah.
Do you get some reason stuffy noses?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes from the bacteria in your very sheets.
I should deal with that.
Yeah. Maybe it's because you're hiding in your sheets because a very moderately talented actor is fantasizing about eating you. So you know what you can do? You can go to Miracle Made and you can get some eco-friendly, self-cleaning sheets. They're self-cleaning to a point, but they will prevent 99% of bacteria, and they require 3 times less laundry. just like my underwear, I hope. They're self-cleaning, comfortable, and here's the best part. They're the perfect holiday gift.
Perfect.
Somebody wants something, you go, hey,
Not your
what
time
size
yet.
bed do you have? And they'll go, excuse me? And go, it's not weird. I'm different. And then you explain to them nothing. Giving them the surprise of the most comfortable sheets. In my opinion, I love them. I love them. And you can use the promo code NORMAL, and you get 3 free towels. Isn't that right, Gary?
That's a whole set. It's a towel, a hand towel, and the washcloth. Like,
Yeah, you get
the
3.
whole set.
And all you have to do is go to trymiracle.com/normal and use code NORMAL to claim your 3 towels. And, of course, not the girl hiding from Army.
It's not for you.
But you go to trymiracle.com/normal and you will get these wonderful sheets. Honestly, I'm a hot sleeper.
Oh, me too. Did I get the sweats?
I do. I wake up moist, just dripping sweat.
Just a lake under me.
Mainly night tears. My therapist said something happened when I was young, involving so I recommend these sheets. trymiracle.com/normal. A pig on a spit with 2 clowns.
Terrifying.
Is that one word or?
Horrifying.
Oh, that one's just part of my own.
Oh, yeah, that was.
Oh,
yeah.
They honestly are great sheets. They're so comfortable.
That's the coolest people ever.
They're really nice.
Really good.
They gave me one note the whole time ever.
Yeah, that's good.
They stopped talking about the Flash hurting people on our sheets.
And this doesn't count as saying that because we're after the ad read. This is not in the. Yeah, this is not in the ad read. We can say it now. Yeah. About other people's sheets because we did another.
The note wasn't, please don't read, do the ad read in between the necrophiliac and cannibalism stories. The note was, just don't talk about the Flash friction humping our sheets to death.
Yes.
Nice. All right.
Yeah, they said
Coolest company ever.
They said, please wait a little bit before we bring it up. So yeah, those were the 3 topics we really just wanted
Not
to
your
cover
time
today.
yet.
I mean, I realize they're all a little creepy and weird, but it does bother me that this government apparently just lets a murderer walk in and out and to do this sort of thing. Have you ever had sex with somebody who was dead or dying, Gerard?
Not intentionally.
Well, I mean, but you
We're
made
all
it happen.
dying.
Yeah, you know.
That's true.
You know, that's
it's,
true.
it's just a matter of time. That's a great point, Angela.
That's what my therapist says.
Yeah, a long enough timeline.
Like she
Honestly,
Affection
dude, I don't
delivered,
even like
master.
choke play or anything like that. Like I don't
No.
get. Yeah.
I don't like. Yeah.
Bigger guy.
Weird.
Yeah.
I'm very tender.
Might sneeze.
Tender love.
Just snap.
No. I'm
Twitch muscles, man.
Yeah, I'm always
Go a little
amazed.
too far.
I'm always amazed at like people that are like
Just sneeze and you're like, look at the
Leave
camera and
everything
say,
to me,
bang,
master.
bro.
I will not disappoint you.
Dripping mucus.
Say your full name to the camera.
I'm just shocked at how
We're okay with this.
under control everybody is. I'm just the whole time you're banging a dead guy. Or do you think you're thinking the same thing? Like don't come, like the whole time.
Yeah. I probably think you're rushing it.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
Hey, you're
No
like,
need to.
And there's
Look
no
sharp,
pressure.
man.
It's got to feel like
This
you're,
is what
you're
success
14 again and
looks
your parents are having.
Entire exchange operation crushed like an insect. May your accomplishment inspire them to do their own jobs half as well.
Then I'm finished here.
Our empire's standing will be much improved thanks to your work. Farewell.
Dinner.
You know what, guys? maybe we're being a little hard on this guy.
Yeah.
You know, maybe he's
not
he's
like-
found an end run.
Yeah, he's not, doing that to live people. So that's worse.
Maybe that's like something you could write into your will, like upon my death, half of my estate goes to my mother, half my estate goes to my father, and please let somebody use me as a fleshlight.
That's true. Like I want to be used as a real doll.
Yeah.
But I want to be what do you call it when you run
Spit
over?
roasted. Oh.
No, not spit roasted. I've been
Organ donor.
No, closer.
Okay.
Like let's say you run over a raccoon and you want to keep it.
Taxidermied.
Thank you.
Yeah.
She's the smartest person in the room. And yeah, I just want to be taxidermied. But I also will look like a raccoon. And except I'll have usable holes.
Like a surprise
And
raccoon.
then I'll have depositories you can empty.
Oh.
It's like,
No.
Oh man.
You just put a water hose in the front and it washes it all in.
my face won't be appealing. It'll be surprised. Like you only get one face, and it's me looking like I don't want.
Yeah.
Now I hope
That's
you live
appealing to
forever.
a sect of people.
Like I'm
I
surprised by
also kind of want you to fucking live out eternity as a set prop.
Dude, I do it.
Oh, Dave's in the corner over there.
Yeah, you're just sitting there like, why did he do that? You're like, I don't know. He thought it'd
That
be
was funny.
he thought it'd be a funny joke, but we had to tell his son.
Oh no.
No open casket for you.
Oh, that'd be the worst. You're at a funeral and you're just decorated in the center.
Your son's crying, and some guy from the UK gets out on parole. Like, excuse me,
Hold up. I got an appointment to make.
we gotta make this quick, kid.
A shirtless Russian with tons of tattoos.
I'm out on furlough.
I want to
Electrician.
take shower with Dad's corpse.
You feel like Army Hammer, man? Do you think he would just eat the fat? Because that can come up with like a compromise with him, you know?
I have a good amount of fat. I feel like it would be on parts where
If you're a cannibal watching this,
What's the diet?
well, no, I just pay for my lipo and then bon appetit, my man.
No, because I'm sure part of it is like the thrill of the person not wanting you to do it. It's not like you're an ethical person or trying to like avoid the other person's discomfort if you're eating people.
True.
You can't.
There was that case in Germany in like the 80s where that dude on, well, no, it was the 80s, it was in the 90s. He put on a message board and was like, hey, I am looking to eat somebody.
Oh, yeah.
And somebody was like,
Yes.
I am looking to get eaten. So they went and had a dinner.
Yeah.
And then he like sedated him and cut off his wiener and fed
No
it to
way.
him. And
Nothing
they had
wrong with that.
Yeah. And then he went to jail. And he was like,
Then-
but well, we agreed. We both did. And they were like, no, that's too weird.
Yeah, and the one
Going to
guy was
jail,
like, that's not what I meant by eating.
Yeah, what happened with the guy was he like, I didn't really mean that.
No,
No,
he
he
did.
wanted to be
He
eaten.
totally
Oh.
wanted to get eaten.
Whoa.
And the other guy wanted to eat him. So he did.
Whoa. I just got nauseous.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's
He's
sort of
out
like,
now. He's not in prison anymore.
It's like the assisted suicide thing. Like it's still a crime.
Yeah.
Here.
But why? I think if you want to get eaten and there's a guy that wants to eat you, why does government got to get involved? in
I
this?
agree with you.
I think it was just.
If you're a girl that wants to get eaten, there are
Right.
GERD, DGAF.
And I don't think there were laws against it either. They were just so weirded out about it.
We don't know what to do about it.
We're like, I don't know, prison? Guess so.
Is it the swallowing that we don't like here? Like, what's the what is cannibalism? Like, if you eat a booger, are you a cannibal?
No.
No, because that's not like, yeah.
It's not flesh.
It's gotta be flesh.
It's got to be the meat.
If you swallowed 2,000 children at the same time, is that cannibalism?
Yes. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Is it? That's it. See, where's the line? Where's the line?
There.
That's bodily fluid. That's not the same.
Well, that was only once, but the cops were not.
Protein.
I had to get rid of evidence. I was in high school when her dad came home.
Oh, shit.
My dad's in the driveway. You're like, oh no. I should have had you do this.
Why was that the first thing I thought? I was panicked.
I don't know why I did it. Don't tell anybody at school.
Sorry.
Oh, why'd you just throw out the window? I don't know. I panicked.
I don't know. You could have just gone to the bathroom. Why did you dump it in first, though? Like you were emptying a Capri Sun. You didn't have to drink it like a Go-Gurt.
Oh.
I don't feel like I'm being a
What have we done?
Have you done Christmas shopping yet? You got kids, right?
Man, I got whiplash on that one.
Just trying to
God dang.
Just trying to change the topic. I'm trying to be more of a... There's two ladies in the room. I'm trying to be gentlemanly.
Yes, sir.
My segues are not great.
If I die, don't fuck me. If I die, do not consent.
I don't consent.
Ow.
It'd be funny if that's on your donor card. It just says his anus. Mouth.
Very specific on the
I don't know how we can
organs.
Target
give
sighted.
that to any-
Sweep the area and escort.
Oh.
What's happening here?
If you'll remain where you are, my lord.
Make way for Moff Yorian. So much fuss over a walk to the spaceport. You'd think I'd break my own neck without a bodyguard. I'm Marar Urian, overseer of this sector. I trust your visit has been both enjoyable and productive.
You have as many criminals buried in the desert as you do artifacts. Truly a wealth of discoveries.
Well put, my lord. Tatooine may not be prestigious, but it is useful. We've hosted everything from archaeological digs to weapons testing facilities. A clean slate means opportunity. Imagine Imperial Tatooine as a bulwark against the Republic and underworld corruption throughout the Outer Rim.
Crime syndicates run half this planet already. You mean to turn that around?
Eliminate the disease, and the symptoms will fade. Intentionally or not, you've already struck blows to the Exchange, the Sand People tribes, and others. You have unfinished business, and before you leave, I'm offering you a part in this sector's subjugation.
There's a lot of work ahead, and my time is limited. What's our first priority?
Without an Imperial Legion, we need unconventional allies to secure territory, and the local Mandalorian mercenaries are legendary. I've opened relations and posted officers in their settlement, but the Mandalorians must also learn to respect us. You can arrange that.
I've heard the term Mandalorian, but I'm not familiar with the people.
A high-tech warrior culture, eager to fight and often for hire. One of their clans settled here. The Mandalorians use the wastelands outside their village as a training ground. If you survive the passage, they'll be forced to acknowledge you. But retrieve the corpses of their initiates who died in the wastes, drop their own dead at their feet, and they'll be forced to see you as a challenge.
I'll prove to the Mandalorians that I can survive what they couldn't.
Put them in their place and help my men, and our conquest can begin.
Sir, Colonel Gorick is waiting to report.
If you'll excuse me, but think on what I've said. Work with me, and the rewards will be magnificent.
All right, welcome back to Flex Talks, the podcast, episode 128. Today on the show, we have new illegal immigration data that is going to blow
See how
your
far I get
mind.
in that before I turn it
in
off.
Cringe of the Week, we discovered a new trend where trans men are trying to look like their wives. Very strange. Then in Urban Decay, diapers and baby formula are being looted from stores, but the thieves aren't desperate moms like you might think. We'll explain. And last but not least, you won't believe who the Chicago mayor is blaming for all the crimes and violence. Hint, he's blaming us. All this and more, it's Flex Talks, the podcast, episode 128, ranked the best new podcast of all time.
Because words are just words until action actually starts. And actions speak louder than words. But at the same time, words speak louder than actions because sometimes it's the right thing to do. Very cool. Very cool.
Flex Talks, the podcast featuring Richard Bradford.
All right, one for one on the intro, as always. This week's episode is brought to you by our friends over at Undertac. Most guys spend about half their day sitting. And like most guys, you probably know what it's like to be irritated and uncomfortable and having to constantly adjust your boxers. But Undertac isn't your typical boxers. They're made with modal, which is like cotton but better. It's moisture wicking, antibacterial, and way softer. Undertac is durable, ultra light, fade and shrink resistant, and the best part, they are 25% less expensive and come with twice the satisfaction guarantee of the competition. If that's not enough for you, Undertac also donates a portion of their profits to organizations that fight human trafficking. Pick up a drawer full today. Go to undertac.com and use code FLECKUS20 for 20% off site-wide. That's undertac.com. Undertac.com. Use code FLECKUS20 for 20% off. They support the show. Everyone wears underwear. Why not pick up a high-quality America First product from one of our sponsors? Undertac.com is the website. FLECKUS20 is the promo code. Thank you, guys. Now let's get into housekeeping. All right. Thank you to Undertac for sponsoring.
Longtime sponsor. Excellent products. Thank you.
Show watchers as well. They know all the lore. And it's the holidays. Guys, get some people in your lives some underwear. It's like a bit gift and a real useful gift.
They gave us a promo code for Bonus Land members that was like Cabana or Rob Smith or something, so they're in on it.
Yeah. And everyone wears underwear, hopefully. So if you do, why not buy it from companies that actually share your interest and like the show you watch right now? Wow. Yeah. Good ad read. All right, let's move on. We have a very important housekeeping, one of our best housekeepings, one of our best episodes yet. I can tell you that now. I'm feeling good.
Now we gotta hold up. Now we gotta hold up our
We're
end.
gonna hold up. As long as you somewhat show up, I got the rest. I swear. All right, we have a great show.
Stop. Please.
Best show maybe we've ever done. Haven't done it yet, but we're about to. All right, let's start at the border. Let's start domestically. All right, start at the border. We have some new data about illegal immigrants. Let this rip.
We have new numbers, a new report from the U.S. House Committee on Homeland Security Majority. They say the price tag per year is $451 billion. That is both for the housing and care of the asylum seekers as well as those known gotaways.
And the gotaways.
And the gotaways. So we don't know where they are, but it's still 450 bill out the door.
So 450 billion is 100 times the cost of the proposed border wall.
Trump just wanted, didn't he want 5? Maybe a little less than 100 actually, but
yeah. He wanted like 5 billion, and all the Republicans, McConnell and Paul Ryan, we can't come up with the money.
Couldn't do that.
100 times. Couldn't make it work. Then we give 450 billion to these illegals. And if you divide that by 350 million citizens, that's $1,200 per citizen.
Out the door.
And there's a lot of those citizens that are kids, right?
A lot of the citizens who are actually taking taxpayer money.
Yeah, so it's like the actual like household cost is even more. And we also gave 200 billion to Ukraine.
Gone.
So we're doing good.
We're a nation deep in debt. Our demographics are constantly changing. There was new data that came out that just said 49 million people living in America are currently foreign born, which I'm still waiting on someone to explain why that's good, why we want that.
Why we need that so bad.
So yeah, dark times. Again, 2024 might be the most crucial election of our lives.
Yeah, for sure. All right, next clip. It's on the border as well. CNN went to the border to kind of see for themselves, and here's what they found.
The San Diego area.
San Diego.
A bunch of immigrants coming through my property. I do not condone this. I've asked the Border Patrol to stop it. I just have to allow them to go through my property. Where are you from?
Turkey. Oh. All right. You want to stop it? I mean, Turkey, right south of...
Tiloktes Tanji Lui Asak.
Dobila Wesson.
Mandalorian, I've been through your training grounds. I survived what your initiates couldn't.
What are these? You brought the dead here?
Not just any dead. Our dead. You think you can walk into our village and insult us? Imperial dog?
No.
He speaks the truth. Our initiates failed, where this man did not. Welcome to our village. You have earned the right to be here. More than those stooges Maffiorian pays us to protect.
I meant no disrespect. I mean only to prove myself.
You've done that. Be well.
They're afraid of you already. I'm Ensign Ver. The Moff asked me to congratulate you and pass on a message. He's transferring credits to your accounts as a gesture of goodwill. A taste of what's to come for all his valued allies.
I'll make sure the Mandalorians learn their place, and our enemies will fall.
He'll be glad to hear you say that. Good luck with your operations in the village. I'm sure you'll handle these people adeptly.
Of course, Commander. Our relations with your people are based on respect, not just credits. Your concerns will be addressed.
See that they are. Retorche-me.
My lord, Zola Alvarez, diplomatic service on assignment to the Mandalorian settlement. I'd like a moment, if you please.
For a beauty like yourself, of course.
That's very flattering. A pity we have to discuss business. The Mandalorians let us use their village as a staging area. But they're starting to resent our presence. It's time we moved on. Not far from here, there's a bunker in the hands of Gamorrean raiders. Brutish, deadly creatures responsible for the massacre at the Vaktuin mining colony. But if we had that bunker, we wouldn't need to share resources with the Mandalorians at all.
I'll clean the bunker with Gamorrean blood. Our troops can live in style.
That would be very generous of you, my lord. The Gamorreans will mount a stern defense, but if you can soften the opposition and bring me their base's computer codes, it'll be enough. The Imperial garrison can complete the takeover, leaving the Mandalorians to do what they will.
Garrus Palin, inventor, artist, and general mischief maker, at your service. You look like a man of taste. Perhaps you're interested in my sonic earwax removal system. Oh, or this shiny globe. It will stay with you wherever you go.
I don't understand the purpose of a globe that follows me around.
Why don't you buy one and tell me? All right. Look, I'm not really a junk salesman. It's just my cover. I'm from Imperial Intelligence's Experimental Weapons Division. Supposed to trick hapless fools into testing a new weapon. But you're neither hapless nor a fool.
By all means, continue.
This is the Sand People deployment device, designed to send a signal that stirs up Sand People against the enemies of the Empire. I need someone to plant this device over at these farmland coordinates. It's the perfect test site, abandoned but covered in wildlife for the Sand People to attack.
I suppose I can give it a look.
The device should have a range of 2 kilometers. There are Sand People settlements all over this area, so it should be plenty. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Perfection is my goal, Master.
That's right next to Tijuana, right?
Oh, so you just walked across.
Yeah.
Turkey, Mexico. So they want to pretend the border's not open and then just basically ignore what you're seeing with your own eyes.
Of course.
It's like Wizard of Oz.
And it's like CNN coming to check out the border in 2020, late 2023, being like, huh, we covered it.
Yeah.
Like, after ignoring it forever.
Exactly. Oh, Republicans want to pretend we don't cover it. I get it. Yeah, it's like we're all here already. They want to pretend. Don't ignore what you're seeing with your own eyes. Like, remember in Wizard of Oz? Ignore the man behind the curtain. Basically what's going on. So we have millions of people here illegally, right? And then millions of people pay thousands of dollars each to the cartels to get them here. Of
course.
What's millions times thousands?
Millions.
So the cartels now have billions of dollars, and with that billions of dollars, they have tanks, trucks, and basically a full army. This is a cartel. This is the Mexican army.
They got new merch. Look at that.
Yeah.
Even the best police departments in America don't have that.
They got a whole... It must be fun for these guys.
Of course, dude.
That's like good living. Because if you're a cop, you have like certain set of rules. Cartel warlord. That's right underneath podcast host.
Cartel warlord, I don't think they follow the Geneva Convention.
Yeah.
I don't think anything is above them.
Like, oh, what's the torture rules? It's like, he's already
Anything
chopped up with a machete. No, we don't have to do that.
Anything goes.
Anything truly goes.
Yeah, so our side of the border, complete disarray. Anybody wants to come. Their side of the border, heavily armed warlords.
Let's see how this goes. And then, you know, so they have their own armies now, the cartels do. Let's see how we're treating our army, a.k.a. our veterans. There was a story that came out from the New York Post. It says, Army Vet 94 kicked out of New York City nursing home to make room for migrants.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Salute. Hey, the VA, you wait at the VA hospital for 3 months to get some sort of surgery. They kick you out of the place you're staying just for whoever. You know, that's the thing, too. It's not like, oh, my God, this up-and-coming Mexican scientist from Jalisco. We found him. He's got the juice. We need to get him to Harvard.
He's got the cure for cancer.
It's just whoever walked over from Guatemala.
Yeah, it's no skill people coming here. And it's like, yeah, not the cure for cancer guy, because they don't even want the cure for cancer. They already have it.
Yeah.
They don't need that. So that's how they do it. And all these people that come here, it feels like these illegals are really entitled.
Of course.
And they have like this real resentment for America. They're not coming here and trying to sneak in and like lay low and, I'm Tom Johnson.
Yeah, the days of being afraid of ICE are like over.
100% over. So they feel entitled. And
I mean, evidenced by the fact that they're literally sleeping outside of the Chicago police.
Starting fights and stealing from the cops. So here's the scene at Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting. I used to go to this as a kid. My dad worked at Rockefeller Center. And here's the Christmas tree lighting ceremony.
Did they used to chant from the river to the sea when you used to go?
No.
They didn't.
No, we used to go 3, 2, 1, and then the tree would go.
Merry Christmas!
And everyone would go, yeah, everyone would be so happy.
Yeah.
And now there's Hamas people there.
Yep.
Here's another clip from that. They got a cop hat. They're
Oh,
burning it.
Of course.
They respect law and order.
And then they got the usual 10 journalists per protester.
Yep.
Actually, 10 journalists per... Oh, hurt his finger.
So that's what they're doing. And then these people, a lot of people in these groups are progressives who think that they're part of this resistance, counterculture, anti-white colonialism type of thing.
Yeah, kneel next to me.
Yeah, they don't realize that they kill later.
Yeah.
Kill us first.
Yeah.
Then they go, all right, we got all those people. Now the fucking weird LGBT freak people, line them up. You guys are dead now, too.
Yeah, once they reach critical mass, terminal velocity on political power, you're not part of their future.
They don't need you guys.
Yeah.
And then, so the pro-Hamas thing I was saying wasn't just like hyperbole.
Mm-hmm.
There was a clip from the Oakland City Council where everyone's just saying that Hamas is good.
Headings of babies and rape. Israel murdered their own people on October 7th. I support the right of Palestinians to resist occupation, including through Hamas, the wrongdoing of the unified Palestinian resistance. As an Arab, anti-Arab. This is a massacre of Jews. It's a fabrication. Many of those killed on October 7th,
your time is up.
including...
So we get it. So all these ladies are pro-Hamas now.
Yeah.
They go, saying that Hamas is bad as racist, and the Hamas just goes, oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for defending us. We'll let you know when you need to be a slave.
Yeah, you thought the Me Too movement was something? I don't know what's coming for you.
Yeah, exactly. And also, when it comes to these women with the Hamas thing, it's like, ladies, I don't really need your opinion on war stuff. Yeah. You're either too small or too fat for the war.
Yeah, we actually only specifically take war advice from men pretending to be women.
Yeah.
So we'll let you know when we need you.
Exactly. And also, it's like, you know, they're not going to be the ones going to war.
Of course not.
So it's like...
The feminism leaving their body when the draft starts.
Oh, we need to do this and that. And it's like, what does that mean? I have to go shoot somebody?
Pretty much.
Pass. So, more bad news. Because of all this, people are obviously going against, like, the straight white Christian male angle of this country. And they think it's, like, counterculture and cool to pick up the Quran. So everyone's reading Quran.
I started reading Quran.
I just started reading the Quran.
I've been reading the Quran, and I have a...
Salam. Good morning.
And this is why so many people are starting to read the Quran.
So I ordered a Quran, and I just wanted to show you how heavy.
These people are so stupid.
Inshallah.
Yeah, and Medic Sisyphus had a good tweet. Can you read that?
He said, everything about their personalities is F you, Dad. Dad is our culture, our religion, our politics, our society. Anything that Dad wouldn't like or understand can be accepted, even celebrated as a form of rebellion. It doesn't matter how many contradictions are in their new amalgamated identities. What matter is Dad would disagree.
Yep.
Not your
That's
time
what it
yet.
is. And then when you're...
Rings true.
Yeah, rings true. That's like a teenage thing, to be like mad at your dad, or hate your dad, or make your dad mad. And then when the Democrats create a society that makes everyone perpetually adolescent, and you still hate your dad when you're 30, and now it's time to read Quran.
Yeah, the teenage rebellion goes all the way until 35, and then you're childless, so, you know, there's no reason to grow up.
Good thing these illegals are here to replace the population. Yeah. But it's not all hopeless for the whole world. Japan is for the Japanese rally. Check this out.
Yeah. I think they're correctly reading the tea leaves.
Yeah.
That, you know, this is coming for every country.
And no one goes here and says, how come there's no Somali? Yeah. We need some Somalis here. They just go, no, we're not doing that.
Japan is for Japan.
Yeah, oh no.
We're like botching the accent.
All right, moving on. Page 2 of housekeeping. It's a very important housekeeping. I don't even want to tell you how many pages there are.
Then don't.
Make sure you guys tickle the post, help us juice the algo. You've been great. All of our views are going up because of all your guys' engagement, so we really appreciate it.
We've had a good run, so keep it going. Yeah. Comment 2 times and then comment what you really want.
Make sure notifications are on. And then also, make sure you guys are sending us stuff to the P.O. Box. I just got this, and Rapboy has one too, sent to the P.O. Box. I mean...
A fez? I don't know.
It's called a fez, I think.
Yeah.
I want to wear the dangler on this side. That kind of feels right to me. He was trying to take a picture of me. He's like, oh, move to the right. I didn't want to do it.
Because I was on the right.
Yeah, but this is very cool. This is the kind of stuff we like. Someone also sent us candy.
See anything
very
you
nice.
like, give
if you
me a
guys
wink.
send us anything, we're very grateful. We don't need the candy.
Angela tried to kill us.
Thank you, Angela. But also, I can't eat a family-sized thing of nerd
Bring your
gummies.
creds back anytime.
Is that what they are?
Yeah, gummy clusters.
Gummy clusters?
Uh-huh.
Because it'll ruin, like, just think about it. If I have, like, a bag this big, like 3 pounds of nerd clusters.
And mind you, no self-control.
None. Once I have one, I just go until I'm full on nerd clusters.
Yep.
Then I'm going to, look back at my month. How was your month? And it's like, if you add a bag of nerd clusters to it, you can't have a good month no matter what else you do.
Yeah, it's a grenade. We also got some custom-made rosaries. I wanted to say thank you for those. Those were really nice.
I a bag of nerd clusters. Shut up.
About a rosary.
Shut up.
Sorry, but it's very good gift.
Eat your fucking nerd clusters if you want to eat, you fucking girl.
Send some, thank you, but I can't do it.
So
Okay,
fucking-
Jimmy Carter's wife died. Melania wore a gray suit. And everyone's getting mad and saying, oh, you can't wear a gray suit. Meanwhile, she's sitting next to a guy in a dress.
Yeah.
Michelle Obama. Oh, this is not normal.
I just go, yeah.
But Michelle Obama's next to her, but oh, the lady in the gray is not normal.
Yeah.
And, you know, didn't they get mad at us for calling out Barack Obama for wearing a gray suit.
He had a tan suit, and then he played it up like, "Oh, the tan suit was my only scandal," and he was like droning kids.
Yeah, now they want to turn it back on us. So it's sad that she's dead. Here's a picture of her and Jimmy Carter back then.
Inauguration, probably, or something like that.
Oh yeah. So hold on. R.I.P. But who is that? Who is that person? Off to the side.
That's the type of guy who only existed in the 70s.
They don't make them like that anymore.
Yeah.
Wow. Don't mean to get sidetracked. Okay. So here's everyone deboarding the plane. Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama, Joe Biden.
Yep.
So to be honest, I'm not trying to be distasteful, but something's telling me that maybe Hillary Clinton killed Jimmy Carter's wife so they can have this meeting.
Oh, that's schizo of you.
How else do you get everyone together like that? Yeah, so they had this meeting. The ball's rolling. They want Michelle to be the president because the Biden bot has not been doing well lately.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a most recent gaffe he had where he called Trump Congressman Trump.
Instead of cutting him, or like Congressman Trump and Bo would want to do.
Congressman. So there's just nothing there.
No life.
We're not even making fun of him anymore. It's just, sad clip, old man.
Sad clip, old man shouldn't run the country.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
And then Barack...
For some reason, nobody ever says that on MSNBC or any of those places. There's not even like one outlier who's like, this is crazy.
Yeah, that's so true.
This is an old Alzheimer's guy. We need someone else.
Especially when every time Trump had a little blurb or like a gaffe, they would always be like, dementia.
Trump walking down a ramp.
25th Amendment.
Yeah.
This guy's a fucking muppet. And then there was a tweet about Michelle Obama never wearing a...
Barack Obama says one
Here's
of
what I got.
Michelle's
Look quick if you
main
want.
goals was to not be photographed in a bikini.
Bring your creds back
Patriot
in.
J had a nice reply.
Said, bro, when half the country thinks you married a man, you shouldn't say shit like this.
LMAO. Oh, man.
LMAO?
That's what it said.
Oh,
I'm reading the tweet.
I thought you were saying LMAO out loud. And
No, I do LOL sometimes.
I know, which I got mad at you for.
Yeah. Save it for bonus land.
All right.
Okay, so obviously we think Michelle Obama's going to run the country. That's it.
You think that?
Yeah, that's coming soon. And then Derek Chauvin, there's some new Derek Chauvin stuff where like the FBI might have done something to the autopsy. I'm looking into that.
Okay.
Because I'm not done with my theory yet.
All right.
All right, let's
You're
move
trying
on.
to figure out a new pathway to that theory.
Yeah. Let's move on. Let's get out of American politics. We'll come back to American politics in a couple pages.
Of course.
But let's move on. There's a Google PC tweet.
You saw
I just thought it was funny. This would be a quick hit.
A friend who works at Google said he wanted to raise a topic at the next team all hands. His manager took him aside and said they don't use the phrase all hands meeting with his teams at Google because it's insensitive language. Because not everyone has hands.
That's nice.
The most important company in the world. That's the kind of shit.
That's what the managers at Google are up to. So great.
Well, managers has the word man in it.
Oh,
So
Google.
The people-gers.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. Elon Musk had a...
We used to. Hey, I'll say it. We used to make steel in this country. We don't do it anymore. China gives a shit. We don't know what our buildings are even made of.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Google is worried about offending people with no hands. So sad.
All right,
They have
let's
some of the
move
most
on.
basic
Speaking
takes
of
I've
tech,
ever done.
Yeah.
Basic.
QR code scams. This is just a public service announcement for everybody. If you see something like a poster and it's like, scan this QR code to get a blah, 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 or whatever, don't do it because people are putting their own QR codes on top of the printed advertisement, and then you're going to QR code their QR code, which will steal your money.
How does it feels like you jumped there.
I jumped, but I don't know how scams work, but I know that you don't want to go to a malicious QR code.
Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair.
Just it. All right. Elon told advertisers to go fuck themselves in an interview.
You don't want them to advertise? No. What do you mean?
If somebody's gonna try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go fuck yourself. But
and no one, so no one's even like laughing or cheering.
They don't know how to react.
Everyone's just scared.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself. And that's good. I love that. Disney pulled their ads, right?
Yeah, Bob Iger, he called out later in the clip, and Disney's on their woke shit.
But if you're a shareholder of Disney, isn't them pulling their advertising from a huge social media platform like not in the best interest of the shareholders, and that's like their number one job?
Of course,
So it's like, isn't that like borderline illegal?
Sure, but the whole point is you can make an argument that it's bad for business, and so there's ways to justify it. But obviously, from all of us, our side looking in, Disney is absolutely botching it for their shareholders, all the decisions they've made. You know what? I brought this up to you earlier. Ghostbusters, the female remake. I don't even know if it was Disney. 2016. So we've had like almost 10 years of just shit movie.
Stupid shit.
Slop getting delivered to the masses where like there's a woke girl who body slams a guy.
Yeah.
They haven't corrected course.
They haven't corrected course, and then content has adjusted accordingly. And I saw some people talking who were like comedians with podcasts, and they said back in the day, you do instead of doing a podcast, you would do like a show,
A
sitcom, or you write a show or whatever. And that kind of still exists today, but obviously not like it used to. And now the comedians are just doing podcasts, and that's us. And now we're comedians.
Yeah, it honestly, whatever. Hey, if Disney sucks, if all content on TV sucks, you can't watch The Daily Show, you can't watch anything, like, it's great for us.
Yeah, very great for us. Exactly. All those daily shows and the night shows, they're so stupid. No one watches TV and laughs anymore. The only thing that's making us laugh lately is Surviving Barstool.
Yeah.
They actually have a really funny show where they made a Survivor for the Barstool guys, and it's just like 20 guys.
And if any of you guys are fans, it's 20 white guys, which will never happen again in Survivor. But yeah, if any of you guys watch Survivor, you know how bad it is. It's like we got the amputee, we got the black lesbian, we got the this.
Every white guy is a twink.
Every white guy's a twink, and then everyone, they spend like 5 minutes doing their backstory, or like, this is why I'm oppressed, or this is what I had to overcome. And then Barstool is just like, all right, how are we fucking this guy over? Like, it's actually a breath of fresh air.
It really is. Okay, let's move on. We have to pick up the pace a little bit. Kelsey Hurts Swift. You see that?
Yeah. Rings true to you?
There's the script. There's the script, guys. Kelsey Hurts Swift. He breaks up with Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift gets mad. White men are bad. Goes on a revenge tour, 2024. Hey, girls, you need to sign up to vote. Vote Democrat. All these guys are bad. Anti-patriarchy. Vote for Michelle Obama.
We lose. Michelle Obama wins. The migrant cost number hits $1 trillion that next year. So that's what's at stake, guys.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get a little back into politics. Nothing crazy. Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley is the new neocon candidate. She gave a little speech to people at a restaurant. And this is after she met with BlackRock. So basically she's backed by like BlackRock and the banks now. And she's kind of like showing that she's willing to soften her views on immigration.
Wall Street's preferred candidate
Wall
for sure.
Wall Street, yep, tech.
When it comes to legal immigration, it's a broken system. It shouldn't take someone 10 years to become a citizen. So,
look at this guy with the mustache.
but what we need to do is reform it. So for too long, Republican and Democrat presidents dealt with immigration based on a quota. We'll take X number this year, we'll take X number next year. The debate is on the number. It's the wrong way to look at it. We need to do it based on merit. We need to go to our industries and say, what do you need that you don't have? So think
So they do, she says later on, she says, oh, like in agriculture and tech and whatever, we don't need 50 million illegals to do picks and vegetables.
Yeah, we don't.
We're
We certainly don't.
There's plenty. There's plenty that can do that.
And then that's the type of candidate who says, oh, we need it based on merit, and then you know they're not serious about truly reforming it or stopping anybody at the gates. And, you know, we've seen what happens when it's kind of a wishy-washy, middle-of-the-ground policy.
It's like a passable stance that sounds right, but every time gets exploited and historically has never been reasonable.
Exactly, and all the details are in the execution of it, which we know America's bureaucracies are filled with just like, I don't know, mid-level midwits.
The worst people. Yeah. But she's getting good crowds. Raheem tweeted about this.
Yeah, he said, holy moly, this is...
Can you read it in his accent?
Holy moly, this is actually a turnout for Haley, and I am in no way a fan.
Yep. So she's getting big crowds. I think she's just inviting groups, like the Young Women's Republican, blah, blah, blah.
She's stuffing them.
She's just getting groups.
She's getting field trips to come.
Yeah.
They're doing field trips.
That's how I think she's filling these crowds. And then the DeSantis team... because she's getting more crowds, they're coming out and saying she doesn't have a pathway to victory.
Yeah, they had a whole long tweet thread. It said the DeSantis team got wind of the likely Haley endorsement after an AFP backer discussed it at a gathering of political donors 2 weeks ago. DeSantis donor relayed it to the governor's aides, who were apoplectic apoplectic.
Glad
Sorry.
I didn't have to read that.
I know, you set me up. And began a full court press with AFP to buy their candidate more time to return to favor, according to two sources familiar. DeSantis had a direct conversation with an AFP executive, according to a person familiar with the discussion. This source said AFP recently told DeSantis they had not come to a decision yet and are still going through their process.
Yeah, so it sounds like they're done with Ron. And then the DeSantis team came out with a tweet. Can you read that?
Here's an inconvenient fact for Nikki Haley and her media allies. She has no mathematical path to victory against Donald Trump. It was like a 20-tweet thread.
Okay, Ron. Oh, yeah, she doesn't have a pathway to victory. She needs to drop out. There's no way she can win. Oh,
What's she pulling at? 9%?
Same as you,
That's
Ron?
you, Ron. I don't know.
Oh, man. All right, that's enough for domestic politics. We have to go now into a little bit of foreign politics, nothing crazy. There's been some stuff going on in Serbia lately.
Okay, let's check this out. I'm fascinated by this.
This is big. These are big.
Yep.
So someone tweeted really into Serbian politics lately, and these are one of the ladies involved in Serbian politics.
God bless.
Big boobs joke.
Yep.
I just want to get that on your guys' radar.
That's pretty rare for you, a big boobs joke.
I'm like not a low-hanging fruit guy.
Okay, yeah.
But when it's melons?
Once in a while. Once in a while.
All right. And then the last part of foreign politics, Russia basically Russia talking about the idea that the moon landing that the U.S. did could be fake.
If the neural network thinks almost everything is AI. Sorry, I'm trying to narrate it for the audio-only people.
So he's pointing to the pictures and he says, oh, the AI says that the moon landing picture is fake.
Yeah, Google's neural network thinks that pictures of, astronauts on the moon are fake, basically.
And then he said, oh, very interesting.
Yeah.
So he knows. He's the show watcher.
He's tipping his hat a little bit.
All right. Next part. We're still in housekeeping. It's going to be a longer housekeeping today.
That's it.
That's just it.
Deal with it.
Homeless section, a.k.a. street rat section. So there is a San Diego sorority house of show watchers and bonus landers.
Whoa.
Okay? And they hit me up asking what to do. They said, we have street rats going through our garbage cans every night. They won't leave us alone, and they know we're a house full of girls.
Uh-oh.
So, first of all, street rats is the correct term. Mm-hmm. We don't call them homeless. We rebranded them as street rats years ago.
Homeless is like someone who all their problems would be solved if they just had a home.
Yeah.
That's the one thing they're missing. He's a scientist. He's a star. Yeah. And he just doesn't have anywhere
to pay for cancer treatment because of the healthcare problem.
Yeah. And then
Cernovich had a great tweet.
This was Cernovich's tweet, and kind of we've been saying street rats. If you follow us on Urban Decay, you know we've rebranded them to street rats the whole time. But Cernovich said, eliminate homeless from your vocabulary. What we are dealing with are druggies. There are endless programs to help them. They want to stay in public and freeload and do drugs. Don't use fake language of the far left. Call them what they are.
Yeah, so we did that too. We've been doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So my ideas for these girls on how to protect themselves. Number one, put this sign up. It says, no trespassing. We don't dial 911. We call the coroner.
Smart.
It's not a great plan because they're all girls and they live in California and they're probably not two-way savvy in California.
It's a bluff. It's called a bluff.
It's a bluff. And then they might come, the homeless people, the street rats might come over the top and go all in your house.
Yeah.
So number two idea was this sign, no trespassing. This property is protected by video cameras and attack dogs. Trespassers will be prosecuted. And then you can play aggressive dog barking on speakers all day and night.
Smart. I also saw, I think Five Below was selling fake security cameras.
Oh.
$5. That's all it takes.
That's pretty good. So but the problem with that one was they didn't have loud enough speakers to play the dog barking all night. Number 3, bees. That could work. Number 4, stun grenade traps.
Oh.
But the problem with this is you might actually get like a normal guy who's throwing out dog poop in your trash can.
Oh.
And then he might sue you.
Yeah.
So maybe not the best for that. Number 5, get a boyfriend. Some men will protect women.
Yeah.
California, but some men
harder to find, but they exist.
Number 6, paintball guns.
Yeah.
And then number 7, last but not least, wait until something bad happens, and hopefully something bad won't happen again for a while, but something bad could happen immediately again.
Not very great advice. Not great.
So let us know in the comments if you have any advice for these nice girls.
Or if you're a security specialist in San Diego or something.
Yeah, and we can figure it out for you. Yep. All right, last page of housekeeping. Well, not even true. I found something, a new person with entertaining talents, or PET. It says Big Arm Indian guy. Probably can't play the music,
Take a
but
breath.
check him out.
Your news can wait that long.
But sir,
He's a football player.
That's what I like.
We
Love
followed
what
him
you're
and
doing.
saw.
Keep up the good work, my
It was
guy.
because of the poison.
Look at that.
There's a new one of these every year.
He's so good.
Then he is not the best.
That's his best angle.
This trial is
I'm
for the
jacked.
best of men.
That's good, but that's
That is what
It's crazy to me.
Odo came
These
to
guys,
Tatooine to
they
prove.
have something wrong. It's
Do not
basically like a
mourn for
trans
him.
person. Where
The
they could
only
get
true
away with a
death
little
is to
bit.
fear to try.
He could get away and look natural with a little
Like
bit.
the
but he goes
imperial
one more.
puppets who
Again.
let politics
He goes again.
dictate their
He's got body
lives.
dysmorphia.
Yeah, he's got dysmorphia.
All right, so maybe you're not as jacked as that guy. Maybe you're not as strong as that guy either. Maybe at times you feel down and depressed.
Sure.
Well, don't, because look at this Fiat tweet about Fiat the cars. Whenever you're
Now
feeling
you've
down
got me
about yourself,
interested.
remember this.
In case you're feeling useless, remember that there are
I've heard
more
of you,
Fiat
Sith Lord.
dealerships in the USA
The
than
Empire
actual
says you're
Fiat
someone to
sold
be
in all of
feared.
Q3.
Not that I give a
359
bantha's
dealerships
backside what the
versus
Empire
145 Fiat
thinks.
sold.
Of a perfectly good war to hide behind a piece of paper. If you want to change my mind, you're welcome to try.
I never sign on until I've read the fine print.
The Sand People produce a lethal poison. The only antidote is kept in their holy shrines, guarded by a sacred number of armed guards. To prove yourself, you will take the poison voluntarily, and then fight your way to the antidote before you succumb. It was this which killed Warisman Ordo, and many others who were called hero on different worlds. Will you take the poison?
I've survived worse.
More guts than I'd have wagered. Here it is, then. You've got the time it takes the poison to travel from your arm to your brain. By then, you'd better have the antidote in hand. Sand People are all over the place. Finding their shrines will not be the hard part. Surviving long enough to reach them will.
Wow.
So what do? They just sell Toyotas in there? They go,
They
all
just
right.
do nothing.
Yeah.
They go, did you sell a car? They go, no. Did you? Nah.
Well, if you want to get a job where you're not going to be busy and you can text on your phone all day, but you'll probably get fired in a few months,
There probably won't be a company anymore
hit
soon.
up Fiat. Yeah.
But don't get too down and too depressed for Fiat either, because there is a way to escape the Matrix. There is a way to escape the rat race and hit it big. We just discovered this new technique. Because usually you would look
Slot
at this
machines.
and say, hey, if I was walking around pressing all the buttons, I'd eventually get tired.
Yeah.
Well, they solved that with the scooter.
Smart.
So this is our only way out.
The American dream is not dead.
All right, back to reality. This is our last piece of housekeeping, and it's actually very important. Do you want to bring it up, or should I?
I don't know what.
All right, I'll say it. So, a couple days ago, we went to the dog park.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And there was a gay guy there.
Yeah.
And he made very deep eye contact with Richard Rapoy, looking right into his soul, basically.
Okay, I disagree, but
Okay. And basically, there was like an unspoken offer to suck. I don't want to be vulgar. Don't listen to this if you're a kid. Like, this is like a vulgar part of the episode, so fast forward if that's what you don't want to hear. But that's what they did. They sucked me in the car. So basically, he made deep eye contact with Richard, kind of gave him a look. And he goes in his car and he sits in the passenger side door, which means you go to the car, sit in the driver's side, and he sucks you. But if you went to the car and he was in the driver's side, you'd have to suck him. That's what they're up to. Gay guys, oh, I'm a gay guy, I'm going to the dog park. What do you think going to the dog park means? You're
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? Fleckus did this after the gay guy left at the dog park, and he kind of like formulated this whole thing, like, if you go on the driver's side, then he'll suck you, and then if you do that. And then, like, he's doing a bit, we're having fun, it's banter, it's just funny to us. But then at the end of the day, you, like, zoom out, and you have this meta look at it, and it's like, Fleckus just invented a whole gay fantasy that he's now projecting onto me for the bit, technically.
I had to do it for the show. I had to do it for the show. But that's how it works. Driver's side, passenger side. That's how they...
Yeah, that's how they know who's sucking.
So, I had to do it for the show. Let's move on.
Absolutely disgusting.
Let's get back to serious. Let's move on. Found a new workout I want to try. Gotta try that.
Yeah.
Look at those deep squats.
Yeah. Till failure.
Yeah.
With your buddy.
Oh, man. All right. That was good. Okay, we're gonna move on. Before we do, is there anything you want to say? It's been a while. It's been a while. Say Breonna Taylor's name.
Oh, Breonna Taylor. Say her name.
Say her name. I haven't said it in a while. I don't think anyone has. It's been months.
Breonna
Taylor. You gotta say her name.
All right, moved on. They're on to Palestine now.
Yeah.
They completely trashed Breonna Taylor. They don't care about her anymore.
Our shout-outs and our doppels, we're going to do it at the end of the episode.
Okay.
Because we're too far behind. We are going to do them, so make sure you stay till the end. But we're going to do them at the end just today. But maybe that'll be where it is in the future. We're moving on to Cringe Relief. Before we get there, we have a very special message from FleckisMerch.com. Guys, it's Christmas time. Are you looking for the perfect gift for that base person in your family who loves the show or hates the Clintons or thinks Trump shouldn't be in jail? We have very cool shirts. The Clintons is one of the most popular shirts at this time of the year. We also have the Free Big Don shirts, which are very popular as well, very funny. We have Fleckis Talks, the podcast shirts as well. So get yours today. FleckisMerch.com is the website. Make sure you put your orders in so you get it in time for the holidays. Any orders placed next week will make it for Christmas. We have mine Fleckis guaranteed. Smart. Very smart. All right, first clip of Cringe of the Week. The $20,000 vocal feminization surgery.
Let's see how that worked out.
I bet this went great.
With my old voice.
Sound like RFK?
That's right. Voice feminization. I won't be able to speak for 2 weeks, and then it'll still be another month.
Well, should I fast forward?
Let's fast forward to the reveal.
100% usage of my voice. So, okay, it has now been 15 months since my first voice feminization surgery. This is probably about good and depth. A little bit more after, but we are not going to do the tired.
We get it. That's what you sound like. You spent
yet.
20 grand and you sound like a guy who smokes cigarettes and drives a truck.
Didn't work out.
Didn't work. And it's like, what, for the surgeons, it's like, what surgery? What did you do? There's no such surgery as this. And it's like, I just kind of dug around.
I opened him up, dug around, and I said, I charged him 10 grand.
Yeah, I snipped some of the cords.
You believe this?
It's the same idea. You know the idea of like, oh, you just need to throw money at the public schools and then the kids will all know how to read?
Yeah.
It's the same for the trans people. It's like, oh, you just need some surgeries and $150,000 worth of stuff.
You're 200 grand away. Yeah. I'm telling you right now.
Being a real lady.
And then it's like the doctors are pitching you on that, and then there's no return policy. Like, oh, I did the surgery, didn't take.
So it just looks and sounds terrible. But we shouldn't make fun of this person. Clearly, they have some issues. All right, next, the balls out lady.
Yeah, let's see what this lady's up to, this girl.
Don't you hate it when your balls are sticking out of your panties just a little bit? And it doesn't hurt that bad right now, but you know if you just keep going the way it is, it's gonna start chafing and just hurting worse. Why did God do this to women?
What the fuck is this lady talking about?
Invoking God into this?
Yeah, these are the people that always say, like, oh, we're trans, God made me this way. It's like, well, you're moving some pretty serious stuff around.
Yeah.
You're adding and removing some of the basically most important parts of everything.
Yeah.
But she's on her way to your daughter's locker room right now.
Yeah, ladies. And it's so funny. It's like wearing panties, the thing that's specifically designed with no space, sheer. It's like maybe wait until you get something chopped before you start fully embracing it. I don't get it.
It's not meant to have your balls in it.
Yeah, Frank beans.
But everyone backs these people up. The progressives all support them, and the media does too.
Here's an article.
Here's a back and forth.
Huffington Post says a parent's guide to supporting transgender youth. Listen to your kids. They know what feels right and true to them. So that's one hand. You got to listen to them. Then, on the other hand, Huffington Post says, think twice before you cut off your dog's balls.
So, take some extra time to think about your dog.
Think that one out.
Yeah.
Trans kids blindly support.
They probably know. So there is this new trend that we've noticed. This is probably my favorite part of the show. Yeah. Besides the dog park story.
Well, I like when, I don't like, oh, look at the one of pronouns video. I like when there's new info. Trans and Urban Decay, like new crimes. That's what gets me going.
Too. So yeah, there's this new trend where a couple, a man and a woman couple, the man becomes trans and then starts to transition into his wife, basically.
Yeah.
And they call it skinwalking their wives.
Yeah, this Jermaine on Twitter said skinwalking their wives, so wanted to give credit for coining that term.
Yeah, and we have, like, we'll just rotate them in the background, all these skinwalkers.
Yeah.
I love this shit.
I know.
This
Look
is
at 'em.
good shit.
Same dress.
And people choose their partners. That saying, you choose a partner who kind of looks like you? So then, like, the partner kind of looks like you, and then you get some wires crossed, and now you're trans, and then, like, the end goal of the trans is to look like your wife. It kind of like, it's good for people with goals.
Yeah, there's an end game. There's somewhere to, there's a destination.
I want to be a lady. Who's a lady to look like? And then
hey, Diane's right there. I might as well look like her. But this one's my favorite. This one, scarily reminiscent of Dawn slash Dawn.
Dawn is Dawn.
Oh my God,
That's
Ennis,
so
who seemed to be wearing his dead ex-wife as a skin suit. So this guy at least politely waited until he passed away to start acting out.
Carry on.
Yeah.
There was a tweet that...
this one is actually one of the worst. This giant fat girl, Bree and Kristen, their relationship.
Maybe it's Bri.
Kristen from BuzzFeed and her husband came out as trans and basically became her.
Well, I hope she doesn't work at BuzzFeed anymore. Don't write an article about us. We're just joking. It's a comedy show.
It's comedy.
And then there was a tweet someone had just randomly in the reply. I don't know the name, but the tweet was strong.
It said, this is so creepy. Responding to the thread, this is so creepy. My high school boyfriend transitioned into a woman 3 or 4 years ago. We graduated in 2007. I looked him up a couple years ago, and he's trying to look exactly like me when we dated. He was very physically and emotionally abusive. He freaks me out a lot.
Yeah.
Listen to that. Yeah. Listen to that little voice inside your head.
A chill down your spine.
Don't let him reconnect with you in any way. And then he's like stuck in like whatever period he had this trauma. Like, oh, 2007. That was my last girlfriend. She looked like this. And then it's like trying to make your entire life like that.
And he thinks he's her now, and then it's like, oh, there can only be one of us.
Yeah, and he puts on the lipstick and he goes, I'm Jessica.
And then Jessica's tied up.
Yeah, Jessica's, it's a death sentence.
Angie, please stop doing this. I'm not. I have a theory of how this plays out.
Okay.
You want to hear it?
I do, because I actually kind of came up empty on this. I'm like, why do they do it? It's like, I don't know, it's easy. It's the path of least resistance. It's what they're familiar with. But let's hear it.
I have a theory. So imagine this couple's together, guy and a girl. And the guy's got some screws loose, of course, and he's got some problems. And imagine the wife is narcissistic, right? A super big narcissist, purposely picked like a vulnerable, weak guy to manipulate, right? So then she's like constantly like manipulating him into thinking, oh, I'm the best, I'm the best. And he's got some wires screwed up.
You listen to me.
So when he becomes trans, it's like, who are you gonna become trans and look like? I'm the best. I'm the girl. I'm so good looking. I'm the best. So then it satisfies the narcissistic wife because the husband in a dress will never fully look like her because she's the best.
Of course.
And it gets her with a person who's like devoted to being just like her, but never will fully get there because she's too good looking and too much of a lady and he can't. So it's like a perfect situation for a narcissistic wife who wants to control a vulnerable man and then at the end be reaffirmed like even he tried and he couldn't do it.
He'll never reach me.
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know. I'm processing it now, but that puts more of it onto the spouse than it does the person who's trying to change. So I don't know. I'm looking for theories, guys. If anyone has on your fourth comment, if you want to type out a long paragraph, your thoughts on that, I would love to hear more because I'm fascinated by this.
All right, let's move on. The alphabet DUI. This is non-trans related.
Just like the alphabet starts with it. Okay. Whenever you're ready. Okay. All right.
HQES.
It's like, are you trying to spell like a? There's someone in the CAR like, with a gun to my HEA.
HOSTAGE.
Yeah.
Situation.
HELPME. Oh man, not even close.
Yeah.
Never had it in her. I don't think she knows it in real life.
Part of me feels bad. Like, at any moment, you could have your worst DUI, and it's just some body cam cop footage that gets released to everybody.
Yeah, that's true.
But I guess you're drunk driving, so that's life.
That's what you get.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the guy who gets punched. These are quick clips. This is like a type of guy you know in high school.
Yeah.
Who's like...
He's not doing well now.
Not doing well now.
You ready?
Yep.
Right there again?
Yeah, I guess so.
Are you ready? Oh, I guess so. You don't have to do this.
No, I'm gonna stay loose, dude. That's how you stay safe.
Go loose.
Oh, that was fucking good as shit, bro.
Punched him in the eye.
Real stupid.
What's the upside?
Are you ready? I guess so. It's like, well, you don't want to do this?
You don't have to.
You don't have to do this at all. It's literally zero needed.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll see him at the methadone clinic in 5 years, I guess. I don't know.
Right now. Let's go to leftist capitalism. This is kind of a mimetic Sisyphus section. He had a great response to some people who are talking about how it's like capitalism sucks, capitalism's the problem. So
they want to blame capitalism. There's this conflation of capitalism got all the world's woes, and it's the worst system there is, even though prosperity is higher than ever, and you would have had no medicine and just like foraging for food, hunting, and subsistence farming if capitalism didn't exist. So here's the main tweet. It says, no, it's not normal for humans to be in competition all the time. It's not normal to work for most of your waking hours of the day. It's not normal to be stressed 24/7. Stop taking a few hundred years of capitalism and pretending that's just how being is. It's not. Mimetic Sisyphus replied and said, people really think capitalism invented the concept of having to work for your food.
Yep, and there was another...
Like, as if, the early agrarian societies, it was just easy money, 3 hours a day, like, oh, dude, and then we chill.
And then there was another reply that was talking about certain groups of like indigenous people all over the world.
Yeah, this guy said, not 8 hours a day. Go read about the Andamanis and their way of life before the Anglo-man brought them civilization and promptly exterminated them. That's how humans lived for most of our history. 80% of the day spent telling stories, jokes, songs, and dances.
80% of the day!
What? They were just doing dances. They never had to work. It was nothing. And so...
so here's what those people lived in. They lived in these mud huts.
We Googled the Anandalese people. And
yeah.
That's the peak of their achievement. So,
How do you keep the bugs off you? And it's like, oh.
We just die of malaria.
Yeah, they're on you.
Yeah.
They go in the food. They're in your butt.
And this, again, is in the main theme of our podcast, which is people are too far removed from how the food is made, right?
Yeah.
You think farmers just, like, work and they set the combine to go? They go, oh, yeah, it's automatic.
Yeah, we got to pick the apples.
It's like the hardest job there is, maintaining your crops every day. You can't leave, especially, like, livestock, cattle. You think those guys get off days where they just don't have to feed the cows?
Mm-hmm.
And so Mimetic Sisyphus, our boy, he said, I think we should have a national work on a farm week program for all high school students. You have to spend a week following a farmer's schedule. And I think that's a great idea.
It's a very great idea.
Let's get back in touch with how the food is made, right?
Mm-hmm. And we had some socialism, communism reminders.
Yeah, so what's the alternative to capitalism? It's all socialism, communism. This was a Reddit post that said socialism, the subreddit socialism survey results are in. 48% are unemployed, 61% live with parents, 69% are uneducated, 14% support free speech, 46% support riots.
That's who has the idea for an alternative way of living.
That's,
For
yeah.
America, the best country, freest country ever.
Them and
Kandosi! Amazing! You live! My congratulations. You are more worthy than any Mandalorian in the last 5 galactic cycles. Speak of what you faced. Let these young ones hear the path of true valor.
Yes, please. What happened?
My vision became a black haze, but I still struck down all who came at me.
It sounds glorious. Master, I want to try the ordeal. I think I'm ready.
Do not compare yourself, lad. The training and endurance to face this test will take you many years. You can see your exploits will be a tale to inspire a generation. This is the weapon which marks your triumph. Use it in health.
I'd lost you there.
I'm really sorry about that, my lord. Those results were unexpected.
You are one dead man.
Please, no. I'm just doing my job. Take anything you want. From the good stuff, anything. Just don't kill me. Just a few adjustments.
My lord, have I mentioned how honored I am to be working with the Sith? Ah, no matter. I've already called the Mos Illa garrison. If you have the Gamorrean base codes, it won't be long before we can seize our new staging area.
Everything's going as planned, then.
Soon we won't have to play friends with the Mandalorians, and we'll be in a position to bargain. It's been a privilege. Your part in this won't be forgotten.
them and the Anadolese who lived in the mud huts and just got, I don't know, didn't make it. And then this all-time tweet, which we just want to remind you of. Reminder, communism is when ugly, deformed freaks make it illegal to be normal, then rob and or kill all successful people out of petty resentment and cruelty. The ideology is all just window dressing.
That's what they're trying to do.
Rings true to me, man.
We're the normal cool people.
Yeah.
They're trying to get us.
Yeah.
Well, that's the end of Cringe of the Week.
People fucking unironically sit in an air-conditioned office job where they're making $50K a year or something. It's not that great. The pay's not that great. But then they tweet about how much easier it was for the mud hut people in Africa.
We need to do stuff like that. Yeah, we can be telling stories and singing songs and shit. Good luck. Good, good luck convincing people. You got an uphill battle. And if you convince someone they're either dumb and looking for it already, or I don't even know. I don't know who's looking to accept that. And anyone who goes against your ideas, you want to censor. Yeah, so it's like, I don't really know how this is going to go. All right, let's move on. Don't get too down. Don't get too depressed. We have Urban Decay. We have more depressing stuff coming that makes you even more upset. The diaper's stolen. At least we're going to have fun with it. We have a good Urban Decay. Well, a bad Urban Decay. But, the diaper's stolen. These are people who are stealing diapers on camera. Here they go. This is in Memphis, lovely city. Why would 8 black teenager to 20-year-olds be looting the diapers, right? Well, maybe they're just desperate mothers with kids who are constantly shitting themselves. Probably, right? Or... That's the safe assumption. Let's go to the next tweet about baby formula. Yeah. Yeah, some trans person on Twitter goes, literally a store in my city today, like, offended, and the sign said, baby formula has been relocated to the customer service desk. Please see customer service and we'd be happy to help. And they're pretending that, like, oh, baby formula, people are just stealing the formula because they're desperate and they need to feed their kid. Yeah, a single tear rolls down a mom's eyes, and she thinks to herself, do I have to do this? Do you want me to read the Memetic Sisyphus tweet? He said, in their minds, a desperate woman unable to make ends meet slips 1 container of formula into her purse. She glances at her fussing child. A single tear drops on her cheek. She hurries out the store, hoping no one saw. In the real world, though, it's Darius is selling 40 containers out of his Chevy Malibu at the projects for half the retail price.
What's the situation, Commander?
My lord, one of the local warlords appears to have taken offense at Imperial troops moving through his territory. He's been turning his cannons on our men.
Perhaps I should have a word with your unfriendly neighbor.
I'd love to see that, my lord, but I'm sure the insect isn't worth your notice. It's his cannons that are the concern. The squad of mercenaries I sent to destroy the emplacements have failed to report back. Leaves me in a bind. I need someone to get in range of those cannons and mark them for assault.
Sounds fraught with danger. Count me in.
Take this target designator. It'll allow you to call in pinpoint strikes on the cannon's positions. Give them a taste of Imperial firepower.
He also sells laundry detergent and cooking oil. He woke up at 1 p.m. today. Yeah, which is exactly correct. Heavy Memetic Sisyphus episode. Yeah, he's good. Make sure you guys had a good week on Twitter. He had a great week. He's been going viral a lot. Make sure you guys follow him. He's linked in the description every single week. He is our boy. Yeah. And then here's another example of that, just reiterating that it's not, we're not out, capitalism isn't out here oppressing the single mom who fell on hard times. The CVS in Columbia Heights, which is outside of DC, all the unlocked items are looted clean. Coincidentally, street vendors in the area are selling the same products, just on a fold-out table chair. So, hey, nice society if you can't lock these people up. Wow. So, I guess if the stores don't have it available, you just go outside and buy it for cash. Yeah, you buy it from someone. Half price. Yeah, and instead of actually arresting people who are doing the thieving, cracking down on all the crime, that's so easy, it's blatant, every day. The gas station attendant in this next clip had cops come in and give him a citation for not displaying a no smoking sign. So that's what's going on. Here's them. We're gonna fast forward. Yeah, play it in the background. It's a security camera, but here they are coming in. They go behind his desk. They say you don't have a no smoking sign, and he gives them a citation, and they have to pay a fee. And the store owner put the text over the video. They don't care that the homeless in the city vandalize buildings, remove signs, making it hard for business owners to have a perfect facility for the city. So yeah, you can't really tax harvest or fine harvest a street rat. Yeah. They just don't pay, and it just racks up. And then they call your bluff on finally sending them to jail, and you don't. So it's over. But then you have to go to the gas station and get the hardworking gas station attendants fined because they don't have a no smoking sign, as if that's the problem. Backwards. All right, Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, he was talking about all the crime and violence in the city and the murders, and this is what he said.
What we've seen is a very raggedy form instituted by right-wing extremism. Everyone knows that the right-wing extremism in this country has targeted cities, and quite frankly, they've been very intentional about going after democratically ran cities that are led by people of color. And their whole motivation is to create disruption and chaos, because that's what that particular party has been about. Right? This is the same political party that did not want to accept that President Obama was actually an American. It's the same Republican right-wing extremism that stormed the Capitol. It's the same right-wing extremism that refused to accept the result of the Civil War. It's raggedy.
Chicago's MAGA country after all.
Yeah, Jesse Smollett was right to play that hand. So I checked, actually. Last Republican mayor of Chicago, 1931.
Wow.
So that's the last time a Republican had a hand in actually doing anything in Chicago. And I guess pointing out how horribly run and disorganized the city is like, that's right-wing extremism.
That's racist. It's disrupting the city and doing chaos.
Yeah, and he couldn't wait to play the race card, Mayor Brandon Johnson.
And it's like, you guys brought hundreds of thousands of illegals here, and you're putting them up in like migrant camps that you're building, and where there's like crimes every day, and no one's getting arrested, and you think it's the white people?
The Safety Act in Illinois, the Democrats passed, is letting criminals immediately back out on the street to reoffend, and it's the MAGA Republicans who are doing it.
So keep that in mind. Go ahead.
The crazier part to me is that like some of his constituents may believe this. Like, it was MAGA.
Yeah.
It's like a boogeyman. You can blame anything on MAGA. Yeah. And then they can keep, releasing criminals, hosting the Venezuelan migrants who are just doing crime, let Macy's get robbed, whatever, man.
Yeah.
MAGA Republicans.
And they say it, and the media backs them up. So it doesn't even have to be close to true. They just need it on the record. Yeah. So keep in mind what he said in that speech for these next clips, and then try and figure out if it's a MAGA person or if it's a black person. All right, next is the mall fight. Fight at the mall.
It's the Apple Store, right? Or...
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Damn. Ooh.
Fucking MAGA Republicans.
Yeah, that's good. We need to open more libraries so they can fight in there.
Smart.
And they can steal the books, maybe.
Oh, no, they don't. There's no resale value in those.
There's no resale. That's a good point. These are young scholars, and this is an everyday occurrence. These types of fights happening in schools as well. This story went kind of viral earlier in the week. It is a violent clip, but it's all censored. There's a fight that ends in a stabbing, and this kid dies.
This was in North Carolina.
You hear everyone yelling.
It sounds animalistic.
Yelling and filming. And then a lot of young African-American kids.
And that kid pulled out a knife to defend himself. He was getting absolutely jumped, and he pulled out a knife, right?
So that was like a self-defense situation.
Self-defense.
But like, you pull out a knife and you killed somebody.
Yeah.
And everyone's like yelling and filming. And then you see a lot of the young kids have their hoods up.
Mm.
So it's kind of like going back to the mayor of Chicago. It's like, what's more likely to kill you? A KKK member with a hood or a black kid with a hood up?
I haven't seen a KKK member with a hood in my entire life, actually.
Well, there was one in that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, shit, that's right.
Django.
Oh, I got to update my whole worldview now.
Yeah. So,
because that movie. And then you saw Get Out, right?
Yeah.
So that's what black people go through every day.
That's what it's like.
They're body swapping black people and old white people who are rich. Mm-hmm. And they keep you trapped with hypnosis. That's it.
Yeah, but these schools need more money.
Yeah, of course they do.
These schools need more money to teach these kids morals and values 10 years ago. That's what more money hopefully will do.
The more money will hopefully reverse not having a dad and having a mom who actually paid attention. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, you can't throw money at a past gone problem.
Yeah,
some people need to just be ditch diggers.
And that's the thing. People think like, oh, all this money spent on this or on that, it should be going to these shitty public schools where no one can read.
Yeah.
There was a good tweet about it. Can you give that a read?
This guy said private schools, religious schools, gendered schools, and homeschooling, etc. are all a detriment to society. School isn't just about learning facts. It's about acclimatizing people to their society, and building schools that are purposely segregated ruins that.
Yeah. So basically, you can't send your kid to a charter school and give him a chance. You have to leave him in the school with all these kids who don't know how to read or do math.
Yeah, but they know how to stab and how to wear hoodies and how to jump someone.
Yeah, that's the more important thing. And it's like the resource you're looking for with all the money where people can like be acclimated and whatever, it's called prison.
Yeah.
You put them in prison and then you leave them there.
Yeah. And then, I mean, this guy says this while all the public schools are phasing out separate classes for gifted and talented students. And this one says to increase equity, this California high school is eliminating honors courses. And so it's like, I have a kid.
Those
I know
cannons
my
won't
kid is
trouble you
capable
again.
of taking honors
The
courses, AP
Mandalorian
courses.
troops supporting your warlord
Should I send him to
have
the
another
public school
story.
who's trying to do equity
Blast
shit?
it.
Or should I send him
Too
to the
many
all-boys
Mandalorian
Catholic
clans
school
to keep track
that's
of.
going to fucking do the
Never
honors
did
classes?
like them.
Exactly. They
And
got
count on
rid
us to
of the
finish the
honors
rest.
classes because not
Without
all
their
the kids
guns
can
to
do
hide
it.
behind,
Yeah,
those
because
craven
most kids
scum
are
will
actually
crumble
functionally
before us.
retarded.
Yeah, and then here's another one, same thing, Wall Street Journal. So they've been doing this for years.
Of course.
And then they go, we need more money for the schools.
Yeah, keep dumping money, keep lighting it on fire.
And teachers are freaking out too. This clip went viral a couple days ago. This teacher freaked out in Texas.
You chose for me to be held to file on you. What you do is I bring your right hand to my face. I'm going through all type of shit. I'm trying to be in goddamn disrespected every goddamn day. When all I want to you, I very nicely told you what to do. You don't gotta touch my phone. I'm about to touch your goddamn phone. They wouldn't even come to that. It wouldn't even come to it. You just do what you're supposed to do. Don't say anything else to me.
Yep. Teachers are snapping. They're just like
Boiling
babysitting.
point. Yeah.
They're babysitting bad kids.
You don't have to touch my phone. It's just like a kid on his phone the whole time, openly disrespecting the teacher, you know? How are other kids, and then I always feel bad for the 2, maybe 3 really good and studious kids who are in that classroom who have to watch this teacher freak out because everyone's just testing him.
And the whole class gets brought down to the worst denominator.
Yep.
They don't even know what denominator
What are you
is.
saying? We lost
So
a
at
squad of
least they
very
don't
expensive
know what they don't
Mandalorians, and
know.
now our boys
Denominator,
can't do
it's
the
like,
trick
oh, I know
either.
denominator,
Forget
I'll be
excuses.
back.
Work it out.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
I'm sorry,
You've
my
done
lord.
that joke before, haven't
I should
you?
not have lost my temper in
Maybe I
front
just
of you.
thought of it, but I probably
The
would have that
exchange
same
is
thought
proving to be
process
more
in the past.
difficult than we originally estimated.
Maybe. All right, last page of Urban Decay. Not everyone is asleep to this.
What
Advice from
transpired
the
here?
guy in the car.
The exchange
This
is
is
using an
actually
old
good.
reclamation base as an
I
ammo
told my
stockyard.
youngins, I said,
We've
that whatever
taken
you
2
do,
shots at it now,
try to go get you
and we
like
may
a
have to.
square.
In that case, I'll do it.
Your assistance will be most appreciated. I will give you the location for the ammo stockyard we were targeting, plus the last known coordinates for our squad. I suggest you look first for survivors. Perhaps they can give you some insight into why they failed.
Weirdo type girlfriend. The type of girlfriend that don't have a lot of girlfriends, that's in school, and that love to come home and take naps. That's really family orientated. And I said, get you some white friends, some Asian friends, and some Spanish friends. Some working friends that they work every day and they brainstorming on how to make their next buck.
That's good advice.
You get the point, yeah.
Let it keep
Orientated.
going, though. He goes on to the problem, too.
I said, you don't want to deal with these niggas too much. You don't want to deal with these darkies because they will have you fucked up out here. A lot of these niggas is mesmerized and is in some type of trance listening to that demonic music, and they always hurt the people that's closest to them. So leave these niggas alone. Get you a square weirdo girlfriend and some white boy homies, some Korean, Asian homies, and some Spanish homies. And stay out the way.
There you go.
I get it.
That's good advice. Everyone's sick of these. You know what?
As Drake said.
As Drake said, sick of them. And then this guy, one of the BLM founders, he's now on Team Trump. Let this clip rip.
Team DeSantis had a freak out about this as well.
Yeah.
When Trump replied or whatever, but we'll just play it.
You, BLM leader, and you're now endorsing Donald Trump, saying he's the best candidate we have. Why do you think he is the best candidate that we have?
Because everybody else sucks.
So is he just the best of a bad group? I mean, is he not that great either, but he's just like better than the rest?
Well, I like Trump, personally, and I think right now who we have sitting in the Oval Office is just a deep disappointment. You know, I deeply have disdain for him, and I really
Yeah,
dislike
we get it.
We get it.
And DL Hewley posted this. He was calling him like an Uncle Tom. And he says he's on the plantation, as if he's like misleading black people. And it's like, DL, that's you.
Yeah.
All the rampant crimes, the no bail, the illegals coming to urban areas, incentivizing fatherless homes. That's all Democrats over the last like 60 years.
Yeah.
That's the plantation.
Yeah.
The trick, the idea that like, oh, the racists against the good guys, and the good guys just can't really get it right. They're trying, but they keep fucking everything up and doing the opposite of what needs to be done. But you don't want to be a racist.
Yeah, you can't be racist. Meanwhile, the thousands of Guatemalans, Venezuelans, they'll be stuffed right into your neighborhood with limited resources. Did we ever play the people getting the turkeys and all the inner city black people who they were waiting in line for the turkeys for Thanksgiving, but the Mexicans and the Hispanics all beat them to it and waited in line?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like that's literally where they're being placed. Black people are going to be super affected. I'm not going to say most affected because it depends on the area. And really, it's like if you're a black voter, right, and you see this shit happening, maybe just don't vote Democrat this year. Maybe sit out. Maybe vote for Trump. If you plan on committing a felony in the next year or in the next 4 years,
You got to vote Democrat.
you got to vote Democrat. That's in your best interest. I get it.
Yeah.
If you're a robber, if you're a felon, if you're a thug,
If you got the Glock with the switch.
if you got the Glock with the switch, yes, and you're gonna catch a charge in the next 4 years, please vote for a Democrat. That's I'll admit it. That's in your best interest.
Let the
'cause
thing talk.
if you let that thing talk, then you need to sign vote Democrat. Because those are the only ones who aren't going to punish you, and they'll let you off.
Yep, exactly. Well, don't get too down. Don't get too depressed. We're moving on to
uplifting
gold. All right, catalytic converter reverse house call.
All right.
So this guy's stealing his catalytic converter. He notices, and then he gets in the thief's car and just steals his car. So now everyone's doing crime.
Smart. That's the only way to answer.
Yep.
More crime.
There you go.
Now you have the catalytic converter, but no way to get home because you just disabled his car too.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's move on to the sticky trap.
All right.
This is, look at that. Roaches, spiders, a huge spider, and 1 million baby spiders.
Wow. Bloodbath.
Look at that.
Let's
And it's
pause on
uplifting because you
just
caught him.
Yeah, you saved yourself from another 150 spiders.
Those were going in your house.
All right.
Those were in your basement.
Very uplifting.
Very uplifting. All right, Walmart receipt eater. This is a good bit.
Excuse me, sir, can I see your receipt?
Can you see what?
Your receipt? Thank you.
Here
Can you see that? Can you see your items real quick?
No, you can see the item.
Can you show them to me?
You're welcome to look at it.
Okay.
He ate my receipt. Call the police, please. I'm not engaging with this person. Who is this person? What role do you play here? What role do you play in here, sir?
What do you mean?
He ate my receipt.
What? He ate your receipt?
Do you want to pull the cameras up and see it?
It's okay, it's okay.
Just asking what's
I'm
going
making
on.
sure that everything's okay. Because outside he was yelling at someone for taking his parking spot.
What is you? Who are you to do anything? What the?
I was just making sure everything's okay.
You have cameras in here. Can we bring the tape out?
Outside, he was yelling at someone.
I like the continued gaslighting.
Yeah.
Getting the other Walmart associates on your side. That's smart.
Gaslighting is like, that's a good gaslight.
Yeah. Gail Lewis would have handled that.
Gail Lewis would have handled that. All right, let's go to the husband's barber. Didn't get it right. This
And
happened to me once.
I'm going to guess this was some sort of like Hispanic barber or possibly a black barber.
Mm-hmm.
They started doing this thing where everybody gets these super lined up haircuts. The sharp edge in your hair.
The lines. Who wants that?
I don't get that. And the urban types like it. I don't know. What is that?
That happened to me once. They gave me ice pick sideburns in high school.
High school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to like buzz my head. It was like a Caesar or something.
Find yourself
Tape
a white barber. Stick to them, you know?
Or just get a buzzer. I use dog clippers. I know
Do
it
you?
sounds bad, but my clippers, I ordered them on a grocery store order, and it was from a dog. It was a dog clippers. So I couldn't get it, and I needed it like the same day.
Yeah.
And then I got dog clippers, and I just do half, and I buzz my whole head. That's all you have to do if you're a guy. Just buzz your head.
I don't know. That's not really good advice. If you have good hair and you're just buzzing it, you're kind of wasting your potential, right?
Yeah.
So
All right, let's go to Neil McDonough.
that's the easy path advice.
Yeah.
Get a dog clippers.
I haven't gone
trim
to
your
a
hair
I haven't
yourself.
gone to a barber in like 5 years.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Because when I sit there and he's gonna go,
I know.
I'm like, where are you from?
Where do you work?
And it's like I'm gonna wonder if the haircut's even good. I'll just buzz it and never, not leave the house that day.
Fair.
All right, last clip of Uplifting Gold. Neil McDonough, he gave a speech following the new movie The Shift that came out that he's in, and basically he got blackballed in Hollywood for years because he refused to do sex scenes with women because he's married and didn't think that was appropriate, and he won't even do kissing scenes with women because he thinks it's inappropriate. Here's what he said giving a speech after the movie came out.
They said, you have to do it or we're going to fire you. I'm like, well, I'm not going to do it. So they fired me. I was blackballed for 2 years. I couldn't get a job. And because of that, I lost my big, beautiful house in Los Angeles, my shiny Mercedes, all my stuff, and my swagger. And as you can imagine at the time, I was really crushed. They thought that I was some religious zealot, but to me, it was just that I didn't think it was the right thing to do. And also, I really love my wife. And as I've said, and I'll say it a million times, these lips are meant for one woman.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Refreshing to hear that.
He's got boundaries.
It's called having boundaries.
I know him as Buck Compton from Band of Brothers.
Yeah, he's a great actor.
Yeah.
I liked him growing up. He's always one of my favorites. All right, well, we are back at the beginning of the show. We are doing our doppels and shout-outs here at the end because we didn't have time in the beginning. So we're going to go through them fast. Are you ready?
Doppels first?
Doppels first. Also, people complain about doppels and shout-outs, and they're like, oh, it's 2 minutes.
Yeah, relax.
It's 2 minutes of the fucking show.
Everybody fucking relax.
Yeah, so here's Rat Boy Doppel. This guy has a hand that gets turned into Rat Boy's literal face.
Ed Sheeran?
What am I looking at right now? Who's who? Yep.
All right.
Can't play the music. We have me on an air. Ooh, I didn't.
That's a pretty racist image.
Yeah, we're going to have to blur the faces because it looks a little racist, but someone made that AI image of me. Looks like my body and head.
Yeah, they got that part right at least.
Yeah.
Here's you. Police are looking for a violent gang member. That's you.
It looks like me.
Here's you, another AI. They're really AI and you.
Yeah,
that's
fat
you in the
family
middle.
is not me.
That's your family.
I don't
That's
even get it.
Yep. Here's you working at Sam's Club.
Yep.
That guy. Are you gonna ask?
No.
Is that guy fatter than me?
That guy's not fatter than me.
I know. I was gonna shut you down.
I knew he's not. Yeah.
All right. What's this? A Rat Boy shopping?
Shoppers, we've
Yep.
lowered
There's
prices
you.
and
There's
locked
me.
them in.
There's
Locked
you
in.
shopping.
Boom shaka laka. Lock. Who's
All right, that's
there?
good.
Good for him. Good for him.
That's you.
Here's a bad one for me.
This is good, yeah.
Here's
Sorry.
a bad one for me.
Yep. This one is Twink Rat Boy
Oh God, doing stripper pole in his underwear.
with his butt out. He's gonna watch this. Watch this.
Oh no.
Why
All
did,
right.
Why did you do that?
I don't know. And then who's this? Oh, I think we might have seen this guy before.
Yeah. Playing the saxophone at Bridgestone Arena. I don't even know what sport it is. That's great. Those are the doppels, and I have some shout outs. Shout out to Adelina. She just turned 2 years old yesterday and has been watching the show since she was 3 days old. We have a picture of her as a 3-day-old watching the show, and her birthday was yesterday. Happy birthday. Happy second birthday. We love you. Shout out to Erica's husband, Alan, whose birthday is Saturday. They're show watchers and supporters since the Wooden Spoon days, and a veteran.
Oh,
So thank you for your service.
respect our veterans.
We respect our veterans. Shout out to Caden. He got Student of the Month earlier in the month, but we missed it. He's got straight A's, too.
That's huge, Caden.
Straight A's.
That's huge.
We love you. Keep up the good work. Your dad's very proud of you. You guys are a great family. Shout out to Nicole and Steven, who are bonus landers, and they just celebrated their anniversary last week. You guys are great. Happy 38th birthday to Elena this Saturday. Happy birthday to Base Latin on IG. Our boy. A lot of our clips we find from Base Latin. He's a great Instagram account. We love him a lot. We had a weird furry shout out.
Smurf. Me and my friend had cabicho in the cabana. It was after tennis.
That was a little weird.
Okay, don't do that again.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
And that's, that's it. Those are our shout outs.
Furry? Is that legitimate furry?
That was a real furry.
Okay. Calm down. Repent.
Yeah, that was a little much.
Okay.
But I guess it's okay.
We appreciate the support anyway.
Also, I almost forgot. On December 2nd, there is an event in Arizona, the Briar Patch Marketplace. It's in Phoenix, Arizona at Paradise Valley High School. It's tomorrow on Saturday, December 2nd. Keep an eye out for Hannah. Hannah made us the Broccoli Rob pictures. And she's a local artist in that area. So they have this event. It's like a bazaar, like a farmer's market type of thing with a bunch of different booths. So make sure you guys find Hannah. Her booth is the H.M. Danielson booth. She's an artist. She made Broccoli Rob pics that time, and she's giving out free Broccoli Rob stickers. So she has a bunch of stickers. If you guys go find her, she will give you free Rob shit.
Okay.
So that's great. It's in Arizona, Paradise Valley High School tomorrow, Briar Patch Marketplace, Arizona. Rise up. Go get your free Rob stickers. All right, moving on. And then also, don't forget, we do our small business shout-outs on Fridays, but because we did the Doppels and shout-outs at the end of the episode, we're going to push that to next Friday. We'll pick that back up on Friday. That is the end of the Epi. Hey. It was a good one. Was it one of our best, like I promised?
I don't know.
I think so.
Let the audience decide.
I liked it. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you join Bonus Land. If you're watching at this point, you probably love Bonus Land. FleckisTalks.com is the website. We have a 30-minute Bonus Land dropping right now. If not, we'll see you on Friday. Thank you, or Tuesday. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you at the next one.
Breonna Taylor.
ICKLMNOPHQES.
All right, welcome back to Fleckis Talks, the podcast, episode 127. Today on the show, there's unrest in Ireland following the stabbing of a child by a migrant that shouldn't have been there in the first place. Then, at our border, the military is letting in illegals, and the Biden administration is telling them to make sure they get the illegals' pronouns correct. Then, on top of that, Vice dropped an article entitled 100 Ways White People Can Make Life Less Frustrating for People of Color. We'll go over that. And last but not least, my black wheelchair Santa's finally arrived. All this and more, it's Fleckis Talks, the podcast, episode 127, ranked the best new podcast of all time.
Because words are just words until action actually starts. And actions speak louder than words. But at the same time, words speak louder than actions because sometimes it's the right thing to do. Very cool. Very cool.
It's Fleckis Talks, the podcast, featuring Richard Grab.
All right, 1 for 1 on the intro, as always. Guys, this week's episode is brought to you by our friends over at Fume. Now, as you know, cold turkey might be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. And we're not talking crazy mind voodoo from your weird neighbor or casting spells, because that's technically witchcraft. We're talking about Fume, who found a new way to help you break your bad habits. Fume realized that not everything in a bad habit is actually bad. So why make unsustainable, drastic changes that will never last when you can just take the bad out of your habit? Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that does just that. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely natural. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses delicious flavors. Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy, and it makes replacing your bad habits easy. Fume tastes great, the product is fun to fidget with, and it's made with very high quality materials, especially the new Solana Fume, which has a walnut finish and onyx coated mouthpiece. Very cool. So start the holidays off right with the good habit by going to tryfume.com/Fleckis. That's tryfum.com/Fleckis and use code Fleckis for 20% off from now until December 1st. And if you want to use that code year round, you'll get 10% off after that. So go to tryfume.com/Fleckis today and pick up a product that will help you break your bad habits. Thank you for sponsoring. Let's get into housekeeping. All right. Thank you to Fume.
Thank you, Fume.
It's always good to break your bad habits.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
We're almost there. Big news. Most important thing, first things first. The Black Santas finally came. The Black Wheelchair Santas. Look at this. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
See, I'm convinced this entire...
Made in China, probably?
Is it?
Well, I'm assuming.
Or probably made in some hellhole.
Yep. Slave labor for the paralyzed Santa. China, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, China.
Thank you, China.
That's for you. You can keep that. I'm giving it away to people I like.
I might put this on my rearview mirror until the holiday seasons are done.
It's very smart.
Yeah.
So I'm convinced that these Black Wheelchair Santas are a full irony play.
Of course.
Because I think 95% of sales, maybe even 99% of sales, are just people doing bits.
Of course.
Like me. I'm a straight white Christian male. I would never buy this. I bought 10.
There's one single black kid in a wheelchair whose mom pulls it out from behind and goes, look, Santa's just like you. There's one.
Yeah. So I bought 10, and I should have bought 0.
I know.
On paper.
I know.
And I think there's something more to it. I think it kind of lowers everyone's energy into like a victim mindset. You know, oh, it's Christmas. What a great time of year. Well, don't forget some people are in wheelchairs, you piece of shit.
Some people can't fit down a chimney.
Yeah. So, you know, and then you're like, ah, dang, that's true. Some people are in wheelchairs. That's sad. That's not fair. And guess what? Now we're all in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
With that mindset. You know what I'm saying? Christmas is ruined. Also, these are only $3.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because I would have paid $50 for them.
Yeah, for the irony play.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have bought 10, but...
Yeah. Wouldn't have bought 10, but I would have paid a lot more.
Yeah.
Benny Johnson had a pretty...
Sorry to interrupt. We'll get to the Benny Johnson tweet. But... it's funny to me to imagine the Chinese people vibing out how things are going in America based on what they're manufacturing.
What they're slave laboring.
Exactly. And it's like, fidget spinners, like, are these guys retarded? You know? And then it's like Black Wheelchair Santa, like, uh-oh, the money train's drying up soon. The cheap goods from China, like, the society is not healthy who wants this.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's go to the Benny Johnson tweet about it.
He said, Target stock has dropped 14% year to date. They lost billions in market cap. This is what happens when you take a brand that should be for families, but you use it as a propaganda arm for radical ideologies that target children. So, of course, Target has hired LGBTQIA strategist Gay Cruella to rebuild the
관람자 여러분, 잠시 후 새로 개발 생산되어 공군에
There's probably no translation, is there? Yeah, of course it'd be in Korean.
사형과 공격형 무인기 샛별 9형이 김일성 광장 200m 상공을 두 차례 기인하게 됩니다.
There's no American? The fuck?
70년 한 치 한 치에 너무도 값비싼 희생과 고뇌와 땀을 묻어왔기에 그처럼 지나긴 세월이 같고 남들이 걸어온 수세기를 줄잡아 잿더미 위에서 일약 초강국으로 솟구친 나날이어서 짧기로 했던 25,568일 승리의 영봉에서 걸어온 길 되새겨보는 가슴마다에 불덩이같이 차오르는 생각 경애하는 김정은 동지 그의 전설적인 향도사가 이 나라를 세계 정상의 억척부동으로 세웠습니다. 그이께서 계시기에 이 땅 위에 흐르던 준엄한 날과 달들이 성공과 기적의 시간들로 바뀌었고 그이가 우리를 이끄시기에 우리 조국의 어제와 오늘 내일이 승리라는 감높은 부름과 하나로 합쳐졌습니다. 존엄과 힘의 절정에서 천하를 굽어보는 강국의 727과 전승의 727이 함께 열병할 위대한 시각이 바야흐로 도래하고 있습니다. 강축에 춤받아 환희의 물결에 새세대 청춘들의 크나큰 자부심이 넘쳐나고 계승자의 맹세가 굽이칩니다. 승리자의 후손. 물려받기는 쉬웠어도 지키고 빛내이기는 쉽지 않은 값비싼 그 영예. 하기에 이 땅의 모든 세대는 우리의 투쟁이 전승세대가 이룩한 위대한
Who the oh, this fucking nerd. Superior Shogun game. Seems getting a little weird with the recommendations.
Try it out. Hey, if you're like a bachelor all by yourself, this is a godsend. I'm not kidding.
Yes, for sure.
You know, like my wife was off for a week, you know, doing something.
Yeah.
And I had this, and it was so nice for me not to think about what I'm going to prepare.
And it's
you know?
healthy.
Yeah, it's healthy, and it's tasty, and there's a huge amount of choice. Because, you know, like when you're kind of ambling around, like, what am I going to make for dinner? What do I feel like? You're just like, oh, it's like shuffling a deck of cards. It's like, this sounds good, you know? And it's really good. Can recommend.
Can recommend. Anyway,
yeah.
Back to the show.
Back to the show, guys. I guess it's time for us to hit Soft Power Hour.
It is.
Okay.
You guys are going to know that you're going to use that code ADV50.
Yeah,
You figured it out.
Yeah, you figured that out. Yeah. All right. So, Soft Power Hour is our main segment of the show. This is where we talk about how China's trying to change your mind. And I suppose, in a way, they are.
Yeah, I guess with the lack of
transparency.
So there's been an issue. There's been a kind of big deal happening. It's at least making its round in the news. That there's been a big kind of respiratory problem in northern
Massive
China.
outbreak,
Big
especially
outbreak of
amongst
something.
children.
And that's an issue because we know that China went under lockdown, like it was called zero COVID, right? It's basically zero COVID at all costs. And what they did was they locked people in their apartments. It was just brutal.
Yeah, you know, if you've been watching our show,
Yes, you've been around the block if you watch the show.
he had to be tested multiple times a day.
Yes.
It was all fraudulent and rubbish.
It was nuts.
Yeah.
Right? It was like a huge mess, and China was simultaneously trying to be the example of how the world should deal with COVID.
But was actually the example of how you shouldn't.
How you shouldn't do it.
Ruined their economy, had people stuck in their apartments for 30 days starving.
Sometimes.
Sorry, 60 days, 90 days. Yeah, we have a friend in Shanghai who was stuck for like more than 90 days.
Yeah. So anyway, long story short, this whole spiel, all this stuff that happened, people were destroyed, right? People lost their jobs, they lost their way of life.
That's your command.
They were able to return to a normal life because they kept this zero COVID policy. And then all of a sudden, they pulled the rug out from everyone.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, it's over.
They're like, it's done. It's all over. There's nothing more. There's no such thing anymore. We got pictures prior to this, or right after they did it, they were painting over the COVID murals to say like wear a mask and don't eat rare species.
It was really, it came to a head because people were starting to protest. And China, the government cannot handle any kind of protest. And when they did that white paper protest,
it was nuts.
And the bridge guy, Bannerman, as soon as that started to happen, people were actually starting to break out of their compounds too. There were these huge scuffles. Then the government was like, you know what? Like, we better just stop this, otherwise it's going to go too far. Like, we pushed them too far.
Yeah. So the problem is that because of all of this lockdown, all of this cut off, right? You had a situation where normal illnesses and seasonal illnesses, like RSV, flu.
What is RSV for those of us who don't speak?
It's a respiratory synactyl virus, right?
Okay.
Ready for battle.
Sinusitis virus. Sorry.
Okay. Is that pneumonia?
No.
Form of pneumonia?
Nope. Oh. That is a virus. You're talking about Mycoplasma pneumonia.
That's what
a
I'm
bacteria.
talking about. Yeah.
That's not related.
You know, viruses and bacteria, they're both small.
They are both small. They're both small.
They both cause harm.
One is
Fight
much
for
smaller
Rome!
than the other. Do you know which?
Virus.
Yes. Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. So you're on top of this.
I know this stuff, dude. I know science. Come on, small little things that make you feel bad.
This is very true.
You know,
you got this.
Yeah, dude, seriously.
You got this.
It doesn't matter. Okay?
What was the source of your inspiration, by the way?
The source?
My source is that I made it the up.
Yeah.
Anyway, my source is the Beijing Children's Hospital.
Okay.
They said that the current average there was more than 7,000 daily patients, and it far exceeded the Children's Hospital's capacity. And this is a bit different because during the COVID thing, when people were just falling down the streets and everything was going wild, and people were like, "Look at China, it's crazy." Before they kind of like really put the lid
clamps down.
the
they were
lid
like,
on
"Nope,
all that
can't talk
type of
about
stuff.
this anymore."
Before they did that, people were looking at China like it's chaos. And the thing is, children weren't really being affected. But in this case, we're looking at children being affected.
Yes.
In what's it called? I should say in abnormal amounts.
Yeah, large numbers
compared to previously. It says the largest pediatric hospital in nearby Tianjin, so that's right next to Beijing.
Yeah.
Actually broke a record on Saturday. They had received more than 13,000 children at its outpatient and emergency departments. You think about the average emergency room in the average hospital, right?
Yeah.
You imagine what 13,000 patients is like, and you can kind of put your finger on the pulse here. I mean, this is abnormal, right?
It is very abnormal. And, people, the news is coming out all over the place.
It is, yeah. So health officials in Beijing and other major cities in northern China have said that typical seasonal illnesses, including influenza and RSV, like we talked about before, as well as that pneumonia, that bacterial pneumonia. It's called Mycoplasma pneumonia, a bacterial infection that causes mild infection and commonly affects children, were driving the causes. So this is what China said.
Yes.
Now that's all well and good, and that's great that there has been some reporting on this, right? That's fantastic.
Yes, but it's very kind of like, what would you call it? Not very good reporting. I'd say it's kind of delayed, slowed down, kind of like muted reporting.
I think the problem, right, is
you're like, holy shit, these hospitals are getting records broken with the amount of children being admitted, and they're like, oh, it's just normal seasonal stuff.
I think
they're playing it down, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think the problem is that a lot of other like outlets and stuff were very concerned that China's people into COVID again. Maybe they're not being transparent. I actually saw an article, I think it was on, I can't remember what it was on, what publication, but they said China being transparent.
Yeah, I mean, the World Health Organization asked China to be transparent about it. And China's like, no.
Yes.
As usual. You know, here's the thing. When COVID broke out, it was a similar story. It's like, oh, there's some kind of pneumonia. And they're like, it's not too bad. It's just the same as a flu. Remember, that was a thing for a while. And then when it got out of hand, then the story started to change.
Yes.
So, of course, it's in very recent memory that all of us had to go through this whole COVID pandemic nonsense, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that there's another big outbreak in China, this time amongst children, makes people nervous.
Yes.
They want to know the truth. They want transparency. And China's the least transparent, country.
I mean, I think we've proven that the first time they said that, what is it? WHO that it's not human to human
When they knew it was.
Oh, are we doing this again?
Yeah.
So here's the situation. After speaking with Chinese health and hospital officials on Thursday, however, the WHO said that the data indicated an increase in outpatient consultations and hospital admissions of children due to mycoplasma pneumonia in May and common seasonal illnesses like RSV, adenovirus, and influenza virus since October. So it's probably what that is. The quote from the WHO is, some of these increases are earlier in the season than historically is experienced, right? But not unexpected given the lifting of COVID-19 restrictions. So remember what I said before? When you put, an entire lockdown on a populace for years, it is probably expected that you're gonna have more serious outbreaks when the country opens back
Well,
up.
we saw that here.
Yes.
After the lockdown was lifted up, our kids going to school got sick a lot.
For sure.
It took a while to kind of break through that. So yes, I could agree.
Yeah, I think every country went through that kind of.
Your
Anyone
next
that
command?
had even a slight lockdown, they went through that kind of those teething problems because you had to go through that and be like, well, now I'm getting exposed to all these pathogens again. Right.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. China was the source of COVID, right? And so that's why people are nervous and want more transparency, because this could be the source of something new again.
Sure. Now, here's the deal.
Yeah.
If we take their word for it, the good news.
Yes.
This is the good news.
That's your command.
Chinese authorities have said that there is no detection of any unusual or novel pathogens, meaning new stuff that we don't know what it is. Remember, the scary thing about COVID is no one knew what it was. Right? Or unusual clinical presentations. So the good news is, if we are to
Believe them.
if we are to believe them, but just looking at what we have here, it does look like it's different from COVID.
Sure.
It does look like it's probably seasonal stuff, and it's probably no
That's your
cause for
command.
massive panic or alarm.
Of course, you shouldn't panic until it's absolutely necessary.
For sure, but it's just that I think people are, the reason it's making such big news, and the reason we wanted to comment on is that I think people are just so
Enter,
tired
friend,
of,
and speak.
of the lack of transparency.
We surely
in
have
China,
much
and
to
they're
discuss,
worried
and
because
perhaps
this isn't
much to agree.
the first time this has happened, right?
Yeah.
He wants to go through this again.
Sure.
Right? So everyone's just calling for transparency, hoping this
No
gets nipped
temple.
in the bud. Hopefully it is just your normal kind of seasonal illness.
Yes.
Right?
And I hope that is the case too.
Not proof for that, I would probably, believe it or not, in this case, side on the side of the Chinese authorities on this one, simply because I think a lot of people are rushing to seek medical attention
How may I
for
serve?
things because they've been scared into submission for
Swift
years.
and silent.
True.
Think
A
about
shadow
how many
among
years the Chinese
shadows.
government told their people, you're going to die, we saved your life, you're not going to get what these
No
stupid foreigners
further
in
orders.
America got.
They're all dying in
They're all
America.
dying. They did a fear propaganda all over the place, like wild, right?
Yeah.
If you think the media coverage in the U.S. was bad, I mean, what China was showing the people was that the rest of
Treading
them
softly.
done.
Yeah.
Right.
Pretty much all dying, like an apocalypse. Yeah.
Like an apocalypse. So if you think about that from a mental perspective, you'd probably be more apt to be like, oh, here we go again, or oh no, this is much worse than maybe it even actually is.
Right.
And that's just, I think that's a knee-jerk response that anyone might go through. So.
My time is better
Okay,
spent
let's hope
feasting and
that's the case,
hunting
but
than
remember that the
listening.
Chinese government
So be
always
quick
lies
with your
to,
chattering.
like, save their,
I
their
cannot.
image.
Sure.
And so even if they are picking up some kind of novel outbreak, they would not tell people. They didn't do it before. Why would they do it now? You know? You can't expect a liar to suddenly become truthful.
No, and I'm not asking anyone to do that, but
Yeah.
I'm also, there's just nothing pointing at this being something outlandish yet.
And that's where we'll probably leave this, because I'm kind of happy to agree with you on that it's probably just that issue.
Sure.
But if you look at some of the imagery and the videos coming out of all the kids having to study with IV drips in their arms and stuff,
it's
not very nice.
It's not nice, but again, is it parents being like, oh my goodness?
Oh no, not again. Yeah.
Who put that in?
Yeah. That's got to be you.
That's no good.
Spaceballs, what a good movie. Yeah, seriously though, the whole IV drip thing though, you didn't put the footage from our medical thing, did you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I
you
did
forgot
not.
that. Okay.
We can
I asked them
agree
to
here,
include
if the
footage
spirits wish it,
because
to
we've
proper
seen this a lot.
treaties
Yeah,
between
we have
our
footage of it
peoples.
in the hospitals in China.
We do.
But it's very common when people have the flu or even a cold, they go to the hospital.
Yeah.
You basically get some kind of antibiotics mixed with some saline solution or something, or some kind of traditional Chinese medicine mixed in a bag, and you sit down for 2 hours with a drip.
Yes.
Now, for most people, when you see a drip, an IV drip, you think it's sarin.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
You know?
Yeah.
You do think, I mean, think about it. You always see in the movies like someone's been shot or in a car accident or something. And I'm sure, we've both been in situations where you're in the hospital for a serious reason.
Yeah.
And the nurse is like checking up your IV drip and all that, and you got machines beeping in the background. So you think it's bad.
I got way more IVs in China than I ever did in the US. That's
Dude,
for sure.
yeah,
like
exactly.
Minor, I got an IV when I broke my knee.
Yeah. I went because I had a cold and I was fine.
Yeah.
My girlfriend at the time was like, "No, we got to go see the doctor." I'm like,
Sure.
"Okay." You walk into the clinic, they mix a little baggie of antibiotics mixed with something else, and you have to sit in this hard wooden chair for 2 hours.
Yes.
So that's quite normal for China. So
It's
don't-
that in traditional Chinese
Yes,
medicine,
yes.
like herbal remedies
Yeah.
and stuff. So again, I think this is just a weird devil's advocate situation. And don't get me wrong, but I think there is a bit of an overreaction from Western media on this front.
Well, do you blame them?
No, and that's why I said don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I don't blame them because of what happened previously.
Yeah.
But the imagery, it's very clever to use imagery of like all these kids in drips doing their homework and stuff, because that's powerful. Like you said, that's a powerful image for Westerners.
Yeah.
But if you've been to China, you'll know that that's not powerful.
It's normal. That's how they treat it.
Very,
yeah.
very normal, and it's so normal that it's not even news.
Yeah.
Right. So I think it's a bit of manipulation, a bit of emotional manipulation there. So again, not to put a wet blanket on the whole thing. Of course, it's always good to stay vigilant about this kind of stuff, but it doesn't show the same path that we said that we saw.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on it, and if we notice any worrying trends, or if we see that cracks are starting to form in the narrative,
it's probably fine.
Yeah, we'll let you know. We'll make a breaking episode or something.
Sure.
We'll definitely let you guys know.
It's probably fine.
It is probably fine.
Yeah.
You know what else is fine?
What's fine?
Athletic greens.
Something that actually keeps you super healthy.
Yes, I'm at the picture of health right now. You can't see. I mean, I'm just dying over here.
I'll tell you what, that doesn't matter.
That's my own fault.
That's your own fault.
That's my own fault for overdoing it last night.
Because
Thanksgiving.
you're dipping into the booze.
Yeah.
What you should have been dipping into is
Yeah.
AG1.
Yeah, if I'd mixed myself up a glass of AG1,
yeah,
I would have
instead,
actually.
not
I would
together.
have. No, AG1 cocktail with like whiskey or something. No. But by itself, I would have woken up refreshed and bright and bushy-tailed, bright-eyed. Whatever it is.
It's not easy to remember to eat healthy and take supplements all the time. I don't think anyone has time in their day to be like one of those.
The portents
old
are
dudes that
clear.
has those, like calendar pill boxes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's easy to remember to eat healthy,
Yeah.
but whether you do it or not, that's
a good point.
a very different story.
Let me rephrase this.
Yes.
I don't think everyone has the willpower to eat healthy.
Sure.
So what if I told you the easiest thing you can do for your body under a minute to stay healthy is to drink AG1?
Yeah, I believe you because I do it.
Tastes good. It's fantastic. It's full of 75 vitamins and minerals and whole food source ingredients that you need for the day. And it's pretty much everything you need for that day in that one drink.
Yeah,
It's
that doesn't
incredible.
mean that they go to Whole Foods and buy
That
ingredients.
You're absolutely correct.
They're just talking about, Whole Foods as a thing.
What have we noticed after we have been drinking AG1? We have noticed more energy.
Yes.
We've noticed mood support. We've noticed better gut health.
Ready
better
for battle.
digestion, whole shebang. We've noticed everything. It is so powerful that it's literally everything you need in one serving. And I think there's no other better way to say why this is good, because if you can do something that good for yourself in that short amount of time, then why why would you not do that?
Absolutely.
Right? You want to feel good, right? It's not just about, I want to live long. You want to feel good, right?
Sure.
You want to feel better, and that's what
How
we love
can I
about
be of
AG1.
assistance?
If you're looking for an easier way to
and
take
silent,
supplements, Athletic Greens is
shadow
giving you a free 1-year supply of
We
vitamin D
hunger for
and 5
battle.
free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to
Advance.
athleticgreens.com/ADV. That's
that all?
athleticgreens.com/ADV. That's in adventure.
Yes.
Definitely check it out. We wholeheartedly
needs
support
good fighters.
AG1 and Athletic Greens. They're a great company. They're a great product.
Yep.
Yeah,
Check them out, and thank you for sponsoring the video.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, let's continue on. It's time for Wumao Corner. Man, do we have a big one for you today. This is actually probably the main segment of the show, to be honest. Yeah. At least, I think it should. It's one of them. We can have multiple main segments.
Yeah. Wumao Corner. All the haters and the... whatever.
Okay, now, guys, this is not a YouTube on YouTube beef thing, but let me explain something to you. Weirdly out of the blue, a number of years ago, I don't know, maybe 5-6 years ago, something like that. Foreign YouTubers. First of all, I'm the first YouTuber to make videos out of mainland China. Okay, there was no one else before me. I took a huge risk to start doing it because I didn't know if I'd get arrested, if I'd be, taken to task for.
Because you're not supposed to put YouTube videos.
I mean,
on.
YouTube is banned in
Sure.
China for a reason because they don't want information getting in or out. Okay. So I took a huge risk and I started to make YouTube videos out of China. And I think because I did that, I emboldened a bunch of people who never would have done it because they would never have tried. But, as you all know, my videos kind of went from a happy, look at my awesome life, narcissistic nonsense type thing into something a bit more mature, I'd hope to say, where I could actually say, hey, China's great, but there's this issue and that issue which affect, people and affect my friends, affect me, like this, you gotta be wary of these scams, If you're coming here on a holiday, be aware of these kind of scams because I don't want you to have a bad experience. I want people to come to China and enjoy it, and avoid the pitfalls because there are many.
Yes.
Anyway, so about 5, 6, 7 years, I don't remember now, but out of the blue, I started to get attacked by new YouTubers, most of whom I actually know, because being the first YouTuber, I'd be part of those little creator groups.
Sure.
They'd reach out to me and ask me about equipment, they want to do collaborations, and I actually did collaborations with quite a few of these attackers.
Yeah, you're active.
Yeah. And, I would try to give them advice on how to grow their channels and how to do it and all this. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like it happened overnight. I started to get attacked with these Serpents at A exposed videos, and he's a liar and a racist and because they were trying to curry favor with the Chinese government, and to get the nationalists behind them.
Sure.
And it was kind of a weird thing. And then not that long after these attacks started happening, you started to see these propaganda fluff piece travel sort of YouTubers in China. Where a YouTuber who I'd known personally, all of a sudden, would go on a trip to Hainan or to wherever, and they're talking about how great the poverty alleviation is, and talking about how great the high-speed rails
Lining up
are.
a state media talking point.
Yeah, they're like, oh, look at this amazing project that the government did. And you're like, this is very unnatural. Okay? So, obviously it was very obvious what was happening is these people were
Missile
being paid to do
infantry!
propaganda. In one form or the other, compensated. They were being flown out there, all their expenses taken care of.
Jupiter
They were told
gives
to
us strength!
Hey, film and say positive things, and they'd appear on the local press and all that sort of thing. So anyway, I've made quite a few videos about this phenomenon, as have you, and we've talked about it in the past. But basically, you get this group of foreign CCP shills, as we call them. They are propagandists, and they are the type of people who put out videos on YouTube that praise China, praise everything that China does, praise the infrastructure, praise the projects from the government, praise the government, praise the culture.
Government praise.
Yeah, it's basically
it's what the government
whatever the
wants
government wants.
About,
But at the same time, they talk a lot of smack about the West. They criticize the hell out of America and highlight all the problems, like the homeless issues or the drug issues or the whatever it is. But they have these like, China's so safe, and in America everyone's a drug addict.
Hold Romans all!
But the thing is, they cannot and may not say anything negative about China, so they can't criticize a thing. So it's
Yeah,
all
Romans,
yeah, exactly.
ready
Which,
for
by the way, that's
Julian,
why we're
ready
so
for
lucky
orders.
is that we're independent. So I can criticize South Africa, where I'm from, which if you saw my recent video, you could see I'm very
Melee
critical
troops
of that
awaiting
place.
orders.
I can criticize the USA and say, hey, you know, like the president's
of
kind of old and
Mars.
should probably retire, you know, in an old age home.
Ready for
or
orders.
the other candidates.
You always go
weird.
straight to the top. You can
I can.
criticize any element.
That's what I'm saying. But the
Hastati.
fact is, because in China you may not criticize Xi Jinping.
Melee infantry at your command.
Yes, but I mean that's
every level.
that's why I
Hastati.
use the president as an example because that's the top. Yeah, started. So I can literally criticize Biden right now and say that I think he looks like a frail old man. Okay, and I'm not going to get the FBI coming to knock down my door and say like you're arrested and they cancel
We
my
await
account and all this
orders.
kind of stuff. But in China, if I were to say Xi Jinping is like an ugly fat man, I'm done. You know, especially if I've got a big audience. So it's impossible for them to say anything critical of
Enemy reinforcements
the government
approaching.
especially, but anything. And so you will search through their content and you will never find a critical thing about China, but you will find massive attacks on
So
the
what?
West. And that's what makes
Soon
them propagandists.
we will have
It's all
victory.
about showing a one-sided picture of a place.
Yeah, there's one thing that's very important about this.
Yeah.
And that is
Melee infantry.
it's not.
Mark quick
and I wanna
march.
make sure you
Ready.
understand, this is not like
At the double.
people like Lillifar.
By your command.
That's not the other side. I think a lot of
Orders.
people try to confuse this. They say there's the shield,
Advance at
Lil
speed.
Farley, and all the million other, you know,
Italian
dissidents,
spearmen.
CCP YouTubers. There's not two opposing sides.
No.
There's independents
Archers.
who happen to believe that it's more just
Our hidden units have been discovered.
and criticize powers that are making
Jupiter gives us strength.
Yes.
And then there's people that want to work for authoritarian states, are in favor of that lifestyle, whatever.
Italian spearmen. Jupiter gives us
And it was
strength.
interesting because it went through a bunch of these kind of influencers.
Yeah.
But unlike the other articles, I've seen some of the stuff on New York Times stuff, they all make great work. But this time it actually quoted this amazing
Okay.
called Singing from the CCP
Ready and
song,
waiting.
song sheet.
Jupiter gives us strength.
ASPI, that's the Australian
Velites.
policy thing.
Velites.
Yeah, they put out an
General.
article.
Riders. Advance.
Stages of how they operate. Finally, we can kind of get a window. on how
Italian
they operate,
cavalry.
Right?
Advance at speed.
One of our units has used all its ammunition.
You got some key points.
Italian cavalry. Forward.
Okay, what do we got?
We await your command. Roma Invicta.
Are reaching increasingly larger and more international audiences. Some of them
Brave
have
Romans
millions
to a man.
of
At
millions
speed.
more on overseas platforms, particularly on TikTok, YouTube, and X, Twitter, right? So these are
Archers.
people that are spreading
At
CCP
speed.
message, message on foreign platforms that are banned in China.
Hastati.
Right. And they're also the CCP. This is something we'll kind of learn here. And this was
General.
We've always struggled to see how they start. Like, yes, we've seen them go on a pipeline of like not making videos, and now they do that.
They'll start by wanting to be a YouTuber, failing badly at it. It's a tough game to get. I mean, I don't blame you. It's hard. Realizing that they're just not getting anywhere with it. Then they suddenly do a attack Serpent Today Low 86 video and fluff piece for the government, and they get a massive following from the nationalists.
Italian cavalry.
To sponsor them.
Burn of
And
Italia.
that's the tradition.
Italian
Traditionally,
cavalry.
there wasn't that many.
Yeah.
Now, this is what happens. The CCP is creating competitions that offer significant prize money and other
Spearmen
incentives
ready for
to
orders.
co-op influencers in the production of pro-CCP and party
Hastati.
contests.
Advance at speed.
Competition.
Sure.
Right? And the report goes through there's some pictures and stuff, but
The battle is turning in our favor.
there's these competitions. Like make a video about Xinjiang, right? Which is where they're trying to cover.
Double time.
Make a. This one says.
Missile infantry at your command.
Media's deputy general manager.
Italian cavalry.
My
time.
Raiders, advance!
The guy was like, listen, the Chinese consulate is put on this competition.
One of our units has used all its ammunition.
And whoever wins gets like whatever it was, 10,000 rounds. So it's quite a lot of money as a cash prize. So they get all these entrants of foreigners saying how great Xi Jinping is. They take those videos and use them for domestic and international.
It says Beijing is establishing multi-level studios to incubate both domestic and foreign users in order to reach
missiles. Our general is under attack.
Stand down, men. But it's important because we used to think of this more as a coordinated effort from the top, and it is, but it's got so intricate, so spread
The men are wavering.
that there are these independent groups that are incubating these huge ships.
Yeah, I kind of like the, what was that you got?
General!
What was
Yes,
that?
that was the
media
challenges, right?
Yes.
They come these things that don't look like
Battalion
the
cavalry!
Chinese government.
Engage!
Our men flee the field of battle. This is a shameful display.
Like I said, groom these shills, right? Any spotlight on how this process happened until this report came out. It says the CCP is effectively using a widespread network of international students at Chinese universities as well, cultivating them as a latent talent pool of young, multilingual, social media-friendly influencers. And so this is another thing you get, which unfortunately right now there's not a ton of international students compared to what there used to be.
Yeah.
But what China can do is that's a talent pool. If they can flip someone, so to speak, even if they don't hate the CCP, if they can flip them to do propaganda for them, you have a talent pool that's domestically available to you, right? Russian influencers in China are cultivated as part of CCP's strategic goals, strengthening bilateral relations with Russia to counter Western countries. And actually, I guess Russia's biggest CCP influencer
At your command.
is Russia.
Yeah, it's like that falafel guy, whatever his name is. Fulafu, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it's falafel.
Yeah, I know. You know what it is. I think it's Fulafu or something. He's that guy who's not crazy eyes. You know, the crazy eye guy's like, that guy?
Yeah, that guy.
Why don't go? You know, that guy.
He gets some criticism from the netizens because he's too overt.
Yeah,
about
he's
it.
just too. I mean, it's no one runs around like I love America. America's amazing.
But he's the biggest.
You know?
He does have the
that's what he
widest
does.
appeal. But like, it's funny because in this report I was reading, it says the Communist Youth League, right?
Yeah.
So this is the official branch of the CCP, one of them. They don't like the way he does stuff. They prefer the way some other guys do it because they're more subtle about it, or more smarter about it.
Exactly. He's a bit too.
There's levels to this.
He's
guys.
well
There's
coded.
levels.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It says the CCP is using foreign influencers to enable its propaganda to surreptitiously penetrate mainstream overseas media, including major U.S. TV cable outlets. Chinese authorities use vlogger, influencer, and journalist identities interchangeably because you get to use someone. Oh, this is a vlogger. Now it's an expert. Now it's this.
Take a look here. Here's Hua Chunying, who's like the foreign government official, like the foreign ministry spokesperson. And she's saying how this vlogger, American vlogger, just flew to Shanghai from whatever a few days ago. And upon arrival, he documented and compared the two countries' different approaches to COVID-19 prevention from his own perspective. And of course, in the video, he praises China, and he says how bad America is and how good China is at this. So the foreign ministry and all the government organs end up using these foreigners as, see, this is proof.
Yeah.
See, it's massive propaganda for them.
Yeah, and before, like I said, before this report, you would have like, yes, this lines up.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, you have state media pumping this out.
Yeah.
Ready,
but now there's proof as to what awards are they
ships ready.
what money exchanged hands.
Crewed by warriors and ready.
What incubator did they go through?
Did
this report line up exactly with another report side by side?
Yes.
And it's the first time I've seen a report on this kind of huge juggernaut of a campaign. It's called 江好中国故事. It's like telling the story well. It's the first time I've seen a cohesive
Our reinforcements have arrived.
Why? And proves it with citations. Instead of saying this is awfully suspicious.
I see such under my
I mean, here's a great example. Remember, I did that the genocide theme park, you know, with these guys who went to Xinjiang. They present themselves as being, you know, just a vlogger, as you can see up there. You see on the right.
Yeah,
it's
what
like
does it say? British vlogger. You can read it.
It says Stuart Wiggin appears to be an independent traveler in a video from Xinjiang posted on his YouTube channel. Left, while party state media present him as a People's Daily online reporter in another video filmed on the same trip.
You see how it says in that caption, it says Stuart Britton, People's Daily
online
reporter. So it's a reporter now. It's not a vlogger anymore.
Yeah,
Pressing this button cancels orders and makes selected units or ships stop where they are.
Side of things, we'll see this. Oh, I'm just a travel vlogger. I'm here in Xinjiang trying the nice food and watching some happy Uyghurs dance around. Right. And everyone's like, oh, that's interesting, cool travel vlog. But at the exact same time, he was flown there.
Yeah.
He's being taken around by his minders.
Yes.
They're setting him up and they're filming him for actual state media reporting and presentation.
Ready for order.
So he is just doing state media propaganda, but
Ships awaiting your word.
Organic.
Yes.
Watch it on the state.
Yeah, if people don't see the state media, which most people won't, they'll say, oh, look, there's no genocide.
Can you go to the next slide, because these are all from the report, by the way, so you can read this.
Yeah, it's a good report, guys. Please read it if you're interested.
Yeah, you go to the next one. This is just more jargon.
Yeah.
It's like seminar on how to tell China's story well. It's like
With
how
videos,
to use short videos to do the propaganda campaign from the top leadership, right? You just go to the next one. See, this is like everyone talks about Xinjiang. This is a ceremony they have. You can see it.
Yes.
And it's this was a seminar that was put on to talk about how to use basically travel propaganda.
I don't think you've got anything else. You missed out on some juicy ones.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
I'll just read it to you.
Okay, please go ahead.
And this is in the report, so it's no big deal. I didn't want to throw it. But CCP
It is an honor to serve
This is probably the
Rome.
most important feature.
Yeah.
CCP-aligned influencer content has helped
Waiting
boost
for a
the
new
prevalence
course.
of party-approved narratives on YouTube. And what we call this is SEO, search engine optimization.
Yes.
And what it says here is outperforming more credible sources on issues such as Xinjiang due to search engine algorithms that prioritize fresh content and regular posting. And this is on page 15. It says, turning a foreign threat into propaganda opportunity. What the CCP tried to do was to take a search term like Xinjiang, because everyone at the time was like, what are these genocide camps?
Sure.
Remember the famous drone shot of all these Uyghur prisoners, right? What is the story on this? And the quickest, most easy thing that they can do is pump out a ton of content to try to populate search results. And what this report did was broke down. If you were in Australia and you search for Xinjiang, this was the top 10 results. If you're in America and you search for Xinjiang, this was the top 10 results. And in both of those cases, the majority of search results were state media or foreign influencers that were promoting state media.
Yes.
Or their narratives on the Xinjiang genocide.
Correct.
So instead of getting a report from BBC, CNN, somebody that, for Arslan, right? Arslan Hidayat, which is a Uyghur activist.
Yeah.
People that are experts on the topic, instead of getting those as your top
At
search
your
results,
command.
you were getting state media or state media sympathetic.
Yeah, Chinese state media. That's all you'd find if you Googled it, yeah.
Even, and this is
To
the
your
creepy thing,
duties, men.
even if that content had less views.
Yeah, so
or
something that's got like
influence.
1,000 views would rank like search term number 3, whereas a video with 1 million views from a credible source wouldn't even turn up on the first page.
Correct.
Yeah, it's all search engine optimization that the Chinese government pays
It is a
for.
great and
knows
glorious
how to
thing
deal
to
with it.
die for
Yeah, so to
Rome.
wrap this up, it says foreign influence played a key part in the propaganda department's drive to control international narratives about COVID-19, right, in China, and in some cases
Commander.
attempted to push the CCP's narrative overseas.
Victory for Rome!
This is something we've been seeing. We've seen a big uptick in China not just trying to, the vast majority of what China is but we've seen a huge uptick in trying to influence foreign opinion. Let's say in China. And they use these foreign influencers to do that.
Yeah.
They've seen, I'd say, a modicum of success. And I think this is like one of the most coherent things I've seen put it together about how it happened and now how to be more informed about this. And maybe
Correct.
now when you go forward and you read through this, you know who's working for the CCP or who's getting promotion from them or whatever, through whatever. And then also at the same time, you'll be more armed with the knowledge to know, well, maybe this person that I'm starting to see pop up is doing the exact same thing. And this is your arm with that knowledge.
Missile infantry ready. Have you ever seen a bigger collection of moon-faced, slack-jawed...
Enemy reinforcements approaching.
Elon Musk is dispensed with state
The mad lot.
affiliation.
It's easy to see
And
why
allowing
we call them
verification,
barbarians.
state
Well,
state media.
make ready, men.
So
They
nobody's
need
labeling
killing.
as they were as working for importance.
And they could be verified by just paying it. Yeah, Twitter has unfortunately taken a huge step back when it comes to preventing Chinese propaganda. And it's now very useful to promote Chinese propaganda. So, hey, it is what it is, guys. Anyway, this is a very fascinating report. We do suggest you read it. The link is in the description below. And this is, of course, a big part of what we do as well, because these guys...
Jupiter gives us strength.
But, time to go on to light.
Quickly now.
Yeah,
ready for orders.
Show on Monday, and we wanted to show you what
On quick march.
Okay.
Archers! Double time!
Yeah, did. It's like... He's a real barrel of laughs. You see what I'm talking about here.
Fighting on behalf of
Equities!
coffee Buddhists.
Archers!
Like shit,
Cohors parati! Equities!
Swift melee cavalry.
Engage!
Many like electrocutes them. And I don't know what's with these.
What is happening?
Yeah,
That was a very funny episode.
Of course, Revolutionary Fantasies always are. So we had Revolutionary Fantasies episode 3 this past Monday. For those of you who are a bit confused, Shaban Ho, you know, Shaban Ho is our VIP show, and you can join the show if you go to patreon.com/ADV podcasts. Of course, only if you have the means.
Yes.
But we'd love to see you there. It's always a lot of fun. There's a lot of interaction.
It's a whole nother show every Monday, but it's way more fun. It's like less news.
And we show things we normally don't show, we can't show, and we have a vote clips.
It's a democratic show. You guys vote on the topics. It's a very cool community. Definitely check it out. Patreon.com/ADV podcasts. That's what it is.
Jupiter gives us strength.
The show. I suppose it's time to go on to talk about everything else specifically with regards to
Service!
Brave
Romans to a man!
Politicians, yay!
But this is important.
Our general is under attack.
Love politicians.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm being so.
Brave Romans to a man.
Reality.
You know, there's one politician I really like.
Honorable Madisha.
Old Willie Madisha.
Equities!
You know what he has to say?
To hell with you.
Sometimes regrets me.
I withdraw that.
We await your command.
Thank you very much. I withdraw.
Honorable Madisha.
It's amazing.
Riders, advance.
The enemy general is
I'll
dead.
probably do a video about it at some point.
Romans to a man.
So
Melee troops.
Yes.
what I want to tell you is that
At speed.
Please do.
Melee horsemen!
Is that it's awesome and it's better than mainland China in many aspects. If you've ever been there, you can see real Chinese culture, and the food is nicer. The scenery is amazing.
you're absolutely correct.
Well, they produce pretty much. They're massive. I've actually been to the Foxconn factory, and I did some training for some of the staff there many years ago. But that's the one you hear about where they've got suicide nets around it, you know, for people trying to jump off. I mean, that's a little bit exaggerated. That did happen.
Yeah.
It's a bit exaggerated. It's not like that's happening all the time.
Kind of like the
Yeah, exactly.
It's there. It's real.
It's real, but it's not like, oh my goodness, everyone's jumping off the building.
Yeah, not everyone.
They have been around forever. If you've got like an old motherboard or something, and you're like, look, there's a connector on there, it'll probably say Foxconn.
Yeah.
This Taiwanese company, it's Taiwanese. Been going on forever, but they obviously landed all these big contracts with Apple, and they pretty much produce the iPhones. So you know, you got an iPhone, it's been there. And I really like Foxconn products.
Fair enough.
You know this guy who runs it, though?
Ready
I
for
don't like
further
him at
orders.
all.
Okay. Well, here's the deal.
Yeah.
He was running for political leadership.
This is what you do. You're a billionaire. You own a company, I suppose.
At your
That's
command.
kind of what happens. You're bored, right? You're bored with life. You're like, oh man, what am I gonna do today? Oh,
I can't dive into my pool of coins.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I think I'll just fly to Morocco. And, you know, oh, but I did that yesterday. My private jet. I'm getting bored of that thing. What can I do? Let's do politics.
Yes.
Yay.
Yes. I love good politics. So what he did was actually he stopped. He's like, no, I'm not running anymore.
Wait, we didn't even say what he was running for.
You know, it's pretty crazy.
Wait, you got to back up a little bit.
Political leadership.
Yes, political. You said political leadership, but with who? There's two factions.
Yes.
There's the good faction.
Yes.
What is the good faction?
The good faction.
Ready for
I was
battle.
play that with the video.
Oh.
I was just explaining.
Ready for
not in the
orders.
race anymore. Now you can play the part.
Okay, I can play the part. Sorry.
There was a good what's it called?
Don't mean to steal your political thunder here.
No, it's okay. So can you put this out of there? It's okay. Okay. So what happened was in Taiwan there was the KMT, the Kuomintang. They're basically the party that is like kind of chill with. I'm gonna make this super simple. Kind of chill with China. Like not super chill, but way more chill. Than
They kind of want to buddy up.
They're like, let's keep status quo, keep everyone safe.
Yeah, maybe we can kind of join up together later. You know.
Sure.
Whatever suits our fancy.
Yeah, so what happened was they joined together with another opposition force, and that way they could bolster strength against the current ruling party, right? Now that dissolved. Billionaire dude Foxconn drops out. They're like, crap, we're back to the drawing board, right?
You know why he wanted to get involved in politics, I believe, is obviously Foxconn is based in mainland China.
Yes.
They're massive factories, all their businesses there. He's basically connected to every CCP official possibly known to man.
Yes.
Okay? And he obviously thought that he could further his business interests in mainland China.
Certainly,
you know, by basically becoming the leader of Taiwan so that he could say to Beijing, hey, listen, you know, I'm running Taiwan now, and I'll tell them to be more friendly to you, and maybe we can like rejoin or something along those lines. Just, you know, maybe give me a little bit more factory space, or send him some more slave labor, or whatever it is he might be doing. You know?
Right.
So that's my personal opinion about why he was doing it.
Sure.
Also bored.
Also bored. Anyway,
The gods will have me listen to you. I do not pass the day in words without merit.
Get us out of there so people can read them.
I do not think our people want your trinkets.
What's important about this
They
is the
like
opposition party.
you out.
He's the TPP, toilet paper party.
Interesting. Anyway, the DPP, the
Yes.
Democratic Progressive Party, the current ruling party.
That's the good one, by the way.
Yeah, they favor stronger connection with the U.S. They're more in line with potential independence.
Right.
The fact that they have their own
About the
identity,
Auto
they don't want to be
Wars.
subjugated by mainland China.
You could zoom out, you could look at all the other, you could look at the
we wanna
map
keep status quo,
in the
let's
tactical
stay
view.
safe. Let's not,
I think
let's not
Warhammer,
push
I think I
the-
might have to read down
let's not push
Warhammer
China
and
too
give that another
far,
try.
You know? And a lot of them are
So I think you
more
can do
in
that
line
in Warhammer as well.
with China's values than any sort of
Can't really do that in
values.
Empire.
But what this
Can't
does,
do it in
this dissolution
Napoleon.
of this alliance has put the America-aligned party back in favor for the next election.
Which is good.
I don't think you can really
which
do
is
it in
just-
any of them
It's
past
good
that
for
unless it was
the majority of Taiwanese people that vote for that. I
Warhammer.
mean, if it's the people have spoken, right?
I
Or
think
the
they
people
fell
have
out
spoken.
You know the
after,
DPP, right? Yeah.
Shogun,
This is our
Rome,
best
Total War.
Stop trying to
No,
get
I think it
influenced.
came back in Troy. I
telling you,
think
if
when I
you're in
played
Taiwan and you have
Troy,
a
I
vote,
think
you
they
go
had the
DPP.
overview map.
Right, that's what you want.
I
That's who,
I
you
might
know,
have to give
Tsai
that
Ing-wen's
more
want.
monstrosity another go. again.
basically-
I don't know. I don't want to hate myself.
Yes.
She will not be
It's a- yeah, of course not. But you know, you all know how badass she is.
I just really want fucking Bronze Age
The
combat. I like the
amazing
fucking Bronze
strides
Age.
that
I
the
think it's a
DPP is
fucking cool
making
time
to
period.
bolster Taiwan's
But no one ever fucking does the
relationship
game.
with
It's
the rest
cool.
of the world.
Yes.
So yeah, the DPP is the good guys. The KMT.
Like, can you just imagine it? Like, this whole area, like, this is, everyone think this is the cradle of civilization. Yeah, and that's where all the wars started, bro.
Yeah, I would
Bronze
say
Age,
Bob's
you
just,
imagine
like,
that shit?
closer
Yeah.
and not rock the boat.
Gigantic
Exactly.
armies
And
of
you
chariots,
said that
spear
there's been
people,
a big
set up,
upset because
shucking each
Foxconn
other.
boys like, I'm not hanging with you
over
dudes no
silly
more.
There's no
things.
alliance now, so now it's just
It's
KMT
great.
versus DPP as it was.
He was probably like, this
So-
sounded like fun. But now, like, you
But it
keep
actually
putting
sucked,
paperwork
like,
on
when
my
he sat
desk.
down to do it.
He's like, where's my champagne and caviar? You're putting a freaking dossier over here for me to look at. I don't know how to read. Get this crap out of here. You know?
I think he just sat down and was like, "This is just not for me. This is very boring. This is not what I thought."
He was like, supposed to go to the sauna, but now I got to bloody go to this meeting and meet some like foreign.
And they're like, "No, you can't do that."
Yeah, they're like, "But why?
You're gonna have to work."
But why? I'm a billionaire. I do whatever I want, you know.
Yeah, you get the idea. You get the idea.
So is that our world
that's
news?
The idea. So I just wanted to catch you up on that.
Okay.
Because it is relevant. It's relevant what Taiwan chooses to do going forward. That's kind of it's the hot button issue, if I'm totally honest. Like, we can't ignore the fact that China is either going to do something about Taiwan or they're not, right? And Taiwan's elections going forward are going to dictate a lot of that, right? So it's always relevant to the world. Because think about it. If you're in America or you're in the West in general, you're probably going to be involved in that some way.
Yeah.
Just because of the agreement that the U.S. has with Taiwan, if something kicked off.
Taiwan is the biggest issue when it comes to China's like relations with the rest of the world, I'd say. Obviously, there's a lot of issues that need to be addressed coming out of China, like, well, I don't know, pandemics, destroying of the environment, raping the seas of all their resources. You know, there's a lot of that stuff going on. But when it comes to stuff that could really rock the boat, Taiwan is the little hot button issue, as you say.
For sure.
Yeah. So, guys, thank you for dealing with us today in our, you know, maybe slightly hungover show, maybe a little bit, but we're not we're not done with this yet. No, we're over with it. We're not done with this yet.
No.
It's time for Yamcha. This is our Q&A, where we answer your questions and you question our answers, and then we're going to answer your super chats. This stays up live now, stays up for the weekend. On Monday we cut it out of the show, but of course if you're part of the Patreon, you can always go back and watch all the full episodes, including the lengthy Q&As, which sometimes run just as long as the show. So what do we got today?
It says, Anson Brooks says, given the horrors we see of terror...
What did you say?
What? Given the horrors...
Okay.
Horrors.
Okay.
Horrors.
Okay, I'm sorry.
This is a serious comment, by the way.
I know, but it didn't sound like it.
Yes.
Okay. The horrors. The horrors.
I'll say it like you. Horrors. Given the horrors.
The horrors.
That's what you said.
The horrors.
Horrors.
Yeah, really.
Given the horrors.
Yes.
We see of terror and warfare.
Yeah.
The sea beckons.
It's fair to say.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, keep going.
Now, is it fair to say that Uyghurs are being genocided, or has China been wrongly accused? I mean, you just go in our back catalog.
Dude, the Xinjiang thing is real. The fact that they put so much time and effort into the propaganda to try and counter this shows you that it's not.
Yes.
I mean that it is happening.
Yeah.
It's just like any other big issue in the world, you know. When you're talking about things going on in Canada, there's accusations of certain things. You don't see the Canadian government trying its absolute best to hire Chinese people to come there and say, look, there is no problem with the native, you know, Inuits or whatever here.
Yes.
And look at them, they are so happy dancing in their clothing. And their food tastes good.
Yeah.
Look around me. Here I am.
If they didn't knee-jerk so bad with the response, it'd be a little easier to believe.
Exactly. You just have to look at it logically, right? You know, like with common sense.
Is there nothing else?
Yeah.
Qual1203 says, just in time for the Black Friday China show, and back again with some mouse slapping action.
Oh yeah, we can give you a little bit of that. I'm happy to do that for you.
Happy belated Thanksgiving, different.
Yes.
Anthony Sainz says, guys, as usual, great show. Here's a little support. We need a what's how.
You can get it. I'll bring it up for
you. And thank you very much, Matt Peters. Thank you. You're making my Friday better too. Jess Farida says, best street food piss eggs.
Oh yeah, it's not the best street food.
太舒服了。
Legion says, long-time watcher of your show. Have you heard about the city in Michigan that voted out its entire city government over a Chinese battery factory?
Yeah.
And that was a success, right?
Yeah,
because originally everyone was telling me it was the end of the world, and they're totally not going to do that. And I guess they voted them out.
We'll have to look into it, but I think a lot of people are waking up because they've been... It's a weird situation. We've seen this across the country where people are kind of steamrolled without knowing it.
Sure.
Like some governors or some people connected to the local government will strike deals with these
Bound
institutions
by
from
treaty,
China and
our
start
land.
these big things without really letting people know what's going on. You know?
For sure.
People are waking up and they're being like, you know what? No. Right?
I would agree with that. User Error says, just spreading some love for all that you guys do.
Thank you.
Me and a friend are going around to bike around Thailand next year. Can I please get a pig bag or see? Thank you.
Absolutely. Team Long Pig.
Get to it, man.
Thailand is so much fun by motorcycle.
Yeah.
Are you biking like a push bike, like pedal bike?
That'd be cool too.
I don't agree. I think that would be horrendous.
It's pretty dangerous.
Just like, you know, you get a lot of those kind of dirt roads with mud and stuff. And if you're on a mountain bike,
that's
maybe.
true.
But still, like, no. On a real motorcycle, though, it's amazing. It's so much fun.
Yeah, that's true. PB probably was talking about the ships that Godzilla attacked.
Yeah.
The Raw Fish King has a retired sailor.
Ready for
Usually, there are divers over the side of the ship conducting the evolution while flying the International Maritime Semaphore flag, designated for divers, the Alpha flag. Good, great work.
What do you
Yes, well, the Australian ship, what's it called, the Tupawumba or something? That one. Yeah. They warned the Chinese ship, the Ningbo. They were like, listen, back off, we're busy.
An excellent choice.
Yeah, they didn't pay attention to it. They just pinged them real hard. Ping 127.0.0.1 is what China said they did.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Salticus says blue is an American color. Can't have that in Beijing. I guess there's something.
The sky.
Oh. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it's because it's so behind it. Magneto Twister found out you guys through a buddy love the show. I was wondering if you can end the show with something other than I hope I don't cut myself off this time. I feel like I'm on a Ferris wheel.
Oh. Yeah, I'll give it a try.
Are you actually though?
Yeah, I'll try. I always do. I always try not to cut myself off, but somehow the system just hates me.
Jeff Ramos says fire drills more like smoke signals training. I imagine every sailor training for 5G smoke transition with AI built in.
It is an honor
says, great
to
show
serve
as always.
Rome.
Hello
Thank
from
you.
Alabama. Hope your Thanksgivings went well. Thank you very much. You too. Mark Carl, smoke screen is to hide the ship from being targeted by a ship's cannons. Today's ships use missiles anyway. The Aurora won't even find it in this. Oh, would even find it in the smoke.
I mean, it's literally like, oh, there's the ship.
You know. Little vodka. What language do you guys speak? Can you speak Cantonese or local dialects or other languages? I can understand Cantonese. I can speak Chinese, and I can speak English. You can speak
Afrikaans,
Chinese,
Chinese, Mandarin, English, tiny little bit of Japanese.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Just thanks, Koala. Magneto Twister says neighbor is an older Chinese man. Is it cultural for him to stare at me instead of saying hi and wave? Feels awkward.
Your
Girlfriend
orders?
says normal. It's very normal.
It's normal for them to stare. It's very awkward.
Yes.
All hands to the oars.
You know, like sometimes you'd be doing something in China,
Sure.
like working on a
nothing
bike or
else?
something at
Sure.
the shop, and people would just stand there with their arms behind their back staring at you.
Yes.
It's so uncomfortable.
Yes. Dylan, thank you very much. Dylan, favorite car regardless of price, I would probably say
Yes. Commander.
I like some Ferraris.
Embarking.
But I don't know. I don't know if I want probably a Testarossa. To be honest.
Those are really cool.
Those are really cool. It's just such a cool car.
That's a cool
I like
car.
Testarossa.
I'd probably go for a 71 Hemi Cuda.
Nice. Years ago, this is from Andu. I posted on Quora, TLDR. A week ago I got an email, and the suggested topic was, "Why is Xi Jinping not that bad? When did it get like this?" Lol, I actually did a video on.
You
that.
did a
Go
very
to
good
my-
video on that.
Thanks. Still waiting for the response.
Yeah, Cora reached out and said, "Oh, can you prove this?" And then you're like, "Yeah, here's links," and then they never got back to you. Typical.
So why didn't you reach out to the Chinese people that already talked
Yeah,
about this?
exactly. Yeah.
They did the same thing. Pleb says, burst!
Yes, burst.
Ming treasure.
Waiting for more
Flare.
orders.
Yeah.
March.
And also, do Chinese
You
still
have
remember
further
those treasure
orders?
voyages and based unit?
Are you ready to serve Rome?
Long pig in honor of Xi and Simo. Why?
Ready for orders.
How may I serve you?
What's next?
Mark Carl says, Winston, I wish you would stop
At your service,
criticizing.
swift and silent as a
I
shadow.
don't criticize it. I praise it. It's amazing.
I think it's the other way around.
Yeah, French chef's kiss.
Disc golf said China should.
And I love
disc
CRTs.
golf.
What's that?
China should disc golf.
Okay.
Know what else?
Isn't disc golf lame?
I don't know.
I feel like it's kind of lame.
Don't make. Look, upset.
No, of course. I feel like it's a little bit lame.
It's probably really fun.
Yes, well, I guess I suck at frisbee.
So do I.
So that's probably why it's lame.
Yeah.
The reason I say it's lame is there was a park I used to go to, you know, when we first got to America, and I'd go there with my family. But it was also like they played disc golf there, and they were like super inconsiderate.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, I don't think they were like that. No, but it's like they're throwing, trying to just like walk in the park, and they're trying to hit you with a frisbee.
I gotcha.
And they've got their like hard seltzer.
Oh, they're drinking.
Yeah. So I just got a bad taste in my mouth. It's probably fun.
That's
though.
not ultimate frisbee.
What, that?
Yeah. Isn't that where you like play it like football or whatever?
No, they throw it into that like chain.
Oh,
thing.
yeah, that's disc golf or whatever.
Yeah, dude. Probably 5. Probably 5.
No, Elzanda, thank you very much. ActNet. YouTube keeps showing ads in your live show, and we don't want that. I'm saying we don't want that.
Yeah, we don't want it. Sorry about that.
Is there any benefit from the 2010 South African World Cup? Sean O'Sullivan.
Any benefit? I guess if people like sports, they could be proud of it. You know?
Yeah, sure.
I was in South Africa, you know, in that 1995 Rugby World Cup, and it was such a big deal. Because it was like South Africa's just opened up after apartheid, and it was this massive, you know, it was this huge thing.
Yes.
And it was on TV. It was just, like everybody was going ape shit about this thing.
Ready for battle.
I didn't watch it. I was messing around on my computer.
You didn't do it.
No. I'm like, nah. You know.
You have further orders?
I still haven't seen it.
Sean Rice says, today was weird. Lots of unpaid Wumao and no fans. No one seems to be arguing. Yeah. That's nice.
Fight for Rome!
Pleb says, is General Cao the one that conquered Xinjiang? I believe so.
No, he wouldn't. You know why?
Why?
Because he's chicken.
Is that roughly the Chinese equivalent of Colonel Sanders, like the world famous Stalin?
Leaving
portion? Just wondering. I don't know where you're going with that, pleb. Why I need climate.
Commander?
Okay, you could get a
Gordon Freeman says, happy start to the holidays. The boat smoke may be a clever ruse.
At your command.
Make it appear they've already blown up your so that your enemy doesn't waste munitions.
Yeah, maybe.
The sheep possum pattern.
Yeah.
Or perhaps the manure maneuver.
I like it. That's actually very forward thinking.
This is really good. Pasamio says, late to the show, I grew up in Toowoomba. It's Aboriginal for swamp. Never expected to hear it on the China show.
So the boat is called Swamp.
Yes. It says
the HMAS Swamp.
Apparently. He said, never expected to hear it on the China show. Thanks, plan? I like the question.
Yeah, it's like
boy.
What ship do you serve up on? The Swamp.
Swamp thing. Swamp thing.
Yeah, exactly. You are amazing. Yeah. You fight everything.
Ready for orders.
Worst cartoons ever, and I used to love it. Pleb says, reload, Dr. Freeman. I guess he's talking to...
we hunger for battle.
Yep, Half-Life.
Yes.
Great game.
Robert, thank you very much. China.
Ready for battle.
Says, do you think it's possible for a U.S. citizens to criticize China so harshly that it causes problems diplomatically?
We hunger for battle.
Like, imagine a celebrity denouncing Xi. I don't think
Your
so.
next
I mean,
command.
they'd probably lose some of their international
Rome needs good
Oh,
fighters.
dude, it absolutely does.
You understand that's changing, though. That is changing dramatically.
I mean, I remember being in China and Sharon Stone said something bad about Tibet when they like boycotted her.
That's then.
And whatever like movie studio she was, attached to got banned and kicked out of China. Remember the Houston Rockets?
Let me read his question again. That it causes problems diplomatically. Movie studios are not diplomatic endeavors.
Dude, of course
they're not diplomatic.
Dude, they do tit for tat stuff with visas. They do all sorts of diplomatic stuff.
Of course, you're right. But this is changing. I'm not saying China's getting better. I'm saying that people are caring less about their professions.
Right.
Yeah.
How
and you
can I
see
be
that.
of
Public
assistance?
perception has changed a lot.
I
Not everyone's like, oh, we better be careful. You know what I
will
mean?
do anything for Rome.
Muddy Lover, thank you very much. Gordon Freeman, thank you very much. Free Northern Taiwan. Bird Soup, hey you.
My skills.
Biden Gaming, I don't
How
know
can
what
I
that
serve?
is.
Okay.
I will be
Tentacle
avenged for
Bucket,
shame.
keep up the good work.
Thank you.
You're doing great. Dr. Lucian says, old dog back again. Hoping everyone had a great holiday. Good show tonight, even though you guys are still recovering from a fully turret Thanksgiving.
Thank you so much.
Biden gaming, I do
Tripto,
not
not a
think so.
fan, you know what I mean? Anyway.
Oh, sorry, it did a snap. I don't know what that means, Emperor Nero, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Keo Williams is so nervous about... I'm not reading it, it's very derogatory.
Oh, really?
Not derogatory, it's very naughty.
Oh.
Vulgar.
Is it, does it have anything to do with...
Yeah, but it's just the
Dr.
context of it
Volta?
is kind of gross.
Okay, alright.
It was too
Peter Daszak.
visceral.
What if they'll send him to check out this pneumonia thing at his own lab?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
The way
Dio
still
says, it was
beckon.
only your recent videos that started showing up on my feed, and I started binging your videos. Good
We're
luck.
going to need a bigger
and
fleet.
entertaining. Thank you. Yep. we're
Thank
trying
you
to
so
keep it
much.
Straight down the line. That's how it is. And we like to keep it entertaining because there's so much crap about like, everything's so bad. You know what I mean?
It's
You're
over.
gonna have some jokes.
Isn't that like your recent videos? Like, the economy's done. Didn't you do one recently?
I didn't say the economy's done, but the economy is showing signs of failing. And I do go into it. I don't say,
No,
look at these
of course.
graphs.
Did it say like it's over in your thumbnail? Did it?
Something like that, yeah. You have to.
I know.
You do it, and then thankfully, you know what's different than the actual clickbait videos is you learn something.
Yes,
You come out of it with sources.
Ready for
that
battle.
aren't just sources. Like,
Yeah, you mean like...
My source is that I made it the f up.
Yeah, exactly. You know, yeah. It's not like, oh, I'm on the
Whoa,
ground. You know what I'm saying?
So that everything I say, I have nothing to back up, and I'm on the ground. So that means whatever anyone else says is not right.
Isn't that weird how that's used all the time by
It is.
China shills?
It is.
But when they criticize America, none of them are on the ground.
Laying siege to the settlement.
You're right. You can't.
Ready for orders.
Jack Britton says never caught you guys. Not caught you guys ages. Live in ages.
Oh, cool.
Make
Keep up the
haste,
good work,
men.
chaps.
Thank you
So
for
would you
joining
rather
us.
live in South Africa or China right now?
Ready for further orders.
Okay, perfect. Good
Yeah,
answer.
honestly, neither. If I had like forced gun to my head, I know that if I went to China, I'm pretty sure that I'd get arrested
Yes.
because of what I do on YouTube. If I went to South Africa, the South African police would arrest me on behalf of China and send me to China because they are so intertwined. You know, the South African government is so intertwined with China that they would do it as a favor. So I'd rather just not go to either.
Yeah, good. You don't have to go any further than that.
Yeah.
But I know you want to talk for 20 more minutes about
You know how it goes.
Dragonella says, a tiny Friday coin. And then she said, bats are better than dolphins.
Yes, in some ways, dude.
I think dolphins are way better.
I mean, dolphins are intelligent and
they're-
whatever.
They look appealing.
Sure. But can they fly? I don't
No,
freaking think so.
I'm
Dolphin Man. You know what I'm saying?
Anyway, I like Dolphin Man. I think Dolphin Man should be
Yeah, they get like ee or whatever. You know, there's
Yes.
Dolphin Man. Yeah. Don't you think that
Uh,
Batman sounds ridiculous?
Batman?
You know, like the recent incarnations of Batman, where he speaks to that stupid put on like low voice. I'm Batman.
I always thought that was a mistake or something. Like when I saw it in previews, I was like, "There's something wrong with the audio."
Yeah, no, but that's what
a
he
thing.
does.
That's a real thing.
I'm drinking some water.
Yeah, it's nuts. And then Ted Barks has finally caught it live. Thanks for doing what you do.
Yeah, it's
Thank
a pleasure.
you very much, guys. I hope you had a great Thanksgiving.
that it?
If it's relevant, and we'll catch you
Yeah,
guys soon.
if you did go ahead and celebrate Thanksgiving, I thought it was amazing. Before we end the show, though, let's
Before we end the show, we have to say Dolphin Lundgren.
Dolphin Lundgren. Yeah, why not?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to end the show by saying, you know, the whole point of Thanksgiving is to say what you're thankful for.
Yeah, we're thankful for you guys.
100% thankful for you as an audience. We would not be able to do what we do without your support. You guys are amazing. We look forward to the show every week and everything else we do, but specifically to interact with all of you. And that's why no matter what, come hell or high water, we will always try to ensure we have a show.
Yes.
Even if
Ready
we're
for
horribly
orders.
hungover. Yeah, and Tripto not a fan. Yeah, exactly. But honestly, it's been fun. Hope you learned something.
Yeah.
And
Good stuff, guys.
thank you for being a part of this very important conversation.
Yes. We'll see you next time.
Yes. Have a fantastic weekend and stay awesome. Yeah. And I'm not going to cut myself off this time. How about? Welcome everybody to episode 186 of the China Show.
And honor!
It's actually part of my channel now.
Let us cower before Rome!
We welcome you today. We've got quite a lot of things to talk about. We've got some funny stuff, we've got some dour stuff, a lot of things in between. Maybe we should start with this little clip before we saunter into anything. What do you think?
Yeah, I'll give you a little taste of
Okay,
what's to
so
come. The Big B man.
Yeah, here's Joe Biden. Love him or hate him, at least he's standing on his own 2 feet still. Let's see what he has to say.
But after today, we do still refer to President Xi as a dictator. This is a term that we used earlier this year.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is the guy who runs a country that is a communist country that's based on one government totally different than ours.
Anyway, yes.
We will get into that.
We will get into that, but, you know, there's a lot behind what he said. We'll discuss it later, but of course we got to talk about the China side of things, what's going on in China, how people are reacting to this sort of thing, and everything leading up to it.
Yeah, for sure. There's all kinds of nuances at play here, and I would like to start this by saying we are never really psyched about talking about world leaders meeting each other. It's like the most boring thing in the entire world.
Don't worry, this is an exciting episode.
This is an exciting episode, I promise you. I'm not trying to caveat this. I'm just saying this is not like, and then he sipped his cup twice, which indicated...
Brave Romans to a man!
Isn't that weird?
We're going to do important
Understood!
Yes, okay, so let's start
ready
off
and
with
waiting.
what's new.
Romans,
and now we're
ready
going to talk
for
about
duty.
what's new in China, basically. And... well, we've got a couple of clips for you just to kind of lighten the mood, and we're going to start out with this. And what you're seeing behind us is live entertainment in a rural Chinese village.
Sons of Mars!
Okay.
Yes, let's see.
Now, I would like everybody to particularly pay attention to the music.
Get your hair out.
If you have ever been in China, you've gone to like just a little bit outside the posh areas of the city, and you go to any kind of bar or club type thing, this is the one music track. The one that they play on repeat. And they might add like different vocals or different things occasionally, but it's this one track.
General!
So let's listen. I'm going to get us out of here so you can see what's going on here. Let's do it.
Turn that down. Dude, you just rappé.
People got to. Okay, I'll bring it down a little bit. I think people have to get the full experience, though. This poor guy.
Bring it down. We'll do it.
You are listening to World War II Japanese military brutality explained. This is an audio-only program for War Stories with Mark Felton.
Swift melee cavalry!
Japanese soldiers rampaged in World War II, barbaric crimes against humanity were perpetrated. Japanese
Equities!
killed up to, according to some estimates, 30 million people in World War II, most of them civilians. Imperial forces also murdered hundreds of prisoners of war on numerous occasions. Many massacres have entered the national consciousness, the countries that were affected, while others remained largely unknown. The accounts make for sobering reading. At Parad Sulong, hundreds of wounded Australian and Indian troops were shot, and in some cases
Those walls
burned
will not
alive
look tall
by
when we are
Japanese
within them
Imperial guards.
and laying waste
The
to
Fort
their
Aid
precious
station
homes.
in Malaya was overrun
Then we will
in
laugh
early
as we
1942.
take what we want.
Our reinforcements have arrived.
Christmas Day in 1941,
To arms!
captured British Army nurses were gang raped. in some
Romans,
cases
ready for
decapitated.
duty!
At the fall of Singapore in February 1940,
Astarte!
hundreds of British and Australian
For the
soldiers
guards!
when Japanese
Glory!
troops ran amok inside the Alexandra Hospital
By
on
your
the day of
command.
the surrender.
Raiders,
Bayoneted
move out!
Wounded in the operating theatre along with the
General!
surgeons who were treating them. When the Bataan Peninsula capitulated in March
Astarte!
1942,
In service to
thousands
Rome!
of American and Filipino soldiers
Jupiter
were
gives
forced
us
into the
strength!
infamous Death March.
Melee
More than
troops
5,000
awaiting orders!
US troops perished, along with many thousands
Brave
of
Romans to a
Filipinos.
man!
In Singapore, between 10
Follow
and
me!
30,000 Chinese civilians
By your
were
command!
brutally
On me!
killed on the island's beaches in the infamous Suk Ching massacre. Hundreds of American prisoners were burned alive inside rudimentary air raid shelters at Puerto Princesa camp in the Philippines in 1944. Japanese feared an imminent American invasion. Thousands more British and Australians perished in the death marches from Sandakan to Ranau on Borneo in February 1945. This is only a random sample of the cruelties committed by Emperor Hirohito's soldiers. Murder was only one aspect of the experience of the victims of Japanese imperialism. Slavery was another. Slave labor was forced upon British, Australian, Dutch and American prisoners, as well as hundreds of thousands of native laborers who perished in vast numbers attempting to construct the infernal railway of death through the steaming Thai Burma jungle, or laboring in mines in Japan, Manchuria and Korea. Survivors like Eric Lomax, who wrote The Railwayman, were deeply affected and disturbed by their experiences, their lives effectively ruined. The guards belted the men hourly with bamboos and rifle butts, or they kicked them, wrote Lieutenant Colonel J.N. Williams, an Australian POW on the Death Railway. I've seen them use a 5-pound hammer and anything they could lay their hands on. One man had his jaw broken with a blow from a rifle butt because he bent the spike while driving it.
Jupiter gives us strength!
Follow me! Forgotten today that native peoples died in bewilderingly huge numbers as slaves of the Japanese. Thousands of Korean and Chinese women and a handful of Dutch girls were forced to become comfort women, a disgusting euphemism for impressed prostitutes.
Orders!
Caucasian women and children were sexually assaulted at Tarakan, Manado, Bandung, Padang, and Flores Islands.
Six Domine! Archers! Follow me!
At Blora, close to Semarang, Java, 20 European women and girls.
Quick march! Orders! Cohorts parati!
Over a period of weeks, as Japanese units passed by these houses,
missiles ready and
waiting. Daughters were brutally and repressed.
Archers!
The Japanese even conducted depraved
missile infantry at your mark! Ready for duty!
Allied POWs with the infamous Unit 731
Advance
and
at
its
speed!
several associated units, murdering thousands in
Melee
cruel
infantry!
biological and chemical warfare tests.
Advance at speed!
The worst barbarism of SS doctors in the concentration camps in Europe. To adequately catalogue the Japanese military's war crimes would require a veritable library of books. But the murders, rapes, slavery and destruction were an end result. But an end result of what? It is necessary to ask why these heinous things occurred. What was driving
Commander,
such a hatred
follow
and
me!
bloodlust?
Missiles awaiting targets!
It is simply not adequate to label the Japanese military of World War II barbaric. There must be some reasons behind the madness, some policy or agenda that made criminals out of young Japanese soldiers and tarnished the reputation of a major nation for generations. Brutality in World War II was not the solely Japanese preserve, as any glance at the long list of German and Soviet war crimes shows. The Japanese were the only combatant nation in World War II that treated all enemies with equal scorn and brutality, be they Chinese civilians, British POWs, Filipino laborers, American pilots, Dutch colonialists, or Korean comfort women. The Nazis applied oppression and murder more selectively. On one hand, brutally massacring Jews and Soviet POWs in the Eastern Territories, and on the other hand, scrupulously abiding by the Geneva Convention and their treatment of British and American prisoners of war.
Sons of Mars!
The differences between the death rates of German and Japanese prison camps are just one startling fact.
Melee infantry at your command!
Allied prisoners, excluding Soviets and German hands, perished in the war, whereas 27% of Allied prisoners of the Japanese died.
Sons of Mars!
The answers that explain Japanese wartime brutality are by no means simple. But, as the title of this program suggests, there was no single reason. Rather, it was a combination of factors inherent at a certain point in history that caused the explosion of Japanese military humanity. Perfect story. There are 8 broad threads that help to explain Japanese military barbarism in the 1930s and 40s. They are 1. pre-Meiji Restoration samurai culture. 2. Post-Meiji Restoration
glory!
nationalism. 3. The influence of Prussia on Japanese military philosophy and statism. 4. Emperor worship. 5. Democracy, capitalism and the Western powers in the 1920s and 30s. 6. Military training methods and group ethic. 7. Attitudes to enemy combatants and non-combatants. And 8. The concept of an honorable death. Twisted together, these historical and philosophical threads create an explosive cause of enormous destructive power. Japan was almost entirely closed to the outside world from the early 17th century until the mid-1850s. For over 200 years, one social class, the samurai, enjoyed the unquestioning obedience of the people. Shogun and his military government ran Japan, with the emperor reduced to a cipher.
Roma Invicta!
Was determined by the Bushido Code, the way of the warrior, governed by the 7 cardinal virtues of rectitude, courage, benevolence, respect, honesty, honor, and loyalty, and the associated virtues of filial piety, wisdom, and care for the aged. The non-samurai Japanese majority counted the little in such a society, ordinary Japanese not even possessing surnames. Failure to show adequate respect for samurai of whatever rank resulted in Japanese peasant being decapitated on the spot. Merchants were of the despised class. The samurai received wealth accumulation in return for higher, more honourable military, legislative, and artistic pursuits. They live by a code of behavior that demands suicide without question or hesitation. The samurai daimyo laws were harsh and often brutal in ruling Japan, even when they ruled the most pliable and strong. But samurai culture cast a very long shadow.
Equities! LA cavalry ready!
But it was hijacked by ultra-nationalists in the 1920s and 30s.
Pull back!
The samurai system entered a sudden and unexpected decline and then collapse, following the arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry's black ships Edo Bay and
Withdraw!
Japan was forcibly open to the world, its new ideas and technologies often sat in conflict with old ways. From the mid-19th century onwards, the Japanese realized the threat of the technologically advanced barbarians being posed to their nation. They only had to glance at the rest of Asia to see the dominance of the British, French, Dutch, and Americans. Japan's inherent military and economic backwardness was exposed after centuries of self-imposed isolation.
Orders!
Progressive forces
Engage!
Shogunal military government and restored with the Meiji Restoration of 1860 quickly lost their social status and economic status. Some of these clans, which had backed the change in government, attempted later to rise up against the new government in Tokyo and resist the changes. The Saga and Satsuma rebellions were the two most famous examples of semi-traditionalist samurai challenging the new status quo. When the government, with its new Western-style army trained by French and Prussian instructors, easily crushed these rebellions, some disgruntled samurai turned instead to politics and militant secret societies like the Black Dragon and other reactionary groups. Almost all of Japan's leaders during and after the Meiji Restoration, either samurai or claimed descent from samurai, regardless of their political allegiances, they shared common class values and outlook. This meant that the ultra-nationalist samurai could find allies even among their Western colleagues. Over time, the pre-Restoration samurai period and the last desperate stands of resistance samurai in the 1870s began to be romanticized by the Japanese and looked upon as an ideal of the ancient concepts that underlined Japanese society, particularly the Bushido code rules of courage, honor, loyalty, and an heroic death in battle. The most prominent example was that of Saigo Takamori, leader of the failed Satsuma rebellion, who died during the last stand with 400 of his remaining followers during the Battle of Shiroyama in 1877. Takamori, who may have committed seppuku or ritual disembowelment to avoid capture, was widely known as the last real samurai. There was widespread agreement among Japan's political elite during the last quarter of the 19th century that the nation needed to build up a strong military to protect it from the dangerous Western powers.
We hunger for
the
battle.
Resulting Fukoku Kyohei, or enrich the country, strengthen the military policy, sought to build up the economy and industry with the object of not only modernizing the nation with factories, railways, and modern communications, but primarily to construct a strong modern army and navy. Advice on how to achieve this had been sought from Prussian leader Otto von Bismarck, and Prussian influence during this crucial period would be far-reaching and extremely important to the development of Japanese nationalism and thirst for empire. In 1873, universal conscription was introduced for the first time in the nation's history, and in 1882, the imperial rescript to soldiers and sailors was promulgated, indoctrinating conscripts from different social backgrounds with military patriotic values and stressing unquestioning obedience to the emperor. The document symbolized the personal bond between the emperor and the military, in effect making the Imperial Japanese Navy and Army his personal troops. The rescript stressed proper respect to superiors, and concluded with the words, quote, "Duty is heavier than a mountain, death is lighter than a feather," unquote. These were to have important ramifications when Japan went to war with the Western powers. Ramrod Strait 43-year-old Major Clemens Jakob Meckel, his dark blue uniform as immaculate as his large Kaiser Wilhelm moustache, was the one Westerner who perhaps did more than most to revolutionize the Japanese army. Meckel was the representative of the nation that above all others strongly influenced Japanese militarism and ultranationalism during the 19th and early 20th centuries. He came from another nation that was rapidly in the ascendant on the other side of the world, the Kingdom of Prussia. Japanese War Minister General Aritomo Yamagata, often called the father of ultranationalism, had been responsible for introducing universal conscription in 1873. Yamagata was strongly influenced by Prussia's recent success in transforming from an agricultural state into a modern industrial and military power. Prussia's political ideas of authoritarian government at home and military expansion abroad were very attractive to Yamagata and many of his colleagues in the higher echelons of military and government. The Prussian model devalued the notion of civilian control over the military, effectively creating a state within a state. This model would be eventually wholeheartedly adopted in Japan. In 1885,
we come to you in strength to speak words.
Count Helmut Moltke dispatched Major Meckel to Japan as a military advisor in an effort to wean the Japanese off French advisors and tactics. Meckel worked closely with future prime ministers Taro Katsura and Aritomo Yamagata, as well as army strategist General Soroku Kawakami. Meckel's influence on the Imperial Japanese Army was extraordinary, reorganizing the command structure along Prussian lines to increasing its mobility, connecting its bases by railways, abolishing virtually all exceptions to conscription, meaning that practically every young man became a soldier or a sailor, to introducing the radical concept of war games. Perhaps the most striking import was a philosophy that would do much to reinforce ideas of emperor worship among the Japanese, particularly by linking it with war and success. Crucially, Major Meckel taught his pupils that Prussian battlefield success in the 1870-71 Franco-Prussian War was due to the officer classes unswerving obedience
By all the
to its sovereign
gods, I think
emperor.
I'm the luckiest man alive. I have you to command, and prospect of a glorious victory.
Audience among
I
Japanese
thank the
officers.
gods for these
This
gifts.
idea was already codified in the Meiji
the
Constitution,
victory awaits our
aiding its
efforts.
acceptance throughout the military.
Triarii!
So important was Mekl that his bust was slated in front of the Japanese Army Staff College from 1909 until 1945, an extraordinary honor for a barbarian.
On me!
The Japanese absorbed Clausewitz's theories and Bismarck's statism. During his 3 years in Japan, Mekl trained 60 of the Army's highest ranking officers, the very men who would shape Japan's destiny. In modern Japanese military history, almost all threads tend to lead back to the emperor. To understand the wartime Japanese soldier and his barbarism, it is necessary to understand the place of the emperor in his mind, and in that of the nation as a whole. The evils perpetrated by the Japanese armed forces were committed in the emperor's name, and it is perhaps surprising to realize how central and powerful was the idea and myth of the emperor in an otherwise outwardly modern and thrusting nation-state. The absorption of Prussian philosophy played a vital role in the repositioning of the emperor at the heart of the Japanese military consciousness. War Minister Yamagata's interest in Prussian autocracy helped to reinforce emperor worship as a tool for inculcating obedience among Japan's new conscript soldiers. The lifting of recruitment restrictions, another Prussian influence, meant that virtually every young Japanese male was put through the mill of military training, meaning that Japanese society was militarized to a massive extent and populated by men inculcated in the military's ways of thinking and behaving. Japan had become an Asian Prussia. In 1890, the position of the emperor had been formally enshrined in law when he was declared to be divine within the state religion Shinto. Japanese were educated that the emperor was directly descended from the sun goddess Amaterasu, and this idea was rigorously enforced until 1945. They were taught that Japan was the world's oldest nation-state, ruled since the mists of time by an unbroken list of emperors without a single dynastic change. These ideas were used to generate feelings of racial and national superiority. Japanese were led to believe that the emperor's divinity justified obeying without question not only him, but also his representatives in the government and military who ruled in his name. This was Kokutai, the national body or structure, the national polity and basis for the emperor's sovereignty. Kokutai taught students to put the nation before the self, but they were a part of the state and not separated from it. They were educated to follow the central precepts of loyalty and filial piety, with the emperor as divine father of them all. Colonel Kingoro Hashimoto, a nationalist army leader who would be instrumental in causing the war in China in the 1930s, hijacked Kokutai for his ultra-nationalist movement, Kodo, the kingly way. Quote, "It is necessary to have politics, economics, culture, national defense, and everything else all focused on one being, the emperor. This system is the strongest and the grandest of all. There is no nation that can compare with our national blood solidarity," unquote, wrote Colonel Hashimoto. The place of the emperor in the minds of Japanese soldiers helps to explain how many of these men behaved in ways that went well beyond the bounds of accepted morality and international law. For a Japanese soldier, any order, no matter how immoral or repugnant, had to be obeyed without question because he'd been taught from birth that superiors were always right. It was a modernized version of the older samurai tradition of service to one's liege lord. His superiors, after all, took their orders from the infallible emperor. Of course, the level of complicity of wartime Emperor Hirohito in government policy and war crimes is impossible to know due to the imperial household agency's refusal to open the imperial archives to historical scrutiny. But the generals and admirals did act in his name, to draw their legal and moral authority from their close proximity to the emperor. Therefore, to question the superior's orders was in effect to question a god, and what mere mortal could do that? Such a simple and direct mindset also relieved the ordinary soldiers have taken individual responsibility for their actions because of the infallibility of one superior officer.
Swift
It
melee
didn't
cavalry!
matter to us whether women live or die, said Anji Kaneko in 2007, Japanese veteran of the brutal occupation of China, when discussing soldiers' attitudes to local women. We were the emperor's soldiers. Whether in military brothels or in villages, we raped without reluctance. The system seemed to have many Japanese soldiers a feeling of invincibility and invulnerability, and also complemented the already deeply ingrained group ethic proud of individuality. Ultra-nationalists, inside and outside the government and the military, drove forward rearmament, as well as the quest for natural resources and colonies, using as a pretext the perceived threat to Japan posed by the Western powers. This movement gained particular momentum, as well as widespread support, because of the Western powers' snubbing of Japan at the international level, particularly over membership of the imperialist club. Such slights would engender feelings of hatred for the Occidentals, and when the opportunity rose to take revenge against them, senior Japanese officers openly encouraged the maltreatment and murder of Allied POWs by their men. A philosophical revolution occurred in Japan. An idea developed that Japan was at the center of the world, and the Japanese people were superior to all other races. This would eventually lead to Kodo Shugisha, or Imperial Way, a divine mission to bring all nations under one roof. The Japanese term adopted for their putative empire was the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, demonstrating how those in power attempted to cloak their empire building under the lie that Japan was liberating fellow nations from the cruel yoke of Occidental imperialism. Such ideas can still be found in Japan today, as any visit to the Yasukuni Shrine's attached museum in Tokyo demonstrates. Ideas of racial superiority common to the Japanese military by the mid-1930s certainly contributed to the barbarism displayed by its forces. Ironically, much of the barbarism was fellow Asians, making a mockery of Japan's claim to be a liberator rather than just another imperialist. The worst example was the rape of Nanking in 1937. The Japanese occupation force, commanded by Hirohito's uncle,
We
General
cannot
Prince
follow this
Asaka,
order.
murdered over 300,000 Chinese POWs and civilians
We hung-
in the then Japanese capital. One of the major events to push Japan much further down the militarist road was the failure of the 1919 Treaty of Versailles to recognize Japan's territorial claims in Asia.
Laying siege to the
Before
settlement!
World War I, Japan had already started building a small empire, gaining Taiwan and China's Liaodong Peninsula in 1895. The nation had defeated China in 1895 and Russia in 1905, the latter a spectacular coup that made the world sit up and take notice of this grasping little Asian power. In 1905, Korea was added to Japan's growing empire before being formally annexed 5 years later. Japan had been an ally of Britain, France, and the United States during the Great War, capturing German colonies in China and the Pacific, and even sending warships to the Mediterranean. Yet when it came to divide up the spoils, Japan was effectively snubbed by its own allies. Many influential Japanese, probably rightly, felt the heavy hand of racism and disparaged the League of Nations, which existed, in the words of leading nationalist thinker Shumei Okawa, quote, to preserve the status quo and further the domination of the world by the Anglo-Saxons, unquote. In turn, Okawa argued that, quote, Japan would strive to fulfill her predestined role as champion of Asia, unquote, in reference to the imperial way. Okawa was one of 4 very significant philosophers who managed to place militarism and ultranationalism into mainstream Japanese life between the wars. Ikki Kita was another, who advocated blending the ultranationalist movement with the Japanese military. He also advocated a coup d'etat to rid Japan of its corrupt democratic government. Kita's plan was for the military to rescind the 1889 Meiji Constitution, ban political parties, reform the imperial diet or parliament, and nationalize industry. Then, the Japanese would embark upon their crusade to free Asia from Western imperialism, that is, build their own empire. The government banned Ikikita's books, but they soon became very popular with young army and navy officers who were most susceptible to such radical and nationalist ideas. Okawa proposed the idea of a clash of civilizations between Japan and the West. He created an ideology that neatly encapsulated many Japanese' desire for hegemony, which he christened Hako Ichue, literally 8 chords, 1 roof, which has been interpreted as 8 corners of the world under one roof. Okawa believed that as Japan was the world's oldest nation-state, it was her divine mission to rule the world. Racial superiority, creating an Asian empire, and the divinity of the emperor were all strongly highlighted by the media to actively encourage such thinking among the Japanese population. These ideas again found particularly willing disciples among the Japanese military. Another philosopher, Seigo Nakano, believed in the rebirth of Japan through the old samurai ethics blended with a more modern form of Chinese Confucianism and a populist nationalism modeled on European fascism. Nakano was one of the many philosophers to highlight the story of Saigo Takamori, calling his death in 1877 the true spirit of the Japanese. Again, such heroic stories were very popular between the wars. General Sadao Araki, whose appointments as education and later army minister gave him a unique platform from which to actually disseminate ultra-nationalist ideas into the mainstream, was another prominent driving force behind Japan's quest for empire. Araki, who had a wide following among junior officers, introduced Suishin Hyoku, spiritual training, into the military and civilian worlds, a modified and perverted form of the old samurai Bushido code. Importantly, all passionate elements of the code were deleted, with important ramifications for those captured by the Japanese, leaving only a pitiless catalogue of martial prowess, rigid duty, and utter loyalty as the underlying tenets to be absorbed by society. War was presented as purifying, and death as a duty. Other events from the 1930s propelled Japan towards war. The 1930 London Naval Treaty had been forced on the Japanese by Britain and America, the idea being to put the brakes on Japanese naval expansion that threatened the Occidentals' military superiority in Asia and the Pacific. All it did was confirm in the minds of many Japanese the idea that their nation was being prevented from following its preordained destiny, and importantly, was being held to double standards. The Occidental countries could do as they pleased, while Japan could not, simply because her people were Orientals. The treaty engendered deep-seated hostility and racism towards the Western powers, particularly the United States, in all levels of Japanese society. It was an opportunity for the more radical elements inside the military to attempt to seize control and push the country towards completing their dream of Hako Ichue.
Jupiter gives us strength!
The May 15th incident in 1932, when Prime Minister Tsuyoshi Irokai was assassinated by a group of young naval officers and army cadets, by many in Japan as a patriotic act, further reinforcing the by now widely held view Western-style democracy and party politics were corrupt, useless, and actually hindering Japan's destiny to rule Asia.
Hack them down!
The first stage in making Hako Ichue a reality was a holy war against China. The barbarism of Japan's wars in China in 1931 to 32 and 1937 onwards demonstrated the ingrained racism of the wartime Japanese towards their enemies, and the success of the spiritual training that the troops had received since
ready and waiting.
It also indicated that when Japan made war on the Occidentals, they could expect the same doctrines to be applied to them.
Follow me!
On the battlefield, we never really considered the Chinese humans, said Japanese veteran Kuro Shintaro. When you're winning, the losers look really miserable. We concluded that the Japanese race was superior. This was a common enough attitude during a war and not limited to the Japanese, but the accompanying systematic massacres and their horrific brutality were, It is estimated that 10.2 million Chinese perished in China proper, exclusive of ethnic Chinese murdered in colonies between 1931 and 1945. One of the most notorious murder campaigns outside of the Great Beijing is the infamous Jinmetsu Sakusen, burn to ash strategy, popularized in 1947 as the more ominous sounding Sunko Sakusen, kill all, burn all, and loot all. This scorched earth offensive was conducted by the Japanese in eastern China between 1942 and 1945. In response, in December 1940, Chinese
Brave Romans to a man!
Offensive. Japanese historian Tsuyoshi Hibeta estimates that 2.7 million Chinese were killed through the Three Wars policy. In 1940, Prime Minister Prince Conaway proclaimed the National Defence State. Mobilization was announced, as well as the government's complete control over the nation's assets. All political parties were abolished. The Japanese prepared for total war. Japanese school textbooks taught children all about Japan's divine mission to unite East and West under Tokyo's control. Democracy that Western position was so frustrated and angered many Japanese philosophers and military officers who shouldered aside and returned to military government. Young Japanese military recruits were not only molded into obedient tools and militarists through propaganda and school textbooks, but also through a brutal military training program that employed physical violence to punish even the slightest transgressions. Recruits were beaten, made to perform unnecessarily strenuous tasks, and very often were not fed properly. One of the explanations for Japanese military brutality is the way in which its soldiers were trained. As superiors literally beat on inferiors, the ordinary Japanese soldiers at the bottom of the system were left with little outlet for their frustrations and pent-up anger, other than those unfortunates that came into their power, usually defenseless civilians and prisoners of war. This important point also occurs in the Japanese soldier's relationship with his Korean and Formosan colleagues. During the war, the Japanese impressed thousands of young Korean and Formosan men as army auxiliaries, using them particularly as prison camp guards. The Germans did the same in the concentration camp system, where brutal Ukrainian auxiliaries worked under SS supervision. Japanese officers and soldiers routinely treated Korean and Formosan soldiers with utter contempt, beating and humiliating them even though they were ostensibly allies. In turn, Allied POWs consistently noted that Korean and Formosan guards were among the most brutal of their captors, as these humiliated underdogs of the Japanese war machine worked off their shame, loss of face, on prisoners of war. At Sandakan 1 camp on the island of Borneo, Australian prisoners noticed a dramatic change in the level of brutality once a large part of the Formosan guards arrived before 1943. The Japanese treated the Formosans as their inferiors. The Formosans took to delivering mass beatings of POW work details under the flimsiest of pretexts. My gang would be working all right, and then would suddenly be told to stop. The men would then be stood with their arms outstretched horizontally, shoulder high, facing the sun without hats, recalled Warrant Officer First Class Bill Stickbowich, the Royal Australian Army Service Corps. The guards would form themselves into two groups, one covering the prisoners with their rifles, and the other doing the actual beating. They would walk along the back of us, smack us underneath the arms, across the ribs, and on the back, said Stickbowich. They would give each man a couple of bashes. If they whimpered or flinched, they would get a little more. Japanese guards treated Koreans no better than prisoners, writes Gavin Dawes in Prisoners of the Japanese. Like another breed of mongrel dog to kick. One said to an Englishman, "Ingeris Korean Samo," all prisoner Nippon. Another said to an Australian, "Yumi Seimo." But for every one miserable Korean who saw life in the camps that way, there were all the others, Hatchet Face, Shadrach the Shitbag, and the rest, taking out their rage against the Japanese on the prisoners. "Seimo," said the Australian with feeling, "like hell." Unquote. Within the paradigm of Asian superior-inferior relationships, the violence and humiliation characteristics of those relationships flowed ever downwards until it found an outlet, and that outlet was always those people that the Japanese military already considered worthless. The racially inferior Chinese, as they would say, or the dishonorable and cowardly Allied prisoners of war. The ingrained violence of Japanese military training and power relationships does not fully explain wartime bestiality, but it does suggest the Japanese soldier was partially dehumanized by the training that he had received, as coupled with the strong influence of the radicalized officer corps, it made him more susceptible to blindly following amoral orders through fear of brutal punishment or exclusion from the group. The Japanese soldier was also laboring under the rigorously and violently enforced concept that superiors were completely infallible and that any order issued by a superior should be treated as an order given by the divine emperor himself. The Japanese military already had young minds that were more readily prepared to accept such ideas because Japanese society itself was hierarchical and highly Confucian in design, where elders, teachers, and parents were minor gods to be obeyed without question, and where the group ethic was a central unifying concept for the nation. For Westerners raised on ideas of individuality, freedom, self-expression and democracy, it is difficult to comprehend the entirely different and often opposed mindset of Asian peoples. The Japanese preoccupations with face, conformity and the group were powerful inhibitors to any Japanese soldier questioning his leader's decisions. To refuse an order was to commit social suicide and risk exclusion from the group. Ultimately, there are very few examples of Japanese soldiers refusing to carry out patently criminal orders. Those that do exist are almost exclusively those of senior officers who, due to their rank and status within the pyramidal military structure, are largely immune from punishment. In the early 20th century, Japanese imperialism was largely held in check through military cooperation and diplomatic agreements with the Western powers. Japan's leaders desperately wanted their nation to be given equal status with the Occidental nations and to acquire an equal right to sit at the imperialist table. The Japanese were frustrated, as we have seen, because the Western powers never viewed the Japanese as anything other than a slightly superior form of Asians, and certainly not as their racial, ideological, or political equals. The insecurity and anger felt by Japanese politicians and military leaders at not being fully admitted to the imperialist club, and the often subtle racism that their nation suffered, contributed enormously to xenophobia towards foreigners that grew rapidly in the 1920s and 30s in Japan, and to the rise of militarism and even fascism amongst the country's leaders. It would be one of the major reasons why European and American prisoners were often humiliated, tortured, and or murdered during World War II. The Japanese rejected the Geneva Conventions and other such symbols of civilized warfare. Quote, the Japanese had torn the Geneva Convention to pieces. White men could go to hell, and the Japanese would be the ones to send them there. Unquote, wrote Gavin Dawes. The Hague and Geneva Conventions had no place within a military society that advocated death in battle or ritual suicide as the greatest expressions of manhood. The Japanese labeled the conventions the coward's oath, and they meant it.
Form testudo!
The Japanese often tried to impress other Asian peoples by parading starving Allied prisoners before them. It was motivated by a racist pan-Asianism and a desire to show former colonial subjects the impotence of their Western masters. Japanese feelings of inferiority transmogrified easily into violence when whites fell under their power, a classic example of the boot on the other foot mentality. Quote, the march went on all day under a hot sun, with only 2 halts at the playgrounds of 2 schools, where the children were allowed to come close up to the prisoners to jeer and spit at us, recalled one British POW who was paraded before locals in Japanese-occupied Korea. It was those at the pinnacle of military power, the generals, who decided to brutalize prisoners of war, and who made the conditions so deplorable inside the camps. More junior officers and other ranks went along with these crimes because they believed the orders to be legal and that the emperor wished them to commit such outrages. In some cases they were correct. Concerning the aforementioned 3 alls policy in China, Emperor Hirohito personally sanctioned this genocide. The generals who commanded this operation were hanged as war criminals, but their ultimate authority, the emperor, was never placed on the stand for his part in killing millions of innocent people. The Japanese were also no respecters of bravery in their opponents, for they only acknowledged the battlefield superiority of their own men and accordingly treated all POWs with the same lack of humanity. A Malay platoon that had made a particularly valiant stand before Singapore City at the end of the conflict in Malaya in 1942 was massacred after they ran out of ammunition and surrendered, and its young commander, Lieutenant Adnan bin Saidi, was hung upside down from a tree and bayoneted to death for sport. The generals knew that the deeply ingrained respect for authority of the average Japanese, coupled with the fear of exclusion from the group and the concomitant loss of face, meant that very little resistance was encountered among Japanese troops ordered to do morally dubious things. The whites had been the masters of Asia before 1941, and it was they, went official Japanese military thinking, who had tried to keep the Japanese down, and had refused to recognize Japan's legitimate right to be a great power. Now that the boot was on the other foot, Japanese troops enjoyed stamping on the white man's face. It was race war, and the levels of barbarity and cruelty indicative of the hatred and loathing and the hidden inferiority complex harbored by many Japanese soldiers towards their white foes. Quote, by 1941, they were ready to take on the white world in war, and they truly did not care any more what the white man thought of them. Unquote. During Japan's blitzkrieg across Asia between December 1941 and mid-1942, they captured 320,000 Allied soldiers. At the fall of Singapore in February 1942, the Japanese, who were outnumbered virtually 2-1, were astounded when 70,000 British, Indian, Malay and Australian troops laid down their arms and marched themselves off to captivity at Changi. To young and propaganda-conditioned Japanese soldiers who saw themselves as modern-day samurai, surrender was the most dishonorable concept imaginable, especially surrender to a numerically inferior opponent. Better to die than to accept such a humiliating and shameful fate. They neither cared for nor understood the Occidentals' acceptance of surrender under certain circumstances, nor the lack of shame attached to saving lives when fighting no longer served any useful military purpose. The Japanese had already denigrated the Geneva Convention as the coward's code, and the behavior of white soldiers, appearing to be another Western ideology, as morally corrupt and contemptible as democracy or party politics. Remember your status as prisoners of war. You have no rights. International law and the Geneva Convention are dead, announced one Japanese camp commandant to his prisoners in 1942. If the POWs believed they were victims with rights, to the Japanese they were a sullen, disgraced mob who had lost their rights as individuals and were to be treated as such, comments Christopher Bailey and Tim Harper. The Japanese herded their prisoners into over 600 camps across Asia. The common factors that linked these camps together were privation, disease, torture, and murder, all deliberately promulgated by the Japanese High Command and rigorously enforced by camp commandants and their minions. One example is what occurred during the construction of the infamous Railway of Death through the Thai-Burma jungle. In one camp, we spent 5 months in a very crowded area, where for the first 3 weeks there was no roof on our building, wrote Australian
You are
survivor,
welcome,
Lieutenant
although
Colonel
my
J. M.
ancestors
Williams.
and people
I
expect
complained
talk
to the
with
Japanese
purpose.
commander about the accommodation, and
I am
he said
sure that
they
you're
were equally crowded. In fact,
Speak, my
23
friend,
officers
and
and
burden
23
yourself
other ranks
of
of my force
diplomacy.
let
occupied the
us
same
fight.
space as 3 Japanese
I will
soldiers,
accept this
unquote.
in my lord's name.
A British officer, Major Cyril Wilde, who spoke Japanese, was at Song Krai camp on the railway in August 1943.
Greetings!
He
Speak
testified to
plainly
the
and
Tokyo
without
war
idle
crimes
purpose,
trial,
and
that
all will
inside
be
one
well.
hut lay 700 POWs.
You're good.
Arranged 2 deep
Well,
along
no.
each side on
We see
shelves.
little gain in
All of them were
trade
painfully
between our
thin
people.
and nearly naked. Down the middle of the hut were around 250 men who were suffering from tropical ulcers. These commonly stripped the whole of the flesh from a man's leg from the knee to the ankle, Wilde stated. There was an almost overwhelming smell of putrefaction. Providing their slaves with even basic medical facilities was not on the Japanese agenda. Sickness was endemic among the prisoners. Cholera roared up and down the railway line, killing hundreds each time it struck, and the usual POW diseases of malaria, dysentery, beriberi, and typhus carried off hundreds more. The Japanese cared not one iota, in fact, issued ridiculous rules that exacerbated already perilous situations further. Only 15% of the prisoners were allowed to be sick, and sick men were only permitted one disease. Everyone else had to work, and work fast on starvation rations. The choices forced upon prisoner doctors were terrible. One British doctor and his work detail had a private formula. Take 2 men, one classified as sick, the other as sickest. Send the sick man out to work, and he would probably die. Keep the sickest in camp, and he would certainly die. But keep the man who was merely sick back in camp, and he had a better chance of surviving. That was medical ethics under the Japanese. General Hideki Tojo, leader of the proto-fascist Taizei Yokosankai, or Imperial Rule Assistance Association, set up by Prime Minister Konoe in 1940 to create a totalitarian one-party state, was the Japanese Prime Minister and Minister of War for much of World War II, and he was personally responsible for running prisoner of war camps. Ideology manifested itself practically as Tojo ordered commandants, quote, "You must not allow prisoners to lie idle, doing nothing but enjoying free meals for even a single day. Their labor and technical skill should be fully utilized for the replenishment of production and contribution thereby made towards the prosecution of the great East Asiatic War for which no effort ought to be spared." Unquote. The feeling among the Japanese military towards prisoner welfare was often seen as a cultural rather than a practical difference between East and West. In Japan, we have our own ideology concerning prisoners of war, wrote Tojo, which should naturally make their treatment more or less different from that in Europe and America. Unquote. Tojo even instructed camp commandants to harden their hearts. Quote, "It is necessary to take care not to be obsessed with the mistaken idea of humanitarianism or swayed by personal feelings." Unquote. This was the manifestation of spiritual training and the corruption of the Bushido Code. Japanese soldiers were taught to view death as a glorious release, and many accounts suggest that they also viewed murdering prisoners in the same light. The often horrific ill treatment of Allied POWs by the Japanese and the suicidal bravery of their soldiers in battle both partly had their roots in the rejection of the idea of surrender as an acceptable military response. Military honor, which had once been the exclusive preserve of the samurai warrior elite, had been extended since the late 19th century to all ranks of the army and navy, and indeed to the general public, through spiritual training achieving common acceptance. Avoiding the shame of surrender meant that the Japanese soldier willingly embraced death, even by his own hand. The philosophical idea of ritual suicide was called gyokosai, literally jade shards, and it had its origins, somewhat ironically considering later history, in a 7th century Chinese text, the Book of Northern Qi, where one passage reads, "A man should rather be a shattered jade than a complete roof tile." Japanese servicemen were inspired to seek an idealized and romanticized death in battle, often making reference to the deaths of samurai heroes like Saigo Takamori. The Japanese government presented war as a purifying experience, with death in combat seen as a patriotic duty rather than a personal choice.
The fact is that innumerable soldiers, sailors, and pilots were determined to die, to become irei, that is, guardian spirits of the country. Many Japanese felt that to be enshrined at Yasukuni was a special honor because the emperor twice a year visited the shrine to pay homage. Yasukuni is the only shrine deifying common men which the emperor would visit to pay his respects. During the 1930s and 40s, the Japanese soldier was presented with two possible suicide scenarios if the military situation was lost. The first was the concept of a glorious death in battle, often achieved en masse during so-called banzai charges, when entire military units, sometimes several thousand strong, would launch themselves headlong at the enemy, knowing that they stood little or no chance of victory. The term banzai charge originated with the US military and was derived from what Japanese soldiers would scream as they charged their opponents. Tenno Haika Banzai! Long live the Emperor! The Japanese army often used direct frontal assault during various campaigns before the war, notably during the Boxer Rebellion in China in 1900 and during the Russo-Japanese War. This form of assault, not then considered a last resort, but as an accepted military tactic, had worked particularly well in China during the 1930s, when the often numerically inferior Japanese would fix bayonets and aggressively charge Chinese positions head-on. Japanese soldiers would then close with their Chinese opponents hand-to-hand, where the Japanese preference for edged weapons, primarily officers' swords and other ranks' bayonets, would decide the matter. The Japanese soldier was very aggressive and handled his weapon with skill because bayonet fighting had been practiced obsessively since recruit training. Japanese troops often used live or recently deceased Chinese and later Allied POWs for bayonet practice in order to desensitize their soldiers. For it is one thing to shoot an enemy soldier with a rifle from several hundred yards away, but quite another to run him through with a bayonet less than an arm's length away. The reason for the tactic's success was because the Chinese were armed with slow-firing bolt-action rifles and possessed few automatic weapons. During the Second World War, the banzai charge became more a weapon of last resort than a useful battlefield tactic. And if the Japanese intended to seek an honourable death, they were usually granted one courtesy of British and American machine guns, mortars and artillery. American forces in particular faced down some enormous banzai charges during their island-hopping campaigns across the Pacific. On the 21st of August 1942, on Guadalcanal in the British Solomon Islands, Colonel Kiyonai Ichiki led 800 of his men in a mass banzai charge against the American defenders of the strategically vital Henderson Field Air Base, attempting to overwhelm US troops by sheer weight of numbers and frenzied bayoneting and slashing with swords. But instead, nearly every Japanese soldier was mown down by American machine guns. The largest banzai charge ever mounted occurred on the island of Saipan in 1944, when 4,300 Japanese troops died assaulting American positions. Though the Japanese were wafted to Nirvana in enormous numbers, they still managed to kill 650 American troops before expiring. Colonel Ichiki of the Guadalcanal banzai charge, realizing that his attack had utterly failed, resorted to the second honorable suicide option available to Japanese soldiers: ritual disembowelment. Seppuku, or harakiri as it was more commonly known among Allied soldiers, was another hangover from the old samurai days, when a disgraced warrior would plunge a short wakizashi sword into his stomach before being beheaded by another samurai. Disemboweling with a sword or a bayonet was common during the war, and if all else failed, many Japanese simply held a hand grenade to their heads to achieve the same effect. Seppuku was popularized in modern Japan by the death of a soldier during the Shanghai incident in 1932, when Japanese forces invaded China's largest city. The soldier had been captured by the Chinese, and after his release, he returned to the site of his capture, knelt down, and disemboweled himself to exorcise his shame. It was an action that was widely praised in the Japanese media at the time. If Japanese soldiers were trained to think and act in this way, then it comes as no surprise that they should have greeted the mass Allied surrenders of 1941 to 42 with complete mystification and disdain. As we have seen, surrender in the Japanese military mind rendered the combatant soldier a non-entity, and non-entities could be treated worse than animals. Much has been made of the Japanese military's rejection of the terms of the Geneva Conventions during World War II. In 1929, the Geneva Conference was organized, and Japan, along with 40 other nations, did sign the human rights agreements. Though Japan had signed, the Diet never ratified the agreement, so its terms regarding the treatment of prisoners of war and civilian internees were not legally binding on the Japanese military. POWs therefore fell under Imperial Japanese Army regulations and not binding international agreements. Any transgression by a worthless POW was severely punished, as one would punish a slave. Japanese soldiers believed that physical violence was the only proper way to deal with disobedience, and violence was liberally used. As we have seen, violence and humiliation have played an integral part in their own recruit training, so it had become an ingrained reflex action in dealing with problems. I believed and acted this way because I was convinced of what I was doing, said former Japanese soldier Uno Shintaro. We carried out our duty as instructed by our masters. We did it for the sake of our country, from our filial obligation to our ancestors." Unquote. You have to bear in mind that surrender to Japanese soldiers was as mystifying as kamikaze pilots, banzai chargers, and harakiri were to American and British troops. The mindset gulf between enemies was vast and unbridgeable, and became increasingly pronounced as the war dragged on, with both sides and the propaganda machines behind them increasingly dehumanizing each other. The war in Asia was not so much a clash of nations, but rather a clash of cultures and expectations. It was a race war, and the brutal culmination of decades of Japanese right-wing philosophy, radicalization of the nation and its armed forces, and perversion of previously honorable codes of conduct. So what conclusion can be drawn from this examination? Japanese pre-war xenophobia and fear of Western domination had undoubtedly been mixed with a desire to be admitted to the Caucasians' imperial club, and anger at not being treated as equals to the Anglo-Saxons, as well as perceived racism by Britain and America over arms limitations agreements, had coalesced in pre-war Japan with more esoteric but nonetheless very attractive nationalistic and racist ideologies. Racial superiority, a holy war against China, a belief that Japan was destined to rule the world, a distorted Bushido code, a young, disaffected officer corps seething with imperial way ideology, the powerful message that the emperor was an infallible living god, the brutality of military training, and the glorification of death above surrender. All of these strands made for a very complex chord. All had a direct bearing on the treatment of the peoples that the Japanese conquered and enslaved. By themselves, none of these strands would have led to the deaths of millions of people. But even the binding together of 2 or 3 of the causes of Japanese military barbarity that were listed at the beginning of this talk could have made brutality more likely. The fact that all 8 causes coalesced at a certain point in history meant that Japanese military brutality became astonishingly cruel, yet coldly calculated and extremely well organized. These threads ended up concentrated on the blade of a razor-sharp sword that decapitated morality as cleanly as the heads of Allied prisoners of war. Japanese war crimes continue to engender enormous debate, not only in the nations that suffered at Japan's hands, but also in Japan itself. Worryingly is the continued perception in certain quarters in Japan, including among some senior politicians and military officers, that her former enemies, for financial and political reasons, have exaggerated the nation's wartime atrocities. Those Japanese who were executed as war criminals by the International Military Tribunal for the Far East are not considered as such by the Japanese government today. The wartime Japanese soldier was such a formidable opponent precisely because he had been dehumanized by his own government and made into a mindless tool of the militarists. The Japanese plumbed the depths of depravity in their cruel quest for empire. The Japanese soldier of World War II stands as a warning to future generations about what can happen when morality, humanity, and compassion are beaten out of the warrior. The basest of human instincts will then be given free rein. As Japan rearms and seeks a greater regional role once more, many remain concerned that a nation that refuses to take full responsibility for its past deeds has the potential to repeat them, and that the destructive threads that created the horrors of the 1930s and 40s may not be completely unraveled or severed. For a wide range of videos on military history topics, visit my other YouTube channel, Mark Felton Productions. You can also help to support both of my channels at PayPal and Patreon. Details in the description box below.
The man known to history as Shiro Ishii was born in Chiyoda-mura, Japan, on the 25th of June 1892. Ishii's father, Katsuya Ishii, was a minor Japanese nobleman, the family having controlled a small village and the land surrounding it for centuries. Ishii's father was one of the wealthiest landowners in the region and was a sake, or Japanese rice wine manufacturer. The combination of feudal income from the local peasantry, combined with the sale of alcohol products, provided a stable income for the Ishii home. Little more is known about Ishii's parents, the exploration by historians having so far been extremely limited. While some information is known about his father, Katsuya Ishii, very little information is known about his mother, whose name remains forgotten and shrouded in mystery. While some historians believe that Shiro Ishii was born not in Chiyoda-mura, but actually further away from Tokyo, what they do agree upon is that Ishii was the son of local nobility and was born into a privileged life. Ishii would become one of the most notorious and least explored war criminals of the 20th century. Despite little being known of the specifics of his family, some of Shiro Ishii's early history can be reconstructed from his class status. As the son of minor nobility, Ishii would have grown up in a rigid class system that had changed little over the course of several centuries. Even though Ishii was a minor noble, he remained far above the lower class residents who paid tribute to Ishii's family in exchange for protection. Furthermore, Ishii grew up knowing his status as a noble separated him from those beneath him. Waited on by servants and entitled to advancement in education and status, Ishii learned from those around him to separate humanity into a series of classes. Rigid rules prevented the integration of classes in the name of social harmony and order. Ishii was instructed from an early age of the superiority of the Japanese people. Furthermore, the fast advancement of Japan as a world power was a result of the Meiji Restoration, a political and industrial revolution in Japan in the late 19th century that was prompted by the young Emperor Meiji, who had seized power back from the shogunates or regional military leaders. The shogunates had held the royal family hostage in their own realm, forcing the emperor and his family to act as puppets. This arrangement had lasted for centuries. While initially providing stability to a war-racked Japan, the refusal of the shogunates to modernize created a series of disasters in the 19th century that set Japan on the road to being conquered and colonized by European powers. The ascension of Emperor Meiji, a strong-willed leader and brilliant reformer, led to drastic changes, including the royal family shedding the demeaning control of the shogunates. Meiji and his advisors worked to combine Japan's traditions with the technology of Western nations, renovating the Japanese state and turning it into a modern state. Japan shocked the world when in the early 1900s the Japanese army and navy defeated the larger and more prestigious Russian military in the Russo-Japanese War. The victory earned the respect of military leaders around the globe. Japan, under the imperial government, would no longer be locked in the past. They were to be a world power. As part of these changes, an increase in nationalism flourished in Japan. alongside a fervent, at times religious support for the Japanese emperor. Ishii came of age during this period of Japanese expansion, nationalism, and national revival. He was firmly committed to promoting the empire and preventing its enemies from gaining the upper hand. Ishii in school was quickly recognized as bright and intelligent. He performed better than his other siblings in academic pursuits and was known to read and memorize entire books as a young man. His teachers praised the young student, remarking on his gifts and talents. As Ishii became a teenager, he physically stood above his peers, standing at 5 feet 10 inches, and he sought to stand above others intellectually as well. Graduating from primary education, Ishii was admitted to the elite Kyoto Imperial University, a privilege even few of the elites obtained. Ishii took up the study of medicine, quickly earning the praise of his professors, who noticed his academic prowess. Soon, Ishii was assigned to various research projects that few of his other classmates were given, a privilege that isolated him from his fellow students. Many students believed that a friendship with Ishii was only superficial, promoted by Ishii to advance his own career and prestige. And perhaps they were not wrong. Ishii was power-hungry, and friendships were another means of achieving the fame and prestige he desired. Many at the university were shocked by the brashness of the young medical student named Shiro Ishii, who gained the reputation of not only being brilliant, but also being a wild partier. Ishii's partying often led to extensive drinking and frequent visits to Tokyo's brothels, all funded by his family's lavish wealth. His work did not suffer, however, and he worked his way into the confidence of many elites at the university, including the university president, Torasaburo Araki. Early in his time at the university, Ishii had begun visiting the president and conversing with him, to the shock of many who regarded this as a breach of decorum. To add to the frustration of those who envied and disliked the young Ishii, he became even closer with Araki, following his marriage to Araki's daughter, Kyoto, in 1920, the year that he finished college. From his marriage would result his daughter. Following his graduation, Ishii, unlike many of his peers who entered private medicine,
You are listening to The Battle of Hong Kong, an audio program for War Stories with Mark Felton. On the 8th of December 1941, the 7th of December in Pearl Harbor across the international dateline, the Japanese finally launched full-scale war across Asia and the Pacific. In 1937, Japan had invaded eastern China in an undeclared war of terrible savagery, swallowing up all of the important cities along the coast, from Beijing in the north to Guangzhou in the south. The British and the other Western powers still clung to their many small trading concessions and enclaves along the China coast, the most important being the international settlement in Shanghai. But it was clear that it was only a matter of time before the Japanese struck at the European powers as well. Britain had aided this process by withdrawing her forces from northern China in 1940, the US maintaining a single battalion of Marines in Shanghai along with a single gunboat from the Royal and US Navies. As Japanese carrier planes crippled the US Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, other Japanese forces struck at Shanghai, sweeping aside a brave but futile last stand by the gunboat HMS Petrel, and also landed in southern Thailand and northern Malaya, aiming to capture Singapore. Yet more Japanese forces would strike at Burma and the Philippines, as well as the oil-rich Dutch East Indies, now Indonesia. Everywhere, Allied forces reeled under the onslaught. But there was one place in China that the Japanese couldn't take quite so easily as Shanghai, and that was the British Crown colony of Hong Kong. European Shanghai had been swept away in one day, but Hong Kong would prove to be a much tougher nut for the Japanese to crack. For the colony soon found itself in the vice-like grip of the immensely powerful Japanese military in China until its defences were crushed and eventually completely extinguished. The British commander in Hong Kong, 50-year-old Major General Christopher Maltby, was handed an almost impossible task when his superior, Air Chief Marshal Sir Robert Brooke Popham, who was responsible for all British forces in the Far East, ordered him to stand firm against a Japanese invasion. Maltby could draw upon a mere handful of regular troops to carry out his task, a mixture of British, Indian and Canadian battalions, with some local volunteer and Chinese units thrown in. Maltby had arrived in Hong Kong in 1940, fresh from commanding a brigade in India, and his posting had coincided with the British decision to wind up North China Command, withdrawing the 3 battalions from Shanghai and Tianjin, and effectively abandoning the international settlement to its fate. Press reports noted that Maltby was known to be, quote, always cool and completely unruffled, and has a quiet sense of humour and tremendous powers of endurance, unquote. These qualities would be extremely useful over the coming weeks. Maltby had nowhere near enough experienced soldiers and equipment to make a stand in Hong Kong militarily viable. Those in London were fully aware of his predicament and were, as yet, undecided on how to help him. The fact that Maltby had any forces at all with which to defend Hong Kong was only because of a dramatic government U-turn in Whitehall that occurred after considerable wrangling and argument. With the disbandment of North China Command in late 1940, the government also decided to reduce the troop levels that made up the Hong Kong garrison to just 2 British infantry battalions, whose roles were to be guarding the border with China and working with the Hong Kong police in the maintenance of internal order. If, or rather when, the Japanese attack came, these 2 battalions could not have done much except surrender. It was the direct intervention of Air Chief Marshal Brooke Popham that caused a change in British policy. Brooke Popham argued that a limited reinforcement of Hong Kong would allow Maltby and the garrison to delay any Japanese attack, gaining time for the British to be reinforced elsewhere in Asia. A limited reinforcement would prevent Maltby from being forced into an early and humiliating capitulation that would damage imperial prestige at home and abroad. To mount a proper defence of Hong Kong, the army suggested that at least 6 full infantry brigades would have been required, equating to 18 infantry battalions. This was immediately rejected. Instead, Brooke Popham believed that 2 brigades, totalling 6 battalions, could impose a sufficient delay on the Japanese to fulfill his strategic plans for the region. Maltby was told in no uncertain terms by London to fight on for as long as possible before surrendering, and to expect no relief. It was to be a last stand with no hope of escape. Maltby attacked the problem of how to complete his almost suicidal instructions with a dogged determination. He would make the Japanese pay for every inch of the colony before raising a white flag. He had 2 regular, though under-strength, British battalions that had recently been withdrawn from Shanghai, the 2nd Battalion Royal Scots and 1st Battalion Middlesex Regiment, the latter re-rolled as a machine gun battalion. Canada had rushed 2 completely inexperienced infantry battalions to Hong Kong as their imperial contribution to the Far Eastern War, 1st Battalion Winnipeg Grenadiers and the 1st Battalion the Royal Rifles of Canada. These men were completely unprepared for the horrors to come. How innocent of combat we were, how naive of the horrors of war, recalled Private Phil Doddridge of the Royal Rifles of Canada. How far removed from the comforts of home and the good order of Canada, he said. There were also 2 Indian Army battalions stationed in the city, mainly composed of reservists. The 5th Battalion, the 7th Rajput Regiment, and the 2nd Battalion, 14th Punjabis. The British also had several artillery and engineer units, along with the usual supporting and ancillary services. Aiding the regulars were other colonial and volunteer formations, consisting of the locally raised 1 battalion strong Hong Kong Chinese Regiment, 2 mountain batteries and 3 medium batteries of the mostly Indian-manned Hong Kong and Singapore Royal Artillery, the HK and SRA, and the Hong Kong Volunteer Defence Corps, the HKVDC, an infantry unit that amounted to a battalion group made up of bankers, merchants and businessmen of British origin who were living in the colony. These volunteers would fight like lions alongside the regulars and suffer huge casualties in the process. In total, Maltby had about 14,000 troops. Opposing him would be Major General Takashi Sakai's Japanese 38th Infantry Division that numbered 50,000 battle-hardened troops, the main assault force consisting of 3 regiments, a Japanese regiment being roughly equivalent to a British brigade, that were poised along the Shamchun River, the border between mainland China and Hong Kong's new territories, a large area of land leased from Qing Dynasty China in 1898 for 99 years. Famous British battalions like the 2nd Royal Scots had deteriorated after a long period of inaction stationed in the Far East. Because of the exigencies of the European War, many of its best and most experienced NCOs, the backbone of the battalion, had been recalled to Britain to provide cadres for new emergency battalions. When the Japanese attacked, the battalion was both under strength and experiencing discipline problems. Those military forces that did remain in the colony were not on top form, as the debilitating effects of a tropical climate and an active social scene had sapped the strength of the men. At the time, Hong Kong boasted 10,000 prostitutes who worked the hundreds of bars, dance halls and brothels busily frequented by the local garrison. The 2nd Battalion Royal Scots had not seen Britain in 7 years, one soldier recalling a dance hall that had been renamed the Gonorrhea Racetrack by its patrons. Probably Maltby's best unit was the 1st Middlesex Regiment, which was in top fighting condition but had been re-rolled as a machine gun battalion, rather than remaining as conventional line infantry. The British plan of defence was to slow down the Japanese advance from the border by staging a series of holding actions behind Kowloon in the mountainous New Territories. Extensive fortifications from which to mount a static defence already existed, and 2 infantry brigades were created to man them. The 11-mile-long Gin Drinkers line of redoubts and trench systems was the showcase British defensive position, a far eastern Maginot line. Constructed in 1936-38, the Gin Drinkers line was not a continuous fortification, but a series of strong points and bunker systems linked together by paths. The Mount Davis Battery and Stonecutters Island Fort provided artillery support. The new mainland brigade, under eye-patch-wearing Brigadier Cedric Wallace, would hold the Gin Drinkers line, and it was hoped that the position, particularly the impressive Shingmun Redoubt, would check the Japanese for at least 3 weeks. 2nd Royal Scots held the west of the line, including the Shingmun Redoubt, which also housed the command headquarters. The Shingmun Redoubt consisted of 4 pillboxes mounted with Vickers and Bren machine guns, interlinked with 5-foot-deep defensive channels or trenches named after London roads. The redoubt had space for 128 soldiers, but when the Japanese assault occurred, less than half that number were present, a disastrous mistake. The 2nd 4th Punjabis held the centre of the Gin Drinkers line and the 5th 7th Rajputs the east. The Shingmun Redoubt was manned by 43 soldiers, drawn from the headquarters of A Company, Royal Scots, along with the battalion's No. 8 platoon supported by elements of 1 Mountain Battery, Hong Kong and Singapore Royal Artillery, all under the command of Captain Potato Jones. The press was led to believe that Hong Kong was virtually impregnable, a Canadian reporter calling the colony, quote, the rocky Far Eastern stronghold that may develop into a Tobruk of the Pacific, unquote. referring to the stand of the 14,000 men of the 9th Infantry Division under Australian Lieutenant General Leslie Morshead in holding the fortress city of Tobruk in Libya, a battle that was still ongoing when the Japanese invaded Hong Kong. Although the press coverage exaggerated Hong Kong's defences, the gin drinkers' line, if it had been properly manned by experienced troops, would have posed a serious threat to the Japanese, and may well have stopped their advance dead. Japanese generals were so concerned about the position that they expected their attack to be held up for at least a month, and even began to divert reinforcements from their war in China to replace the expected heavy casualties. Hong Kong Island would be defended by the 3-battalion Island Brigade, consisting of the 1st Winnipeg Grenadiers, 1st Royal Rifles of Canada, and 1st Middlesex Regiment, with the HKVDC and HKSRA in support, all under the command of another experienced British officer, newly promoted Brigadier John Lawson. The brigade was ordered to man and hold a series of hastily constructed pillboxes and gun batteries situated around the perimeter of the island. At 8 a.m. on the 8th of December 1941, the Japanese 21st, 23rd and 38th Infantry Regiments stormed across the Shamchun River using temporary bridges. The British did not attempt to hold the Japanese at the border, but the Royal Engineers did their utmost to impede the Japanese advance between the border and the river, blowing bridges and culverts until forced to retire under the covering fire of C Company 2nd 14th Punjabis. The Indian sepoys then dug themselves in around the approaches to the village of Tai Po and waited for an advancing Japanese column to blunder straight into a carefully laid ambush. Although the Indian battalion managed to smash an infantry unit and an artillery battery before withdrawing, this victory did not impede the Japanese advance, and they recovered quickly and pressed on. Private Francis Crabb of No. 2 Machine Guns Scottish Company, Hong Kong Volunteer Defence Corps, was mobilised shortly before the Japanese invasion. He spent the 8th of December finding his way from his home in Kowloon to the volunteer HQ on Hong Kong Island. His company comprised 100 men, 90% of whom were Scots. Quote, "The companies were formed up and stores and gas masks issued, as were rifles, Lewis guns, and in my case a heavy .45 revolver, as I was a number 1 on a Vickers machine gun," recalled Crabb. "I had never seen a revolver before, let alone fired one, and being at the time a youth of tender years, I wasn't even able to pull the trigger of this monster." Unquote. Private Crabb's unit was sent to guard against Japanese landings in Big Wave Bay, but then was switched to covering Saiwan Bay and an artillery battery at Pak Shawan, alongside the Royal Rifles of Canada and the Middlesex Regiment. On the 9th of December, a reconnaissance party from the Japanese 228th Regiment discovered that the British defences at 225 High Ground near the Xingmun Redoubt were weakly held. If the Japanese seized this high ground, they could dominate all British positions to the west of the line. At 9 p.m. that evening, a lieutenant and 10 men launched a surprise night attack on the Royal Scots holding the position. Japanese combat engineers blew holes in the barbed wire apron around the redoubt and using special charges blew up several of the pillboxes. By 7 a.m. on the 10th of December, the position was in Japanese hands and they had taken 27 prisoners. 3 British were killed and 13 managed to escape. The gin drinkers' line had been fatally breached. Later on the 10th of December, the Japanese launched a general assault on the line and by the next day had captured Kam Shan and Tate's Cairn. By noon on the 11th, Maltby decided to withdraw his remaining forces from the line to Hong Kong Island in order to preserve the garrison. With the redoubt gone, Mainland Brigade fell back on the town of Kowloon before crossing over to Hong Kong Island. Initially, the Royal Scots pulled back about 2,000 yards from the gin drinkers' line onto a position on Golden Hill behind the Xingmun Redoubt. On the 11th, the advancing Japanese heavily engaged the 2 Royal Scots companies that were occupying the feature, and the hill was wrested from them. The hill contained no prepared positions, just a few shell scrapes. And because the ground was rock hard, Japanese mortar bombs exploded with devastating consequences, causing heavy casualties amongst the Royal Scots. The survivors poured off the hill in considerable confusion. In a fierce counterattack, the battalion's D Company retook the hill at the point of the bayonet, but the Scots were too few in number to withstand repeated regimental-sized Japanese assaults on the hill, and eventually they were forced to retire or face annihilation. The battalion had lost 28 killed on the Golden Hill action. With the fall of the gin drinkers' line, the British had lost their best chance at stopping the Japanese in their tracks and forcing them into static fighting. Overhead, Japanese bombers and fighters constantly attacked the colony's main settlements and the remaining British warships, causing immense damage and great civilian suffering. The British had no way to respond, as the few outdated aircraft at RAF Kai Tak had been destroyed on the ground on the first day of the Japanese offensive. At the Royal Naval Hospital in Wan Chai, Superintending Sister Olga Franklin had organized the relocation of all patients onto wards on the ground floor. The acute, surgical and casualty departments had also been relocated to the ground floor in an effort to prevent casualties from the bombing and shelling. On the morning of the 8th of December, incoming shells awakened the staff and patients. Over the next 2 days, the hospital's upper floors were wrecked by repeated shell and bomb strikes. On the 9th of December, the Chinese staff took flight, looting as much of the hospital gear as they could on the way, recalled Franklin. More shells hit the hospital, shattering windows and doors, as staff took refuge in the strongest part of the building, the pharmacist's store. The hospital's gas, electricity and water supplies failed. The building was without heating, and sterilizers, kettles and X-ray machines were no longer functional. Even the emergency water tanks had been holed by shrapnel. Quote, "When one bomb fell right outside Ward 5, shattered window glazing flew in all directions. Plaster, bits of masonry, and parts of wooden shutters clattered onto patients' beds," recalled Sister Franklin. The units holding the west side of the gin drinkers' line fell back on the ferries at Simsha Sui, while the eastern defenders retired via Devil's Peak. Rioting broke out in Kowloon, and looting spread as the British lost control over the panicked Chinese population. Sappers busily destroyed anything in the town of military value and set fire to the massive oil depot, sending huge black smoke clouds high into the air. On the 12th of December, the Royal Navy was ordered to vandalize its own base to deny as much of the facility to the Japanese as possible. Armed with sledgehammers, dynamite and petrol, groups of young sailors and a few soldiers wrecked offices, machine shops and the headquarters vessel HMS Tamar. She was the oldest naval vessel in Hong Kong and had served as China Station headquarters at Kowloon since 1897. The venerable ship was ignominiously scuttled in the harbour. The mainland brigade fought its way to the waterfront through considerable chaos and lawlessness. Lieutenant Colonel R. Cadogan Rawlinson's 5th 7th Rajputs acting as a rearguard, furiously beating back Japanese attempts to get between it and the embarkation points on the quay. A group of Punjabis became separated from their battalion and eventually formed an ad hoc defensive position around the Star Ferry terminal in Kowloon. The Rajputs fought a final battle on Devil's Peak on the 13th of December, defeating the Japanese, before withdrawing across to the island with the assistance of the few remaining British warships and some fast motor torpedo boats. The Hong Kong Mule Company was forced to abandon most of its animals and escape across the harbour. In 5 days of fighting, Maltby's forces had lost just 66 killed, and his army remained intact. Maltby had a few days' grace once the evacuation from the mainland had been completed, before the Japanese would make an amphibious assault across the harbour and onto the island. Japanese aircraft and artillery began to furiously bombard Hong Kong's northern shoreline on the 15th of December, targeting British pillboxes, gun emplacements, and communications systems, a process known as softening up. Hospitals were not immune from this general bombardment. Bowen Road Military Hospital and the Royal Naval Hospital at Wan Chai each took over 100 artillery and bomb hits. As the shelling from the mainland began, there were several direct hits on our three-story hospital, recalled Canadian nurse Kay Christie at Bowen Road. We had to immediately evacuate the top 2 floors and crowd all the patients and equipment into the ground floor area." Unquote. General Sakai made surrender requests to Maltby on the 13th and 17th of December, but these were immediately rejected. The bombardment had wrecked many of Maltby's static defences and killed another 54 men. Maltby rapidly reorganised his forces in preparation for the final assault. Mainland Brigade was renamed East Brigade, and Island Brigade became West Brigade. East Brigade's units were deployed as follows. The Rajputs covered the waterfront, with the Royal Rifles of Canada and numbers 1, 2 and 3 companies HKVDC in depth behind. Next to them were the units of the West Brigade, the Punjabis on the waterfront, and the Winnipeg Grenadiers, and numbers 4, 5 and 7 companies HKVDC behind. The Royal Scots formed a bridge between the 2 frontline Indian battalions, along with No. 6 Company HKVDC, while the Middlesex Regiment manned the line of pillboxes that studded the north shore of the island. The British had withdrawn 3 of the 4 destroyers from Hong Kong just before the Japanese attack. The last remaining destroyer, the 1,075-ton Admiralty S-class HMS Thracian, had its hands full fending off repeated Japanese dive bomber and strafing attacks, its 3 QF 4-inch guns and single QF 2-pounder pom-pom trying its best to harass Japanese aircraft. A small number of river gunboats also attempted to fend off repeated Japanese aerial assaults that resulted in several being damaged or sunk. A handful of motor torpedo boats did manage to make several runs through the 6 battalions of Sakai's 38th Division as it crossed the narrow waters that separated Hong Kong from